Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. President Trump warns Iranian ships will be eliminated as the US blockade on the Strait of Hormuz begins. Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban loses the country's elections after 16 years in power. And golfer Rory McIlroy celebrates a historic win at the US Masters tournament in Augusta. The US blockade of Iranian ports has now begun, with US Central Command warning ships that break it will face being intercepted or captured. Shortly after it begun, President Trump posted on Truth Social. He said Iran's navy is laying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated 158 ships. What we have not hit, or the small number of fast attack ships, because we did not consider them much of a threat. If any of these ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated. For more on this, I'm joined by Errol Moorcouch, spokesman for Republicans overseas and co-founder of FTA, a private defence and intelligence firm. Errol, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you for your time with me. Another day, another threat from the US president on Truth Social, as a US naval blockade of Iranian ports has now come into force. But there's been a little bit of confusion as the key waterway is already effectively blocked by Iran. Will the US plan work and force Iran to concede?
It absolutely will work, and thank you for having me on, because the situation is a little bit interesting. There's some semantics on the word blockade, because it looks like the U.S. is blockading the blockade, which seems redundant. What it is doing, however, is making sure that the supremacy of the seas and Iran's ability to interject with any boats is eliminated. So now Iran has no control over a strait if a strait cannot function. Now, as that does put pressure on our GCC allies, it also, unfortunately for the Iranians, puts much more pressure on them because their entire trade goes through there. In addition, it puts the ball back in the U.S. court in controlling the narrative. So as this starts to escalate in terms of who's blockading who, we see the U.S. starts to strategically place assets in new areas as we move into stage 3 or stage 4 of this conflict that is strongly becoming closer and closer to a ground kinetic war.
Iran's defense ministry says Trump will fail. They have messaged today in any attempt to interfere militarily in the Strait of Hormuz and Sea of Oman. The big question is, how is Iran going to view this and how are they going to respond? Because we must remember they have a big advantage geographically, and vessels in the Strait of Hormuz are vulnerable to mines and drone attacks. And you just mentioned there GCC allies, and we can't forget China.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, on the north shore of Iran, they have silkworm missiles, as well as the fact that, a $10,000 Iranian mine can blow up a $2 billion ship. So their strategic advantages, of course, are there and are in play. What we're doing is creating layered defense. So we have the USS Abraham, which is basically stronger than any, European Navy by itself. That's going to be a deterrent strike force for deep into Iran. And now we're dealing with those coastal boats, with those mines. That's using destroyers. That's using some of our other tactical abilities. Now, Iran is able to use Houthi proxies, use drone swarms that have been proven. And as long as they're engaged in that kind of tactical way where they see self-preservation as still paramount, then I think things might, come to an interesting sort of, not stalemate, but kinetic stalemate. However, if they were to push further, if they actually end up trying to strike the presence layer, beyond the presence layer of the U.S. Navy, then the U.S. response will be harsh. And it's very hard to deal with an enemy. When you kill their leaders, you kill their generals, you kill their entire Navy, you destroy their entire Air Force, And they say, this makes us stronger. We killed our top nuclear scientists. They say the nuclear program is stronger. In the end, you have to believe these people are lying. They're not in a better position they were before. We've hit 14,000 targets. Effectively, we're only in this blockade now because the head of U.S. Strategic Command came to the president and said, I've met every single kinetic target I can make. What's the next stage? So while Iran has the right to, of course, obfuscate orally, they are in a terrible position strategically beyond what they have on that very big choke point, which, of course, is where we are. But that is not a position to negotiate from for eternity, as their entire economy is based on that being open, and we have now closed it.
Over the weekend, 2 U.S. warships passed through the Strait of Hormuz, Errol. That's for the first time since this war began. There's also been a large naval presence around the key waterway. You mentioned it, as well as the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, which is now in the Arabian Sea. My big question to you is America now planning something significant? Because we have seen Iran being able to conduct an asymmetric war. They don't have the most powerful army in the world or the most powerful military, but they've still managed to cause a lot of economic harm and destruction across the region.
Oh, they absolutely have, and they're a clever and formidable foe. I would only one caveat I would say: we've had the fifth fleet stationed in Bahrain since 1995, so the U.S. Navy is very familiar with those waters. They are certainly setting up what, again, is a multi-layer strategy that would, if negotiations don't go well, poise the U.S. for a ground invasion. And that is something that the United States doesn't want. And even though Iran says they want it, I mean, if America actually came with no result or concern for casualties, it would be a disaster for everybody. But in the situation here, I don't think that Iran is going to be capable to outlast the U.S. in this economically. Trump has turned this into an economic warfare game. He likes to win in the end on ledgers, on paperwork. But from a strategic standpoint, the U.S. is in that stage 4, stage 5 in terms of how we're positioning our Navy. Stage 6 is ground troops, whether that's Carg Island, whether that's strategic locations, or a full-scale invasion. So Trump has to keep those cards on the table, as much as I don't think he's going to use them, and most Republicans, most strategic people don't think he would do any large-scale ground invasion. The next step after this would be that, and so I think that implied threat of destruction is what he hopes is going to bring this new regime to the table.
Errol, it's quite interesting. You said Donald Trump has turned this into an economic war. A lot of people will argue that the Strait of Hormuz was opened before the US-Israeli strikes on the country. Iran has that ace card. They've played it, and they've basically choked the world from getting oil, fertilizer, all those vital things. Inflation's gone up, oil's extremely expensive. We're probably going to see a global recession in the economy, according to some analysts. So really, Donald Trump failed in shoring up the Strait of Hormuz. Many people argue, which should have been done before he did attack Iran.
I can feel the pain of the international community, and I understand those criticisms being a valid observation of it. I say we're 34 days in, and ultimately Donald Trump and the Pentagon, who have put this plan together for years, are operating on behest of the concept of global security, stopping nuclear proliferation. And if that requires this short-term pain, then the Americans have decided as world hegemon, like it or not, that that's what's going to go through it. The only caution that Donald Trump has always said, if Iran got the nuclear bomb, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Turkey, even though they're under the NATO shield, everybody there would have an impetus to acquire the same kinetic power because you don't want an imbalance. And to stop that proliferation, he has made it willing and clear that he's willing to put the world economy at this kind of risk because he feels that a nuclear Iran would create such an imbalance that it would be a longer-term thing. But it is right to criticize it. However, ultimately, the doer of deeds, the man in the arena, the guy who decided to do whatever U.S. president failed to do was Donald Trump. He's losing all of his political clout at home to do it. So it's something he believes in, something he thinks is bigger than his own party, that it's bigger than anybody's short-term pain, and something that, unfortunately, for the world economy, they're going to have to bear the brunt of.
It's really interesting hearing you talk like that because, of course, we live in the region. We understand what's happening and how it affects people's lives. But I want to ask you a little bit about what Donald Trump's today. He posted an AI image of himself as a Jesus-like figure on his Truth Social. We know he likes to use AI. There was massive backlash to this, and now he's deleted that image. Do you think Donald Trump is emotionally driven right now because this war with Iran has taken a lot of strain when it comes to his polling numbers back in the States? It's been a more difficult exercise to carry out. He's had criticism, actually, for joining Benjamin Netanyahu. Some people think Benjamin Netanyahu was the one who coerced him into starting this war. What's happening with President Donald Trump at the moment?
Well, I would agree with you in your analysis that he's obviously under a lot of strain, and the way that he communicates is vis-a-vis his own app or X. And so I think we can start to see a little bit of change in his demeanor as he's become far, far more tongue-in-cheek. If you remember the post on Easter that ended with "Praise be to Allah," or now posting this picture of him as Jesus Christ, I think he's sort of started to really lean into it. And for a little bit of nuance to it, the Christian right in America, led by the Marjorie Taylor Greenes, the Candace Owens, the Tucker Carlson, they've all gone very far against him. And so I think some of this, as we overlook into it, is him hitting back at them in this domestic dispute inside of his own party, where the Christian right is split on two sides. One is the evangelical right that wants this interjection with Israel that supports the Zionist state of Bibi Netanyahu, and the other is a different type of American Christian right that is vehemently against this. And so Donald Trump, having made his bed in the way that he did with the U.S. sort of empire, he certainly, I think, is entering into a domestic sort of spat with these people, but to an international audience, in the time and place and circumstances and the gravity of all of these things, it can be an unsettling thing. But I do think he is of sound mind and just kind of doing the Donald Trump sort of obfuscation, using the media to distract from what the objectives are militarily, which him and the Defense Department, or Department of War, feel like they have exceeded.
It's so interesting because Tucker Carlson has come out really strong against Donald Trump when it comes to this war with Iran. A lot of people said, you endorsed Donald Trump to become the president. He said, I endorsed him to put America first, and this U.S. war with Iran is not America first. So do you think that Donald Trump was right to delete that post? Because we can't forget midterms are coming up pretty soon, and Donald Trump's going to want to win those because he's had a bruising time. We've seen Hungary, that election lost. Viktor Orban lost that election despite endorsement by President Donald Trump, J.D. Vance. Now we see the MAGA base, the Megyn Kellys, the Candace Owens, the Tucker Carlson, even Joe Rogan, arguably, people who endorsed Trump now turning away from him.
Well, I think, him taking down the picture is telling because he doesn't usually retract anything. I think he crossed into the sort of world of blasphemy in terms of iconographic blasphemy in some religious perceptions, and probably some religious leaders, pushed back on him. I mean, he's a reasonable person. I think maybe he took it a little bit too far. However, the point of the midterms is the most important, because right now it looks like we'll hold the Senate and we're going to lose the House. And if Donald Trump has already sort of resigned to that fact, then I think he's throwing all cards against the wall and seeing what he can do to mix things up. Still inside the GOP, he does have support. However, will that support turn out in the numbers? Maybe, but it looks like the moderates won't. The people the Tucker Carlson voter, which is an interesting thing to say, is probably not going to come out for Donald Trump in the midterms. So it certainly speaks to him being aware of it, but I think it more that he was being insensitive to Jesus Christ, who is obviously the Son of God to the majority of American citizens who are Christians. So he probably was just bad optics, and finally he took one down.
It's really interesting. If he holds the Senate and loses the House in those midterm elections, he could essentially become a sitting duck president. But Errol, we'll talk about that another time for sure. Thank you so much for your time with me.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
We can now speak to former Pakistani Ambassador Abdul Basit. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for joining me today. I want to talk to you a little bit about your optimism surrounding those talks that we saw in Islamabad. You thought that they could possibly be a success, saying you didn't expect a full agreement, but a positive outcome could be reached on the Strait of Hormuz. Why did the talks in Pakistan between the US and Iran essentially collapse? And now we almost see an escalation in that key waterway.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. No doubt, I was cautiously optimistic, and I did think that some kind of an agreement can be reached, at least on the Strait of Hormuz, but that did not happen. And that was very, very unfortunate. And the reason for that, I think, while something could have been done on the Strait of Hormuz, I think the US, the way they raised the issue of the right to enrichment, which Iran obviously was not willing to concede at this point in time, because under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, under Article 4 of the treaty itself, Iran has the right to enrich uranium for peaceful purposes. But shifting goalposts by the US, I think, led to the collapse of the whole process, the talks in Islamabad, and that was very, very unfortunate.
So you talk about the shifting goalposts from the US. You talk about the US raising the issue of enrichment with Iran very soon on in those talks. Do you think J.D. Vance was the right person to be in that delegation negotiating with Iran, or do you think that there could be a better strategy in place in order to try and see this through diplomatically?
I personally thought that at this stage, when the two sides were poles apart, perhaps the US delegation and the Iran delegation, for that matter, could have been represented by their respective foreign ministers. And that would have been better because they would have hammered out all the details which are required to be done before senior or delegations at that level to be represented. So in my view, you are absolutely right that if Vice President could have avoided coming to Pakistan, and instead if the two delegations had met at the working level, that would have been better because stakes are very high with the participation of Vice President J.D. Vance. And then on the other hand, if you look from the other angle, perhaps his participation would have been beneficial for the talks itself, since given his seniority, he would have decided there and then about the issues. But I think the Americans were not really, though both sides, I still strongly feel that both sides are they're willing or they're not willing to restart the war. But the way the US raised the issue of enrichment, and then Iran was not willing to concede on the Strait of Hormuz unless the situation in Lebanon was taken care of. So all these, are very complex issues and they're interlinked. So unfortunately, though Pakistan tried its best to also come up with some formula, but unfortunately things did not move in that direction.
Iran's army says the planned US blockade on Gulf ports will be an illegal act amounting to piracy. Is President Trump's implementation of a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz a declaration of war, do you think?
The irony of the matter is that both Iran and the US are not party to the Convention on the Law of the Sea. What Iran has done so far, that is also not in sync with the letter and spirit of international law. And what US is going to do, is about going to do in the Strait of Hormuz, that also perhaps does not tessellate with the spirit of international law. So I think both sides need to rethink their positions in order to de-escalate the situation. After all, this ceasefire is valid till 21st of April. So one hopes that both sides at least, try not to escalate the situation and this little window of opportunity, whatever we have, countries like Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey and China would step up their efforts in order to ensure that the two sides come back to the negotiating table. Otherwise, things can spiral out of control, and the entire world is going to suffer.
And it's quite interesting because you talk about escalation, and I think this is really on the minds of everybody. Iran's Revolutionary Guards have warned that any military vessels approaching the strait will be considered a violation of the 2-week ceasefire. How is Tehran going to view the US military buildup in the region and around the Strait of Hormuz, and how could they possibly respond?
I hope this situation does not escalate to that level, and military vessels in particular would not approach the Strait of Hormuz, and they would perhaps remain in the Gulf of Oman, somewhere in the Gulf of Oman. But, you never know. Things can get out of control, and the way Iran has threatened in the past as well, it does have the capacity and capability to target such vessels and also target other countries in the region. So we're all worried, obviously. There's a matter of huge concern for all of us. So our wish is, and sitting in Islamabad, I can assure you that our government is very, very worried about the situation. And we are doing our best. As a matter of fact, there is a suggestion as well that a joint delegation could visit both Washington, D.C. and Tehran in order to insist on the two sides to climb down from their maximalist position, especially initially, so that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened. There is no tension there. There is no fight there. And then other issues can be then discussed. For example, the enrichment issue. There was a proposal by some that perhaps Iran can tentatively agree to forego their right to enrichment, but further details can be hammered out subsequently. So there are a number of ideas which are under discussion, but whether or not the two sides are politically willing to go ahead and strike a modus vivendi is anyone's guess at this point in time. But Pakistan remains hopeful that during the next 1 week or during the next couple of days, things can be brought down so that we can avoid escalation, especially in the Strait of Hormuz. But at the same time, your guess is as good as mine.
It's so interesting because I don't think, Abdul, any of us can guess at the moment. It's so difficult to know. But I just want to reflect slightly on what you said. Pakistan's Prime Minister says US-Iran ceasefire holding, efforts underway to resolve the issues. So I think a lot of us are holding our breath as the US 2-week ceasefire appears to still be holding. But we must admit it's fragile. Really good to have you on and your thoughts, Abdul Basit, as always. Hope that you can join us again soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban has lost the country's election after 16 years in power. Orban, who is a close ally of President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, lost to Peter Magyar, one of his former loyalists. For more on this, I'm joined by TVP World's Chief International Correspondent Alex Kadia. Alex, thank you so much for joining me. Let's just begin with the fact that this was a historic defeat for Viktor Orban. I've just said there, in power for 16 years. How significant is this moment for Hungary and also, of course, for the European Union?
Yeah, Leigh Ann, it's absolutely massive, this change, this sea change in Hungarian politics. If you think back at the last election, Fidesz, Viktor Orban's party, had a stonking majority and did very well indeed. Not so now. Peter Magyar, who you just mentioned, a lot of other parties stepped down to get out of the way for his teaser party to be able to get what he has now, which is a super majority, 2/3 majority in the parliament, able to change the constitution, able to change a lot of the things that Viktor Orban has done over the last 16 years. This is, again, the longest serving head of government in the European Union, at least now outgoing, as he is. 20 billion euros, more than 20 billion euros of funds frozen here in Brussels because of the reforms that Viktor Orban has made. He has also had some 41 legal actions taken against his government by the European Commission. 16 years, 21 vetoes by the Hungarian Prime Minister in the European Council here in Brussels, just over the last 4 years. And of course, the big one, we'll come back to it, I'm sure, 90 billion euros in other people's money blocked from going to Ukraine by Viktor Orban. So on the European level, this will be a big change. Domestically in Hungary, this will be huge. A new prime minister for the first time in 16 years, Leigh Ann.
And it's so interesting because Marco Rubio visited Hungary back in February. Last month, actually, President Donald Trump, if I'm correct, appeared in a video himself ahead of Orban's keynote speech at CPAC Hungary conference. J.D. Vance, of course, he was in Hungary just ahead of that crucial election. Why did these figures on the right feel it was so important to come out and support Viktor Orban?
Well, they see this as a coalition, a big political coalition. But actually, if you believe one poll in Hungary, the visit by J.D. Vance, the endorsement by J.D. Vance, the speeches he made, the intervention he made in the democratic process in Hungary may have cost Viktor Orban 3 percentage points in the final vote. Now, of course, that's one poll, and we can't rely on that entirely, but this endorsement by J.D. Vance may have backfired against Viktor Orban. It's not just that. There were domestic issues. The cost of living was high, and a lot of people were frustrated with corruption, and it also had an anti-incumbent feel. Viktor Orban had been there for 16 years, as I mentioned, but there will be a bit of a readjustment now. If you are Jordan Bardella, the head of the far-right party in France, if you're Giorgia Meloni, the Italian prime minister, you're going to think, well, how close do we want to be with MAGA right now? Because it seems to be desperately unpopular in Europe. And as that was shown in this election, there was a desire to support Viktor Orban from Donald Trump and his allies. He was very much the European darling of MAGA, the European darling of President Trump, who called J.D. Vance when he was on stage in Budapest. A lot of efforts were made to get that endorsement, to get that support from Donald Trump, and yet a crushing defeat for Viktor Orban. I think at this stage, we still haven't heard from Donald Trump when it comes to this defeat. So clearly, he's now trying to distance himself from Viktor Orban, or at least not really trying to offer his commiserations. If we look at European allies of Viktor Orban, Giorgia Meloni, Jordan Bardella, I mentioned them. Giorgia Meloni congratulated Peter Magyar for his decisive victory and thanked Viktor Orban for his cooperation. Jordan Bardella, going a little bit further, he said the fact that Viktor Orban has so graciously and respectfully conceded the election shows that there was absolutely no threat to Hungarian democracy to begin with, and that all the bureaucrats here in Brussels have been spinning fear. Of course, he would say that, but a readjustment, perhaps a recalculation on the far right of European politics.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating, because we've been talking about the right in European politics for a really long time. We see it even with a reform in the UK and closely aligned to MAGA, and how things could change now after this Hungarian election. But I want to ask you a question. This was a spicy campaign. There were accusations of Orban's close relationship with Russia, of course, Vladimir Putin, and a sex tape. What more can you tell us?
Well, not much, based on exactly the level of spice that was involved in this campaign. So I'm going to have to be a little careful on how I tread here. But there was a lot of controversy around Peter Magyar's personal life. He accused an ex-girlfriend of his in 2024 of getting back in his life to lure him into an intimate situation and then expose recordings from that situation to hurt his reputation. It seems from the result of the election and from some of the polling we've seen that may have actually had the opposite effect, because he came out and challenged that and called out what he called was a honeypot operation against them. That for the spice. There was also some much darker crises and scandals at the beginning of this election. One man who was actually pardoned, got a presidential pardon in Hungary because he was an ally of Viktor Orban, had also protected some who had engaged in child sexual abuse. That was the big scandal that built the momentum for Peter Magyar in the beginning. There has been so much scandal, so much controversy in this election that beginning scandal is almost forgotten. Then there's been the plot organized possibly by Russia to stage perhaps an assassination attempt on Viktor Orban. That never materialized, that never happened, but there were rumors that Russia was involved in that as well. To the level of European politics, you're absolutely right. This had more scandal, more spice than certainly any elections we've seen here in Belgium or in the UK or elsewhere in Europe, perhaps because the stakes were so high for Viktor Orban, for Peter Magyar. He now has a lot of work left to do because the Orban government was everywhere. They were involved in public media. They were involved in the courts. They reformed things so much so that they lost money with the European Union. Peter Magyar, he has now won big time. All that gives him is the opportunity to try and fix things.
Alex Carrier, nothing like an election without a little bit of spice and controversy. Great to have you on and your analysis. Thank you.
Pleasure.
India is mourning the loss of one of its most iconic voices. Legendary playback singer Asha Bhosle has died at the age of 92, prompting tributes from across the country and around the world. Chris Gilbert has this report.
Candles flicker in tribute to a voice that shaped generations. Across India, mourners gathered to remember Asha Bhosle, one of the most celebrated singers in the country's history. From riverbanks to city streets, prayers and moments of silence marking the loss of a cultural icon.
All the devotees gathered observed a 2-minute silence, praying for the peace of her soul.
Fellow artists and colleagues across the country paid tribute.
It is deeply saddening for everyone, for the entire country, and for the whole world.
Asha ji was one in a million. This is the end of an era of iconic work, biggest volume of work, quality and quantity.
Some turned their grief into art. Intricate sculptures have been emerging, honouring a career that spanned nearly 8 decades.
She lived in the hearts of people across the world, not just Indians, but everyone who loves art. Though she is no longer among us, her songs and her music will forever live in everyone's hearts.
In Mumbai, her body was brought home from hospital as the country came to terms with the loss. Bhosle had been admitted just a day earlier with a chest infection and exhaustion. Known for her versatility and energy, she recorded thousands of songs across multiple languages, becoming a defining voice of Bollywood. Her achievements earned her some of India's highest honours. She was also nominated for 2 Grammy Awards and collaborated internationally, including with British artists Gorillaz and Boy George. Tributes have flooded in from public figures. India's Prime Minister has praised her, quote, timeless brilliance. For millions, her voice was part of everyday life, setting a legacy to continue for generations to come. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
Golfer Rory McIlroy has celebrated a historic win at the iconic US Masters tournament in Augusta. The Northern Irish golfer has taken the title for the 2nd year in a row after finishing 1 stroke clear of world #1 Scottie Scheffler. After the win, which is also his 6th major, he made an emotional speech. Here's a reminder of the moment he won.
I thought it was so difficult to win last year because of trying to win the Masters and the Grand Slam, and then this year I realized it's just really difficult to win the Masters. I tried to convince myself it was both, but yeah, just incredible. You know, I obviously did the bulk of my work on Thursday and Friday, and you know, I don't think I would have believed anyone if they said to me, you know, all you have to do is shoot even par for the weekend and you'll win. I definitely thought I was going to need to go out there and at least shoot a couple of under par scores.
For more on this, I'm joined by golf broadcaster and author Shane O'Donoghue. Shane, we were riding the Rory roller coaster. McIlroy blew the largest halfway lead in Masters history. He never makes it easy, does he? And we must remember something. He didn't go to those playoffs like he did last year, which put loads of stress on all of us watching. At one point when you were watching yesterday, did you think that he was possibly going to blow it?
I was fearful for a time, Leigh Ann. There's no doubt about it. He does put us through the ringer. He's from a town in Northern Ireland called Hollywood. So he is box office. So he gives us all of the thrills of a roller coaster ride when he plays golf. It's spectacular, as it was the first 2 rounds when he led on 12 under and led by 6 shots. It looked like he was home and hosed for the weekend, but then it was a very stressful Saturday and at times quite a stressful Sunday until maybe the 7th hole when he started to hit the ball very straight, very accurate and accumulate birdies, which ultimately led to his success. So, you know, there was a mixed bag in there, as there always is with Rory. It's fascinating to watch. He's a compelling character and now has his 6th major.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal, isn't it, to know that he has his 6th major. I went to bed last night because of the time difference, and I really wasn't expecting him to win. And when I saw that alert on my phone, I was like, wow. But what went so wrong for Rory in round 3? You just touched on it slightly. He played so well in the first 2 rounds, and then it all kind of went downhill.
Well, there was a similarity between the 3rd round and those first 2 rounds. He was spraying it off the tee, so he was finding himself in the trees a lot, but then playing miraculous short game recovery shots, which led to his spectacular 36-hole total of 12 under par. In the 3rd round, he was wild off the tee again, but finding himself in more trouble and struggling to get out of it. But he didn't lose the head, which was most important, because he ended the Saturday, the 3rd round, tied for the lead with Cameron Young. So it meant that he was going out to the final group on Sunday, which is a lucky one because, well, nobody in the last 9 majors, in the last 9 Masters, I beg your pardon, have failed to win from the final group. So the odds were in his favour. But it was a struggle on Saturday, and he did seem out of sorts.
I love the fact that you said he was wild off the tee. I think a lot of people who play golf feel that they wild off the tee, don't they, Shane? But back-to-back Masters now for Rory McIlroy, his 6th major, 2nd green jacket. What is Rory's legacy? Will he now be remembered as one of the greatest golfers of all time?
Indeed. He's now tied with Sir Nick Faldo as best European performer in the majors with 6 majors. Rory has a lot of road ahead of him, and he has a lot of ambitions. He has mountains he wants to climb. I think he may have struggled a bit last year, having won the Masters finally, having had 11 attempts at the career Grand Slam, and finally getting it done. It led to a rather lackluster performance for the remainder of the year. Now I think he's got the blinkers back on, and obviously that was proven by his win last night in the Masters for his 6th major title. There are 3 more majors to go in the season, and, you know, I fancy him to win at least 1, if not 2 more, based on what we witnessed and knowing what Rory is like, because there's nothing like having a target, and Rory has several targets now ahead of him, and he wants to achieve them.
And Rory's such an interesting character, isn't he? Because he's ground away on those golf courses, didn't win a major for ages, but he kept at it. He's even spoken about how difficult that's been. But let's reflect a little bit on the character that is Rory McIlroy, because I've watched him play golf, and I've always thought, as I follow him around the courses, he just draws these huge crowds. Everyone wants to see him. You've interviewed him so many times. What makes Rory McIlroy this fan favourite? What gives him that allure? Because a lot of sportsmen are great, but they don't always have that X factor. Rory
is a person who wears his heart on his sleeve. He's so extraordinarily honest, Leigh Ann. Very forthright, doesn't shy away from things, and is a very interesting study as a result. And he's a very compelling interviewee because he just can't lie. He will just tell you the truth. And he's done that since as long as I've known him. I first interviewed him when he was 13 years of age. And in the course of that interview, it became apparent that he wasn't going down the collegiate route in the United States. That was not part of his future. And I said to him straight out, you know, does this mean that you're contemplating turning professional as a teenager? And he took a deep breath and he just went, yes, my intention is to turn professional after the Walker Cup at Royal County Down in 2007. So I'm interviewing him in 2003. And literally, he turned pro the morning after the Walker Cup was played at Royal County Down. Now, the Walker Cup is like the amateur Ryder Cup. It's Great Britain and Ireland amateurs versus the United States. And it was amazing. You know, I find him a hugely compelling figure, Leigh Ann. I find him very interesting to talk to and be around. And it doesn't always work out for him. He doesn't always play great. Sometimes he gets in trouble with things that he says and he has to backtrack. But, you know, we tend to give him a pass because he's so likable.
No, absolutely. Shane, I saw some great pictures of you with Rory McIlroy there over the years. So lovely to talk to you today, Shane O'Donoghue, and get your reflection on that second Masters win, US Masters win, of course, for Rory McIlroy. Thank you so much. A reminder of our top stories. President Trump warns Iranian ships will be eliminated as the US blockade on the Strait of Hormuz begins. Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban loses the country's election after 16 years in power. And golfer Rory McIlroy celebrates a historic win at the US Masters tournament in Augusta. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The war is on hold, but is it over? Both sides are hailing this ceasefire as their own personal victory. But if everyone's a winner, why does this pause already feel fragile? Difficult negotiations are ahead. Does President Trump want to finish the war or finish the job? We put it to our panel. That's coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters here in Riyadh. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up today, with geopolitical tensions weighing heavily on Gulf economies, the World Bank cuts its 2026 growth forecast for the Middle East. But Saudi Arabia is singled out as the region's strongest performer. We'll be assessing the impact of the ceasefire on oil prices and asking when will we see a return to pre-war price levels. We'll take an in-depth look at Saudi Arabia's real estate market and ask what impact are changes in foreign property ownership laws having on prices. Plus, we're going to take you to Saudi Arabia's northern borders region, where camels are central not just to the local economy, but also to sustainability efforts.
A warm welcome to the programme. Now, in the context of geopolitical tensions, the World Bank has revised its Middle East growth forecast for 2026. This as disruption in the Strait of Hormuz has impacted oil revenues and regional trade. But in its economic update for the region, the World Bank says that the outlook for Saudi Arabia is the strongest amongst all the Gulf economies. Although down from earlier forecasts, growth in the kingdom is now forecast at 3.1% for the year 2026. Well, analysts say this relative resilience is a reflection of the ongoing economic diversification efforts, as well as Saudi Arabia's strong economic fundamentals. Well, with investors keeping a close eye on the Iran ceasefire and the talks that are being hosted by Pakistan, global markets ended the week mostly higher. Well, let's get more now on how regional markets have been performing. And we can speak to Jamil Ahmed, who is the chief analyst at GTC and a global markets commentator. Jamil, welcome back to the programme. Thanks for joining us. We saw an initial bounce after the ceasefire was first announced, and the situation remains obviously quite fluid. But just talk us through the general trends that you've been seeing in the markets.
Yes, you're correct, Tom. The situation definitely remains fluid, and investors are continuing to watch all headlines because this is a sentiment-driven international financial market, whether you're looking at regional markets or whether you're looking at global markets, or that be Wall Street, Europe, and so forth. We're reacting to headlines rather than economic data and themes, and I still think that's going to be the case for some time. Of course, we're all hopeful worldwide, and fingers crossed that this diplomatic mission that's set to take place in Pakistan this weekend leads to all tensions and any geopolitical issues easing, but nonetheless, we are seeing some risk appetite come back into the markets. So financial markets are looking more positive as a result of some investor confidence heading into these weekend talks. And of course, the ceasefire that was announced this week. We're also seeing a little bit of more and increased volatility in oil prices, but we were going to expect that after the sudden fall after the ceasefire was agreed. But what I think is more promising for the international investor landscape is that some of the trends we saw during this geopolitical crisis, such as significant strength in the US dollar as a result of investors rushing to cash is king mentality, where they just want to hold cash and the US dollar is a safe haven in their portfolio. We did see the sharpest drop since January, just the previous traded session. So I think investors are optimistic that things will get back to normal. But of course, we have to watch the headlines, and any investor needs to be very much up to date on potential risks. Investor education is absolutely critical at this time. Nobody knows what's going to happen in the world, but we're trying to react and watch every headline as they come through.
Okay, and you know, as we've been saying, a volatile situation, volatile oil prices, that's despite a sharp fall in the context of the ceasefire deal that was signed. I just want to ask you where you see things heading to.
So we saw the sharpest fall in a good couple of years, not since the Russian-Ukraine crisis did we see a fall like we did on the previous training session. But nonetheless, there's still some concerns and a number of questions that will remain unanswered for a long time to come. And that's what's helping oil prices move back towards $100. Of course, by the time these weekend talks conclude, and hopefully in a positive way, that oil price of $100 won't remain for that long, because it's going to create quite an inflation outlook for the world economy. However, I do think the questions that remain unanswered is pretty much what's going to happen to supply and demand. How long is it going to take for that oil that is stuck in the Strait of Hormuz? How long is that going to take to be transported to where it's supposed to be? And also, unfortunately, the regional issues that have taken place, where there has been infrastructure damage and so forth, what impact that's going to have on the region being able to produce that commodity. And also, based on the global economic repercussions, how much demand there will be for the commodity in the future. And unfortunately, there's just a lot of questions that don't have answers. And we're not going to have answers for some time. And that's why investors are still looking for a higher oil price for longer. And let's see what happens next.
And when you look at the currencies, you look at commodities, particularly gold, a lot of talk about gold the last few months, really. I mean, have you detected any changes in investor behavior?
I think what surprised a lot of investors, but in fact, when you look at geopolitical crisis, it can happen a lot, is gold actually fell during the initial aftermath of what unfortunately took place in the region. And of course, you look at gold as a safe haven, you think that there's financial market uncertainty, economic uncertainty, and so forth, that gold will always benefit. And sometimes that's the case, but we never say never in international finance. And we did see gold prices actually fall significantly over the past month, all the way from above 5,000 to as low as 4,500 and below at some points. But we're starting to see a little bit of investor optimism come back into the gold market. I think that's a result of the weakening US dollar. So it was a clear portfolio restructure that we saw across institutions worldwide, where they were actually taking some profit off gold, moving holdings back into the US dollar as a cash is king mentality kind of trade. But now we're starting to see the US dollar weaken, and it would likely continue to be the case as long as these ceasefire talks do conclude optimistically this weekend. And that means that gold prices might actually benefit from this, although it will be seen as ironic because it will be seen as less uncertainty in the market. But the reason for this is that should we have a quick conclusion to what has been a very unfortunate crisis, it does mean that hopefully the world economy will start ticking again. And we're going to move back towards the themes that we've been speaking about for months, such as what's going to happen in the world economy, 2026, what is going to happen with central bank interest rates worldwide, where we're expecting more interest rate cuts, 2026. That's a benefit for gold. And in fact, because of this regional crisis that took place, we saw central banks indicating they will not be able to cut interest rates. And that also did lead to gold prices declining over the past month.
Jamil, the World Bank has issued a report about the region's economies, and it appears that Saudi Arabia is singled out for being the most resilient of all of the regional economies. I just wondered if you could just tell us a bit more about what that report says.
There's a couple of reasons for this. Overall, in terms of the headline economic figures, we're looking at GDP growth of Saudi Arabia now 3.1%, roughly 2026, somewhere down from the 4.2, 4.3% estimate that some institutions were suggesting just a couple of months ago. Of course, that is somewhat of a drop, but we have to compare that in a broader scope with what world economies and individual economies elsewhere worldwide will be looking at 2026. And all economies have been impacted by what has happened in the region. And that means that a lot of estimates are going to start being decreased in their initial estimates. But essentially what they've said is Saudi Arabia in the region will remain the top performing economy. It's seen as more resilient than its regional peers, and I would also say more resilient than some of its global peers as well. And one of the reasons why, if you look at the region, why the Saudi Arabian economy might not be as impacted as potentially where I'm situated now, is because if you look at what contributes to GDP, for example, Saudi Arabia is a growing tourism hub, but it's not known as a tourist hub. It's not known as an events hub. This is something that's tried to emerge over the past couple of years, but it's still on its way. Whereas if you're looking at the United Arab Emirates and so forth, so many events have been postponed. Obviously, tourism has been delayed based on what's happened. And that's why you're looking at some economies being a little bit more sensitive in terms of what's going to happen to economic projections than others. And that's also what's supporting the Saudi Arabian resilience message.
Okay, and just lastly, Jamil, I mean, despite everything, it does look, doesn't it, like business confidence in Saudi Arabia is still pretty strong.
We had PMI figures out this week, and we once again saw figures above 50, a number above 50, sorry. So basically, for those who are watching PMIs, any number above 50 signals growth in the sector, and a number below 50 signals contraction. So the business confidence reading that came out this week was above 52, so it's still quite above that parameter for growth. It was below, of course, the previous figure because of what's happened in the region. But it does show that private investment, private economy is still moving. You've still got the 2030 vision projects and so forth taking place. So not that much has been impacted longer term. It just happens to be a short term what's taking place and hopefully remain short term. And as we sometimes see with issues in the world economy, no matter what jurisdiction or which location you're situated in, when you have a short-term impact in the market, it can be recoverable. And I do think that if we see the ceasefire hold and hopefully all of these regional issues are put to bed at last, then the regional economies, the Saudi Arabian economy and the world economy as a whole can hopefully kick on towards what it was hoping to achieve in 2026.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that. Jamil Ahmed, Chief Analyst at GTC and Global Markets Commentator. Thanks for your time. Well, as we've been saying, despite global and regional pressures, Saudi Arabia's economy remains resilient, with business confidence still in growth territory and with substantial foreign reserves, which far exceed the global average. Well, let's get more on all of this. We can speak now to Dr. Mohammed Makni, who is an Associate Professor of Finance and Business School Dean at the Imam Mohammed Ibn Saud Islamic University here in Riyadh. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. I want to start by asking you what your feeling is about why the World Bank, which has just issued a report, considers the Saudi economy to be the most resilient economy in the region. What do you think the main factors are behind that?
I'm Mr. Tom, and thank you for having me. Actually, the Saudi economic, there is a lot of discussions these days, today, about the raising the tensions and how that will affect and impact in the Middle East, especially in the GCC countries. This area or this region, actually, this is not the first time, actually. We have a long record with tensions in this area, so I think there is a big experience with the Saudi Arabia dealing with this kind of tensions. But what makes things very important for the GCC and particularly Saudi Arabia, when we talk about the global energy market stability for this sector, I think it came from this region. When we talk about the largest producers in the world, it came from the Saudi and all the other countries in the GCC. And also at the same time, we can't actually dealing with GCC countries the same, let's say, producers, because some of the countries here they face more challenge than others. But when we talk about the Saudi exactly, actually, this is the biggest economic in the Middle East. Also, I think we have alternative way to continue producing oil. The East-West pipeline and impact in oil prices actually starting from the end of the February when the tensions start. We see the prices over $100. And 2 days ago, when the United States President Donald Trump starting 2 weeks, he announced 2 weeks starting for the ceasefire, it completely reflect or impact the oil prices less than $100. I think this is the main, let's say, the main important of the GCCs when we talk about the global energy market.
Okay, thanks for that, Dr. Makni. And something we've talked a lot about on this program is how the Saudi economy has diversified over the last few years away from oil. And I'm just wondering how significant you think that diversification effort has been in making the Saudi economy more robust, precisely in a situation like this one.
When we talk about the diversity in the Saudi economy, actually we have to mention the vision of 2030 plan. This strategy is completely changed the economic in the Saudi. And I think these tensions reflecting one important message for us. The vision 2030 is not optional, is essential at the moment. Because what we see from the strategic of the 2030, the first line defends our economics in the GCC countries. For that, I think, if we look to the figures from the official institution in the Saudi or in the GCC, we see how we have increase in non-oil sectors during 10 years. I mean, from when we started this vision in 2015, you can notice even during the COVID-19, the non-sectors oil increased better than oil sector in the crisis situation, and that's continue, and that's also let's say defends our economic. For example, last year 2025, we see there is a 4.5% increase in non-oil sector for Saudi. And also when we look to the economic indicators, other economic indicators, you will see, for example, inflation. This is in a healthy level, even in the crisis situation. That's because of the Vision 2030. Also, investment level. Yani last year, 2025, there is our balance almost $977 billion, which is a high number. These investors trust the area of the GCC and the Saudi Arabia particularly because of the Vision 2030. So I think today, as I said before, this is not optional. This is essential for us to continue in a Vision 2030 because what's happening after 2030 is really completely change our economics. Yes, there is some impact from these tensions, but still we can dealing with these tensions with a strategic 2030.
So just listening to what you're saying, I was trying to imagine what the reality would be for the Saudi economy without the diversification efforts that have been made and without Vision 2030. I mean, where would we be now if that vision hadn't been launched?
It will be actually a difficult situation. I think 2030 help a lot. And that's, we can see in the, as I said, in the indicators, the different today in the recovery, for example. Yani, I'm sure when these tensions finish in the area, in the region, the GCC countries can recover quick because of this strategy. And one of the things I think we noticed during these tensions, in all the countries, they put aside any conflict between them and they focus just to facing this challenge because they know the strategic or the one strategy which they launched in every country in GCC will help them together to survive and to continue at the same level of growth before or after even the COVID-19.
Okay. I'd like to ask you what sort of impact you see this conflict having on oil prices in the coming weeks. Where do you see things heading to?
I think I can put three scenarios actually. The first scenario, if the ceasefire continue and all the parts commitment with engaging in negotiation, I think everything it will be okay, and the oil prices will be in the range between $85 to $95 per barrel. But this is, I think, let's say, a optimistic scenario. The other scenario we talk, and this is the best scenario actually, and not all the parties actually commit for this negotiation, and this is the problem actually. If they didn't continue ceasefire during these 2 weeks, I think the oil prices will back again and sharp increasingly more than 100. And the other scenario, which is I think worst scenario, if the war more wide than what we see now, and I think this is will take more time. Not only during about this negotiation in these 2 weeks.
Okay, and just to summarize, I mean, how well do you think the Saudi economy has weathered this storm?
Regarding the Saudi, I think our economy is flexible and stable, and this is based the indicators of economic indicators. But does not mean we are far away from any impact. And here we talk about the oil exactly. Oil, because Saudi Arabia is one of the biggest countries producing the oil. But at the same time, we have to remember the Saudi east-west pipeline, invest in this line 45 years ago for this kind of situation. And now we produce from the Red Sea, and we're covering about 75% from which before we produce in East region. For that, I think the war time is very important. Even the tensions take a long time, that means more impact in our economic, especially in GCC. If the war or the tensions in this area ending by good negotiation between the countries, I think the Saudi and other countries in the GCC will recover quickly because of the vision 2030 for each country, and because of, as I said before, this is not the first time this country is facing a challenge like this.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Mohammed Makni, Business School Dean at the Imam Mohammed Ibn Saud Islamic University here in Riyadh. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's get more now. We're joined by the head of risk engineering at Marsh, Nick Holland, who joins us now. Marsh is, of course, one of the world's leading insurance brokers. Nick, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I mean, the last few weeks, there's been pretty significant disruption to the transport of oil, gas, other vital commodities through the Strait of Hormuz. And I just wondered how we've seen companies adapting to this new reality.
Well, thank you so much for having us. It's fair to say that the story is no longer, I guess, a damage-based story, but instead a story of resilience. Across our region, we have multiple operators which have many capabilities to remain resilient in these times. I often look to value that resiliency based on volume, as well as the yield that we see that the energy sector is producing. Quite often in the world of insurance, when we look at major losses, we value it in two ways. We have the physical impact of that loss, but also the business interruption impact, the financial consequence of that loss. And for us in this region and for this industry, the return on capital employed and the amount of financial yield that's achieved across the process plant technology we have can be absolutely spectacular. And in cases we see those business interruption exposures being many magnitudes greater than the physical damage itself. Now, it's not to say that the system is broken. From the energy, from the aspect of the energy industry that we see, we're seeing some fantastic resiliency efforts and continuity efforts to sustain operations, but also adapt to find new ways to mitigate a number of those business disruption impacts that are occurring across the region here.
So we're basically talking about two types of losses here, aren't we? We're talking about damage sustained to facilities or to operational equipment. We're also talking about losses in terms of business that has not been done, revenue streams that have been cut. And I'm just wondering, how does an insurance company cover both of those sorts of risks?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the insurance industry is here to help passively transfer over a number of our operators' risks. We work in and we operate in a risk management industry, and a number of operators are doing some fantastic activities and initiatives to inherently and actively manage their risks day to day. But for the risks that they can't manage themselves, then they look to transfer those over to the insurance market as best as possible at the total cost of risk that is optimized for their business. There's a variety of different insurances that are available. We look at sabotage and terrorism, political violence coverage, as well as the extensive war coverage as well for a number of operators across the region here.
And are these scenarios, I mean, I'm assuming the answer is yes, but I mean, these are presumably scenarios that you at Marsh and other insurers have had to sort of play out and sort of build different models based on different variables. I mean, would you say that you had planned for all of this?
It's absolutely. My sort of reason for being as a risk engineering function is to evaluate the quality of risk that we have in the region here, as well as the consequence of risk when things go wrong. We have some very positive features in the region which stand out notably for operators across the Middle East. When we look at business interruption in general, the resilience that we have across the sector here is just absolutely incredible. The amount of redundancy that we see, the amount of spare capital equipment that we see, the amount of additional logistics infrastructure in place, and that ability to re-optimize following a loss is going to be a key differentiator for this region once the logistical constraints open up. Today, the primary constraint that is limiting process plant utilization in the region is logistics, and it is the Strait of Hormuz. Once that opens up, we're going to see a significant amount of activity to ramp up and utilize all the available process plant equipment that's out here, which is some of the best in the world in terms of hardware, layout, process configuration, technology. The ability to re-optimize following that loss will be second to none in this region. And it's going to enormously mitigate a lot of the business interruption impacts that we see that are potentially at risk. So we do a significant amount of kind of pre-assessment, pre-modeling to often talk about the cost of risk and how much risk exhibits in this region here. But there are a huge number of variables at our advantage to re-optimize and bounce back stronger once these key logistical constraints are lifted.
Okay, just a couple more questions before we wrap up. I mean, I just wondered how you've seen your clients, companies reorganizing their operations in the context of these geopolitical tensions and keep energy flowing.
Absolutely. So we have some incredible chemistry in the region here, a significant amount of value that's added through that chemistry. We've seen operators adjust their production yields. So maybe they take a strategy which is more localized, so producing products and byproducts that benefit the local customers. We also see a shift towards goods which are easier to handle. So with key logistical constraints out the Strait of Hormuz around bulk solids, bulk liquids, we see a number of operators push towards packaged goods so they can distribute them and transport them in different ways by road and by rail, for example. Furthermore, we've seen a number of operators take this opportunity to take some planned maintenance. So bring forward maintenance activities. For a large chemical facility, you might plan to have a 30 to 45 day outage on that every few years for your rigorous maintenance activities. By preponing a lot of those maintenance activities now, it means that from a timing effect, you're able to produce more later. So the kind of net balance of production within the next kind of 12 to 18 months should balance out as you preponed that maintenance, whilst banking in this sort of highly available, highly reliable unit that will restart as soon as possible.
Just lastly, Nick, I mean, I think a lot of people who even don't know very much about insurance language know the term force majeure. And we heard quite a lot about it during the course of the last few weeks. And I'm just wondering, what does it sort of mean in a very simple way? And how has it affected energy companies in their operations these last couple of weeks?
No, absolutely. I mean, force majeure is certainly never taken lightly. It is that condition, that clause that you can only deploy once you've exhausted every other alternative option. And operators, they do not want to be in that position of declaring force majeure, but there will be cases beyond their control, unprecedented cases like we have today, where they're going to have to deploy and utilize those provisions within their contracts. In terms of the operational element, the operational side of it, our operators would have looked at a variety of different alternatives. So how can they reorganize their process equipment in different ways, maybe running different raw materials, maybe changing the chemistry, the process conditions, maybe changing the severity of the process equipment that they are running to try and sustain their production and satisfy the customer demands. For any complex process facility, you'll have tens of thousands of variables to match against tens of thousands of constraints. There's a huge amount that can be done to re-optimize equipment. And so to be in the situation where you have one constraint which you cannot satisfy with all the variables that you have will unfortunately lead to the situation of force majeure. And our operators are tank tops, unable to get their materials away, and will have to wait for that rate limiting final constraint to be lifted before they can satisfy the original customer demands.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Nick Holland, Head of Risk Engineering at Marsh. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's turn our attention now to Saudi Arabia's real estate market and see what the broad trends are in the kingdom's three main residential markets, namely Riyadh, Jeddah and Dammam. Well, the regional property advisory firm Cavendish Maxwell has just published a report which shows that during the year 2025, performance in these three markets has been quite divergent. Riyadh saw a drop in the number of transactions compared to the previous year, but with markedly higher average prices. Well, property sales in Jeddah set some new records, with average transaction prices up sharply, while Dammam, a star-performing market, saw notable increases in both property values and volumes. So, what are the key factors behind these contrasting performances, and how is 2026 shaping up? Well, to help us answer those questions and more, we can speak now to Zaki Sajjad, who is the director at the regional property advisory Cavendish Maxwell, we were talking about just there. Thank you so much for joining us, Zaki. I mean, just first of all, could you just talk us through the main points that stood out for you in this report?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for having me, first of all. So, as you alluded to, we've had a bit of a divergence across the kingdom. So if we look at Riyadh to start with, albeit transaction volumes are down slightly, sort of versus 2024, 2024 was a record average high, in that respect. So, and if we look at the average sales prices of both apartments and villas, they're both up at 6.6% and 9.7% combined. And, we're looking at an average transaction price of about 1.7 million Saudi riyals. So when we look at Jeddah by comparison, 30,500 transactions, highest level in recent years. Dammam tells us a similar story, albeit it was 9,500 transactions in 2025, and that's an 18.7% increase year on year, which is, as I said, a bit of a star performer there. So, and again, when we look at the average sale prices in both those locations, both Jeddah and Dammam, apartments up in Jeddah 1.2% and apartments in Dammam up 5.2% in value year on year, with villas in Jeddah at 3.2% up year on year and villas in Dammam 2.8% year on year. So that sort of gives you a bit of a picture of what's been happening across the three regions.
We've talked quite a lot on this programme about changes in foreign property ownership laws. And I'm just wondering what impact you're expecting those laws to have on the real estate market.
I think number one, positive. If we look at other sort of regional countries that have introduced foreign ownership, it's been quite successful for those countries. So I think the kingdom now stepping into this themselves and offering foreign ownership, residential foreign ownership is a positive step. I think you will likely see quite a lot of demand there from foreign owners who are looking to own in the kingdom for a multiple of reasons. And that's, I think, obviously all of this is part of Vision 2030, which I think has been alluded to quite a lot. This is in keeping with the vision, and a lot of reforms from government, such as the white land tax reform and the rental reforms, are going to help to bolster this foreign ownership also.
And when it comes to those international buyers, are we seeing them perhaps focused on one area more than another, specific areas? Do they have any specific considerations that perhaps makes them different from local buyers?
Yeah, well, so, first of all, foreign ownership will not be permitted in the holy cities. So it's only in the other regions. And I think when you look at what's been happening, there's population growth certainly within Riyadh. It's been phenomenal over the last few years, and with what's to come in terms of Expo 2030, as well as some very high profile events such as the World Cup, which will be coming to the kingdom, and now obviously if we look at across various sectors and various industry, a lot of foreign talent now looking to relocate to the kingdom. With rents where they're at, this is allowing them to potentially get onto the property ladder and actually have an asset that is something that they can hold on to and build equity into.
So bottom line, we can expect these foreign ownership laws to affect property values in a positive way, i.e. send them higher as demand goes up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that will happen. Now, it may not happen overnight. You know, real estate by its very nature is an illiquid asset class. So, you know, it takes a while for markets to really see that effect. And obviously, this is a fairly new concept for the kingdom. I think the initial foreign owners that step in, as we've seen in sort of other sort of neighbouring countries, and those first early movers benefited quite significantly in terms of the value that was added over the medium to long term, and in some cycles, even in the short term, depending on which cycles you're looking at. So, yeah, absolutely, I think that's part of it. And I think when you have Jeddah and that whole coastline becomes quite an attractive proposition, as well as, you know, what's to come in Dammam and the eastern provinces, again, slightly more affordable location than Riyadh and Jeddah. And so that will tap into a certain demographic of foreign owners as well.
I mean, looking ahead towards the end of the decade, as we often do, we talk a lot about the year 2030. I mean, what do you expect the state of the real estate market to be?
I mean, obviously, I don't have a crystal ball, so I can't sort of predict the future. But if you look at real estate traditionally, it's an asset class that over the medium to long term tends to perform well for people that invest into that asset class. And if we look at the vision of the kingdom and what is expected in terms of, you know, high profile international events, be that, you know, the MICE and various industry events that take place, as well as this, this transformation across the kingdom, all of this is converging quite positively to have a very good future outlook for the kingdom in terms of real estate values.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you speaking to us and telling us about that report.
Thank you very much.
Zaki Sajjad, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
And we're going to end in Saudi Arabia's northern borders region, where for centuries camels have been an important economic asset, playing a key part in transport and trade. Well, the region is home to some 57,000 of the animals, and in historical trade hubs such as Lina and Al-Mashadha, modern transport has gradually reduced dependence on camels. But these four-legged beauties remain central not just to the local economy, but also to sustainability efforts. Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching the Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. We look forward to seeing you again next week.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in maintaining as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility.
Ya Allah! Ya Allah! Ya Allah!
In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7th. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
The war is on hold, but is it over? Both sides are hailing the ceasefire as their own personal victory. But if everyone's a winner, why does this pause already feel fragile? Difficult negotiations are ahead. Does President Trump want to finish the war or finish the job? We put it to our panel on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Joining us for this discussion is Natalie Tocci, Director of the Istituto Affari Internazionali and Professor of Practice at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. Bijan Kian is back with us, an Iranian-American businessman, former US official and president of the Institute for Voices of Liberty. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Hamid Reza Gholamzadeh, Director of Diplo House and a Deputy of International Affairs at Tehran Municipality. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, the fragile nature of this ceasefire is already evident. Just hours after it was announced, there were reports of violations, and there's further uncertainty around whether or not Israel is beholden to the pause The Israeli military has continued to strike targets, including civilians in Lebanon, saying it's not part of the deal. Now, that's prompted Iran to announce that for a time they've closed the Strait of Hormuz again and have threatened to withdraw from the ceasefire agreement altogether if Israel continues its attacks. So, Ahmed Reza, let's start with you. Is this the start of the end or just the end of the start of this conflict?
I think the start of the end, because Lebanon was part of the deal and the Americans and Israelis are violating that part. It was mentioned by Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Shahbaz Sharif, in his tweet that Lebanon and elsewhere, quote unquote, is part of the deal between Iran and the United States, and it is part of the ceasefire. But we are seeing that there has been attack against Lebanon by Israelis, and there has been some attacks against Iran as well. So it seems that we are not witnessing the real ceasefire on the ground from the very beginning of that.
Bijan, what do you make of that? Are the US and Israel already breaching this ceasefire?
Well, let's start from the beginning of what happened. What happened was 47 years of hostilities from the Islamic Republic, who started the war in 1979. It's a mistake to think that the Israelis or United States started the war. So when you say start of the end or end to the start, I think we need to look back at what happened. 47 years of tyranny, of crime, of incompetence has left the entity Islamic Republic extremely weak, at its weakest point. Angry people because they killed 60,000 or more of their children. Angry neighbors because they threw missiles at them.
But if we just look at the today, if we just look at now, what do you think about this current ceasefire? Have there been mistakes made already?
Ceasefire was fragile yesterday. It's broken today, and no doubt about it. The situation is very, very temporary. Nothing has changed. I listened to Secretary Hegseth saying, we're staying around. We're not going anywhere. So don't celebrate. And for Islamic Republic in Iran to declare victory, it takes really over and above the intestinal fortitude they've shown for 47 years to claim victory when Trump issued a very rude threat, unconventional. We haven't had diplomatic language using expletives like that, which is the point of degradation. It's a point of insult. And the Islamic Republic against that showed amazing flexibility and caved. That's the short story. Nothing has changed. We'll see what happens. Today, I don't believe Islamic Republic has a way out. 60,000 grieving mothers are standing in front of this government and shouting, we don't want you.
Fake news. There is no 60,000.
Everything is fake news for you. Of course, you get paid to lie, like your colleagues in the Islamic Republic.
Thank you for your accusation, but there is no document for that. And President Trump admitted that they had armed terrorists.
Go talk to those mothers and tell them that you did not murder.
President Trump admitted arming the protesters and the rioters. You can talk to President Trump.
I don't expect you
and of course, Netanyahu also.
Okay, but Bijan, we have invited Ahmed Reza on to give his point of view, so we will respect it and give you a platform to express it.
He interrupted me, and I have to respond, but I am willing to listen to him. Whatever he says, he has zero value for what he says.
Okay. Maybe to you, but our audience may think differently on Counterpoints. We want to give all sides of the story. Natalie, I'm going to come to you in just a moment, but let me just ask Ahmed Reza very quickly. Bijan said Iran caved, and if Secretary of War/Defense Hegseth says the US isn't going anywhere, well, if the US was victorious, why do they need to stay?
That's the point. If they were victorious, they did not need to explain their victory, and everyone would actually witness that. we are seeing many analysts, professors, politicians admitting that Iran has been the winner. So Americans announced regime change at the first goal. Then they moved the goalpost and they changed their objectives, and none of them has happened. From the day one, when they said that the regime change is the goal, everyone said that Iran's survival would be a winning for the country. And it has happened, but not only that has happened, the United States has accepted Iranian terms for the discussion and negotiation. So a winner, I doubt, would be accepting the loser's terms for negotiations. And that's what the Americans have accepted to discuss Iranians' 10 items for the negotiation. So I doubt that it would be correct to say that the Americans are the winners and Iran has been bowed down to the threats. We all know that they are running out of munitions for defensive equipment. And it was the Americans who asked for a ceasefire, not the Iranian side. So they can make their own narrative, but the reality on the ground is totally different.
Okay, Natalie, let me bring you in here. So fragile, less than 24 hours in, is it doomed to fail?
Well, I don't think it's doomed to fail, but I do think that there are different sets of incentives here, right? So it is fairly clear to me that regardless of what we think of the Islamic Republic of Iran, no matter what we and how much we may want to see it go or not go, that the truth of the matter is that it is true that it's the United States that wanted out, right? And the United States wanted out because it wasn't actually achieving its goals. I think there's this mistaken, this kind of confusion between, the show of military might and how many targets are hit and the fundamental strategic objectives of this war. And in this respect, I agree with what Hamid Reza was saying. I mean, either whether you look at it from the angle of regime change, nuclear, missile, and on top of it, you had something that didn't exist before the war, i.e. the de facto control of the Strait of Hormuz. And you look at it from any perspective, and so far, it doesn't mean that this will be the end point, but so far, it has been a strategic failure for the United States. I really think that analytically, despite what we would like to see happen, analytically, it's very difficult to argue that this is not the situation today. Now, the question, though, is whether this is a steady state. And not only because, as you were rightly saying, as we've seen over the course of this day, extremely fragile, but also because there's another actor that actually may not want to see this war end. And that other actor we haven't talked about yet is Israel, right? And I think that this almost sort of macabre play of is Lebanon part or not part of this deal is essentially aimed at Israel in the same way as Iran has basically tried to transform successfully this conflict in an asymmetric one, drawing in the Gulf. Israel is trying to do likewise when it comes to Lebanon. And given that Hezbollah did, quote unquote, stand up in this case for the Islamic Republic of Iran, it would probably feel that, and it would probably expect Iran to do likewise now, right? So now we basically, Israel that does not want to see an end of this war, essentially through the Lebanese route, trying to reignite war and therefore the breaking of the ceasefire.
I'm going to come to Lebanon specifically in a moment, but Bijan, I want your response to some of Natalie's comments there. Did the US want out, and has this been a strategic failure?
Who approached Pakistan, Professor, to ask for mediation? The United States or the Islamic Republic? I think your assumption that the United States wanted out, of course. Who wants to create a long war? United States doesn't want a long war, of course, without a doubt. But I ask you, Professor, this question. What I like to do is get away from Israel, which obviously you would like to condemn, and I like to get away from the United States for a moment and invite you to look at Iran. First of all, I like to correct your guest. Don't call it Iran. You represents Islamic Republic in Iran, not Iran. Iran is an old, ancient, glorious culture, and Islamic Republic, which you represent, is a 47-year-old delinquent juvenile. So, Professor, going back to Iran, do you believe that an Islamic Republic today is stronger in any way or weaker with killing its own people? Now, the number is disputed. Yes, you know, the distinguished guest says that this is a lie. It's fake news. I think people of Iran will not believe you. That's your problem. It doesn't matter. You can convince me. But, Professor, you have people who don't want a government. You have neighbors who've been attacked for no reason. You are weak. Your air force is gone. Your sky is in the control of foreign forces. What do you assess the durability or sustainability of such a government? You speak with such confidence that, you know, it's Israel's war. No, it's the people of Iran's war against the tyrant government. Professor, what do you think? Do you think it's sustainable like this?
Is this a question to me or a question to Hamid?
It's to you.
Okay, so I actually think that... Apologies. Yeah. I actually think that prior to the beginning of this war, indeed, the Islamic Republic of Iran was at its weakest point. And I think that particularly after the protests in January, for the first time, and I'm no Iran expert, right? But for the first time, I heard those that are Iran experts that were actually debating whether indeed it may be the beginning of the end. My sense is that what this war has done is that it's actually provided a new lease of life to the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's not, as I said, I'm trying to be analytical about it. It's not necessarily what Natalie wants to see.
Do you anticipate people of Iran forgiving this government? Do you anticipate?
I anticipate the people of Iran at this point in time being singularly focused on who has been most recently committing crimes against them. And tragically, as opposed to January, where it was indeed the Islamic Republic of Iran, tragically, who has been committing crimes most recently against them is the United States and Israel. And I don't think that Iranian citizens...
Your logic would not hold in your class, I'm afraid, to tell you. Your logic doesn't hold. You're ignoring the fact.
Why not? Elaborate on that. Why doesn't it hold?
Does not have legitimacy. You're ignoring that. And you're going to your own preferred status of the world, as you would like to define it.
No, listen, I'm an Italian citizen. I don't have skin in this game, right? So I'm simply looking at the situation.
Didn't you see the killing of the people, Professor?
And this is why I'm saying that in January, I actually thought that maybe this was a regime that was just one push away from imploding.
Nothing has changed.
What this war has done,
what this war
has done, it's actually provided a new lease of life.
Okay, yes, Hamid Reza, I wanted to put that to you.
Focus on that. The regime killed its own people. Focus on that.
What the gentleman is trying to do is what in academia they call it motivated reasoning and cognitive bias. He is so angry with the Islamic Republic that they are trying to detach it from the country of Iran. And he is ignoring the history that the American hostility against Iran.
Iranian people have done that. I'm not doing it. They don't consider you.
In 1950s, there was no Islamic Republic, and the Americans staged a coup against the democratically elected government of Mossadegh. And the Pahlavi regime that this gentleman supports against the Islamic Republic.
We'll just let Hamid Reza finish his statement there.
Iran is the Islamic Republic is the government, the establishment who has improved the Iranian power. And if Iran is so weak, and it's at weakest point right now, and the Americans, who claim to be the strongest military in the world, have failed to achieve their goals against that and have failed in their military objective against that. So let's see how strong Iran is. That would be telling enough, I guess, to the audience. Regarding the January unrest, I should say that, yes, there have been some people killed, unfortunately. More than 3,000 people have been killed. Some of them have been killed by the security forces, and they have been terrorist groups. And majority of them were killed by the rioters and terrorist groups who, first of all, Mossad account has...
Okay, I'm just going to interrupt you there. You've both had your say on what's happened in January, but we don't have time to go back and to analyse the January situation. We've had both sides of that discussion. So I'm just going to put a pin in that and return us to this current ceasefire, because I don't want to get too distracted to go in and reanalyse January again. Natalie, I want to ask you if we can go back to the comments you made about Israel and Lebanon. The Pakistani Prime Minister says Lebanon was absolutely part of this deal. Israel says it wasn't. Do we run the risk now of Israel jeopardising the ceasefire? And can the US, do you think, with a global perspective, rein in Israel and bring them back into the fold here?
Well, as I said, I think that Israel's interest in this respect diverges from that of the United States. Israel, since the day after the 7th of October, has basically pursued a strategy. In a sense, it's a kind of almost a military doctrine of permanent war in the Middle East. And whether this is genocide in Gaza, ethnic cleansing in the West Bank, war and occupation in Lebanon, southwest Syria, attacks in Yemen, attacks in Iraq, and of course war in Iran, we have basically, this has been a constant for Israel over the course of the last years. So I think, or maybe I should qualify, I don't necessarily think this is Israel's interest, but it's certainly Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister's interest. And of course, as we know, he is facing re-election this year. So I think his interest will be that of, in some shape or form, continuing this war. Now, he doesn't have the ability of going after Iran alone, right? And we have always seen the way in which he has tried to drag the United States in. Now, if the United States does not want to, at this point in time at least, pursue and continue war with Iran, the only available option for Netanyahu to continue a state of permanent war in the region is through Lebanon. And as I said, in the same way as Iran has pursued an asymmetric strategy in drawing in the Gulf, Israel, I think, is trying to do likewise by drawing in Lebanon. And through Lebanon, indirectly bringing the United States into a war in Iran, which is really what I think it is interested in. Now, is it going to succeed in doing so? Who knows? So far, the Israeli Prime Minister has been singularly effective in manipulating the United States president.
Bijan, is there a concern in your mind or in the US's mind that Israel could jeopardise the work that the US has done to return to the negotiating table here? Do you think the US can constrain Israel's objectives if they do, in fact, diverge from the United States?
Well, the test of rationality is for each actor to serve their own best interests, without a doubt. And that's the first principle which cannot be easily violated. Now, Israel would do what Israel needs to do to protect its people and its territory, without a doubt. Would Israel listen to the United States on what could serve that interest? Absolutely. I think Israel and the United States have the kind of relationship that I don't see a daylight at this moment. So when there is no daylight between Washington and Jerusalem, we see, not perfect harmony. Of course, not perfect harmony. There are disagreements, there are ups and downs. But I believe Israel would do what Israel needs to do, and the United States would do what the United States needs to do. The interests of the United States in the region, in the Gulf, in the Persian Gulf region, and the Middle East in greater sense, remains the same. And the interest of United States allies, including Israel, remain the same.
Do you think, though, that the White House is going to be pretty put out to think that Israel could be derailing the hard work they've done to get Iran back to the table here?
It's not Israel that's derailing. Look at the list of the 10 demands put forward by the Islamic Republic. It's a list of impossibilities. Look at it. Take a look at it. And I asked the professor also to assess objectively, as I understand the point of interest for the professor is to beat up on Bibi and his political positioning. Understood. I get it. But I really want to invite you to take a look at these realities. What's complicating the peace process is unreasonable demands. What is the Islamic Republic saying? Essentially, leave Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis alone. Let them do what they are doing. I will continue to help them, and you cannot stop me. Promise you won't attack me, and lift all the sanctions. Sure, I think that's a dream list, but it will never happen. It will never happen. Not this coming Saturday. Never. That's my forecast. And you know, people in the remaining, whatever is left of Islamic Republic, which I believe is not much, can celebrate a few days. We won, declare victory. They can continue the hallucinations. But the reality on the ground remains the same. Angry people, angry neighbors, diminished resources, almost diminished military power, nothing left. All evidenced by this free flying aircrafts in the Iranian sky. And Iran is different from Islamic Republic.
Okay, I'm going to move us on to our next segment because this leads really nicely onto it, about the specifics of this deal. Because after almost 6 weeks of destruction regionally and globally, economic chaos, we finally have what President Trump, even though you, Bijan, say it's a wish list, President Trump says it's a workable basis for ceasefire talks, which in itself, is interesting because Iran's 10-point plan contains numerous conditions the US had previously outright rejected. Now, both sides have claimed that the 2-week pause is a victory. So, Ahmed Reza, I want to put it to you. What do you make of what Bijan was just saying there, that this is a wish list that is unattainable and it is not an achievable basis for a ceasefire?
I think President Trump has already answered to him. If it was such, the United States would not accept it as a framework for discussion and would not principally accept the 10 items. So it seems that it is working that they are accepting. And the situation is difficult for the Americans and Israelis. Israeli regime is trying to, as Professor mentioned, it's trying to make it asymmetrical and moving the Lebanese front and away from the Iranian front, and wants to continue that war in order to survive the current situation. But the other side is that Americans need to stop this war because of the current situation. Yes, Iranian sky might be very open to the Americans, yet they have lost more than 10 aircrafts during the last week when they came to Isfahan, and before that, and there have been some targeting. And it seems to be improving for the Iranian side. So the situation, the conditions that Iran put in the item list is that Iran wants to end this war once and forever. It does not want to have the wrong cycle of having some attacks against ceasefire, attack against ceasefire, and it needs to be stopped. And Iran proved that its security economy through the Strait of Hormuz. So if the world and the Americans and the others want to benefit from the Strait of Hormuz, they need to guarantee the Iranian security. And these are intertwined, and then they cannot simply attack Iran anymore. But that's what Iran is trying to do.
Okay. Natalie, weigh in on this wish list or workable basis, this 10-point proposal. I mean, it is a maximalist demand from Iran. Is it almost the case that this is so maximalist that there's no way that this can be achievable? Is Iran effectively setting the US up to not be able to agree to any of this, and it's just going to snowball once again?
Well, I mean, it is maximalist, right? But I think that the fact that it's maximalist goes back to our earlier discussion. It's maximalist because the way in which this war has gone has actually increased Iran's leverage in a negotiation with the United States compared to what it was prior to this war. So I think, in a sense, it's not so much a question of whether it's realistic or not. It's that this is the opening salvo, and the opening salvo is maximalist because of how the war went, right? So I think, to me, it's more a reflection of what has been happening over the last weeks rather than what will happen over the next few weeks. No, I don't think that these points as they are will be accepted. I also think that it's not very realistic The point, though, is that if that is the basis of a negotiation and therefore of compromises, inevitably, if there's going to be an agreement, Iran will have to, in a sense, dial down somewhat. But it's dialing down from a benchmark that it has set, right? And this is what I think makes this negotiation tilted more in favor of Iran than the United States, as I said, in relative terms, compared to what it was prior to when this war began.
Bijan, I'm surprised that you haven't jumped on that.
No, I just wanted to say that the professor elegantly refers to the opening salvo, but professor, how about the second strike capability? You can have a very strong opening salvo and nothing to back that one up with. So what do you think? Again, the reason I invite you to, because I have a lot of respect for your academic stance, that very distinguished Johns Hopkins, but I'm not listening to a professor. I'm listening to a political activist, and you're doing a good job at that. So,
can I just interrupt you on this point? I think the problem, Bijan, you are mistaken.
The opening salvo cannot be backed.
You are confusing desire and analysis. We may actually agree on what we would like to see happen, but I'm not here to express, I don't think people watching are particularly interested in knowing what I would like to see happen. I'm here to trying to share my thoughts of what I do see happen. I may be wrong.
I get it.
It's not desire, it's analysis.
Professor, I get it. Thank you. Thank you for the academic reference. What I'm trying to say here to you is that this is a pause. You seem to be very definitive about what's going to come next, and that this list is really a very good beginning. They're going to dial down from this. When they do dial down, let's dig into it. What would they be arriving at? Which part of lift all the sanctions? Which part of let us continue supporting the 3H, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis? Which part of that can be dialed down? To what level? I don't understand. I'm asking for clarification. I don't believe it can be dialed down. I believe this is a list of impossibilities. It will go nowhere. But
Bijan, you've said on this program before that President Trump likes to go all in, ask for the world and more in his negotiating style, and then he works back from there. Has Iran not just learnt from the master?
Of course, but the difference, Melinda, is in the ability to deliver on a promise. Islamic Republic has not been able to deliver on its threat. Look, President Trump issued a very rude, very undiplomatic, condescending message and threatened the Islamic Republic, open the Strait of Hormuz or else. What did the Islamic Republic do? Caved. Do not forget that. This is an indication of the false claim that the Islamic Republic is ahead and they're not. This is all.
So why President Trump accepted the Iranian terms?
President Trump does what serves the best interest of the United States, and if he sees a pause being necessary at this point, for many reasons. If you want, I can tell you some of the reasons he may have done that. You may not going to like it, because, the President of the United States has power to engage a military operation for 60 days, and a pause resets the clock. That is not good news for you, and that is not good news for the Islamic Republic. But don't look for the reasons why, and don't read too much into it. He has not accepted the terms. The terms are not finalized.
He has mentioned it in his post. Man, you're talking for him. He has written that.
President Trump has not agreed to any of the terms, especially the ones I'm referring to. We'll see. I mean, you can make that claim today. Okay. You already declared victory.
I know that the American government does not fulfill its commitments and does not follow its agreements. We have experienced that within the JCPOA and within 2 times of negotiations with the Americans. So I don't need explanation about that. But he has written that it would be based, the negotiations would be based on Iranian terms. So if it was such, and if Iranians had caved, and if they had the upper hand, he would not accept this.
You don't.
And Iran has prepared itself for
understand the meaning of this is a workable frame. You take workable frame for an agreement. I'm sorry, you need to correct yourself. Workable frame is not the same as I've agreed to these. That's
a good point, Hamid Reza. I mean, he has said this is a workable basis. The president hasn't said we're going to take all of these on board. So this could be a very difficult and long, drawn-out, tense negotiation. It's very hard to negotiate successfully against President Trump.
It is not, because Iran has a good experience about that. But the point is that... Mm-hmm. Am I supposed to answer, or...?
Yeah, go ahead, Hamid Reza, go ahead. We'd like to hear from you.
The point is that President Trump needed a ceasefire, and because of that, it accepted Iranian terms. And I'm quite sure, it is my analysis, I'm not telling you as a fact, but I'm quite sure that the Americans would not adhere to their words, and they have already stepped back from that. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif mentioned and written in his tweet that Lebanon is part of the deal. President Trump has said it is not part of that. So on the day one, they have a step back from their own words. Shahbaz Sharif is not Iran, is not Hezbollah, is not either of those H3. He is the mediator, and we are quite sure that he has been discussing the issue with both sides. And he admits, and he has written as the first person, that Lebanon is part of that. The Americans have a step back from that. So we are quite sure that Americans would not fulfill their commitments, that they would not actually follow their words, and they would break it. And they're doing like that. But yes, it shows that the Americans needed the ceasefire, and for that necessity and their need, they accepted the Iranian terms to violate that in the future and to change it during the negotiations. And that's why he got mad at CNN for translating the 10 items that was issued by Iranian Supreme National Security Council, because it was revealing what Americans have accepted as the framework for the negotiations. I know that they have not accepted it fully, but they had accepted it as a framework. So he was angry because he could not hide the story and he could not step back easily. So that's why he attacked CNN and forced them to actually remove the news and to change the position. So yes, they needed...
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question actually to Hamid Reza?
Please.
So I hear you say implicitly and explicitly Iran does not trust the United States, both because of the history, violation of the JCPOA, but also because of what has been happening essentially over the last year under the second Trump administration. So what I also hear you say is that fundamentally what Iran is after is some guarantee that basically this is not going to happen again, right? And presumably that's a guarantee that the United States cannot provide because you don't trust the United States. And this kind of leads to my question, which is a China-related question, right? Is this where you're looking for in terms of in a sense, trying to see who else could provide guarantees? Or is this simply a kind of very Western way of thinking about security guarantees? And in particular, if you could just comment on how you see China's role in all of this.
There has been some news about China, but I'm not sure about that, so I cannot comment on that, honestly. But it's not about who can guarantee, it's about what can guarantee that. And it seems that the Strait of Hormuz is the most important leverage to guarantee the situation, the security of the future of Iran. If the whole world is connected to the security of Iran, the whole world would stop Americans or Israelis from attacking Iran, and everyone would know that if there is another attack against Iran, everyone would lose because of that. So it seems that for Iran, the most pragmatic way of guaranteeing security is the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, one of the demands that Iran is making is removal of the American military bases from the region, because they are the source of the attacks against Iran. And by their removal, then the probability of attacks against Iran would be much less. I don't say that it would be zero. It's not like that, but it would degrade the possibility to a great extent. So these are the most important factors that Iran could see as the guarantors of the security.
Bijan, do you want to weigh in on any of that, or on how China may play into this?
I will ask the gentleman, you're a scholar and very smart person. Why don't you go back to the Islamic Republic and ask them the question? The people of Iran don't want you. Your own survey.
Which people are you talking about?
Islamic Ministry of Guidance conducted a survey that showed more than 73%, later on up to 90% of Iranians don't want the Islamic Republic. Why don't you just turn the power to the people? It is not sustainable. You cannot kill every Iranian just to stay in power. It's unreasonable.
I understand.
Why don't you do that?
I understand your anger.
Announce a date.
I understand your anger. But which people are you talking about?
Okay, let Ahmed Reza respond to that question there.
Millions of people are on the streets supporting the government.
Let me finish.
Every night, millions of people are on the streets to support the government.
Okay, all right. Bijan, finish your question, and then we'll let Ahmed Reza respond.
There is a persistent problem. The persistent problem is a sea of blood between the Iranian people and the Islamic Republic. Islamic Republic's best choice is to test its own credibility and legitimacy. Turn it back to the people. Mm-hmm. That's the long-term solution. That's the best solution for the Iranians. Nobody wants destruction of Iran because, as you heard me say, Reza, I believe Iran is a country of thousands of years of culture and history.
Okay, we're getting close to the end of our debate, so I'm just going to cut you short there, Bijan. Ahmed Reza, a brief response to you, because we need to get back onto the global stage. I don't want to get bogged down in domestic elections too much, but a quick response.
I just couldn't lose the opportunity.
The response is that every night, hundreds of thousands of people and millions of people are on the streets of Iran, and they are supporting the government. They are people. He is ignoring that. There are some opposition. There's no denial of that. Every country has protesters and opposition. But millions of people are supporting the Islamic Republic. Tomorrow is the 40th. Tomorrow is the 40th day of the martyrdom of the Supreme Leader. And people are going to celebrate that, to have some ceremonies and some rituals about that. Just look at the footage tomorrow. Not long, less than 24 hours. Tomorrow morning, you can see how many people would commemorate the martyred leader. And that would be probably the peoples that you're talking about. Okay, that the videos.
They're your friends. They're not afraid to be shot.
All right. I'm going to need to interrupt you there. We're almost out of time, and I want to get a look at the global perspective on this, because President Trump has used America's might for a war with Iran that many US lawmakers say hasn't yet achieved its objectives, even though we've heard from the president that it has. And in the process, it has perhaps revealed some limitations to maybe America's power or America's leverage that, as we've been discussing, has certainly come to the notice of Beijing and potentially Moscow. We've also seen the president calling into question NATO's Article 5 Mutual Defence Pact. We had NATO allies not rushing to the US defence when they called to rally the troops towards the Strait of Hormuz. So, Natalie, has this conflict strengthened or damaged America's global standing with their traditional allies?
Well, I think there's no question about it that there has been a very significant weakening of the credibility of the United States. Now, of course, this is just a latest iteration, right? It has started with the US betrayal over Ukraine, its threats to annex Greenland, tariffs. So in a sense, this is just the latest iteration. And of course, it's not the first time that Trump threatens NATO, says he wants to leave NATO, and sort of belittles Europeans at every useful opportunity. Now, I think what's interesting, though, in the context of this war, is that when the war began, actually, with the exception of a few countries, and in particular Spain, Norway, that I would say the mainstream of European countries tilted more in favor of the US. what you have ended up seeing is over the course of this war, as basically Trump's declarations, particularly those of the last few days, became particularly unhinged, as those threats to NATO came in, as the war has gone in the way in which we have been discussing, you see that sort of mainstream European consensus turning really rather radically against this war, right? I'm talking here about governments. Public opinion was always against the war, so that was never really an issue. So in a sense, in the journey, if you take two extremes, on one extreme you have, let's say, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, a kind of, sycophant in chief, and on the other end you have, Pedro Sanchez, Spanish Prime Minister, in a sense, opposition in chief. You have that, European consensus shifting from, in a sense, seeing Trump as daddy, quote unquote, in the way in which Rutte had described him, to viewing him far more as baddie, in the way in which Sanchez would describe him.
Bijan, have some of those recent comments, social media posts, turned a bit of the tide against the president, do you think? Has it damaged perhaps what some may have seen as important work?
President Trump is a fighter. He's been fighting against a lot of things that a lot of people don't want to see. He's breaking the rules left and right, making many people angry, including some of his former supporters. So this is his way of governance. This is how he is ruling in his position, and he uses his authority within the law to be the way he is.
And how do you think that's impacting his global standing? Do you think people look at and respect the strength, or do they look at it and are concerned maybe by the volatility?
Europe in general doesn't have to worry about defense if the bulk of the expenses for its defense is paid by the United States. But Europe doesn't feel in any way a responsibility to be in a reciprocating position, and that's where President Trump runs into problem with Europe. But I believe we have a very good relationship still with Europe. It will continue. President Trump talks one way and acts another. I think overall, President Trump is suffering from, declining popularity on many fronts. But you cannot say that declining popularity has actually cut into his power. He is doing what he's doing. Yesterday, he made a very, very sharp threat, and he got what he wanted. He was very specific. He said, open the Strait of Hormuz. He didn't say anything else, just one thing, and he got it. So if you don't count that as a victory, as a success, I don't know what would.
Mm-hmm.
And
but the best of my knowledge, the Strait of Hormuz is closed.
To decide. Just wait.
All right, Hamid Reza, wrap us up here. How do you see the president's actions and Iran's actions impacting the perspective of global leaders?
I think Professor was to mention that Strait of Hormuz is not open and it is closed. I think that would be telling enough that the American threat, the President Trump's threat, did not work. And actually what his threat was a war crime. And many Americans, politicians, public people have condemned his threat. And it was a war crime, actually, the language he used. And so it is not something to brag about. I would say that Iran has gained some momentum in the global scene and changing to a world power. And the Americans are losing their power. And the decline of the U.S. power has been clear to the whole world. The military power was the last battlefield for the Americans to claim that they have power, and they have lost that as well. So the myth of F-35s or the navies or the A-10s, such things have evaporated, and the whole world knows that they can be damaged and they can be defeated. So I would not believe that the Chinese would consider the Americans very strong anymore, or the Europeans would continue to rely on American power in their military power, actually.
We're out of time, so we're going to have to leave it there.
Nice hallucination. Nice hallucination.
Oh, well, I was about to wrap us up because I know that Ahmed Reza's battery was about to die, and I wanted us to be able to say farewell to him before it did, but we seem to have just lost him. So we will leave it there, although I will say that I'm sure that President Trump would have a very strongly worded social media post against a lot of what Ahmed Reza said there about the US standing on the global stage. But we don't have time to get into it. Natalie Tocci, Director of Istituto Affari Internazionali, thank you for being here. Bijan Kian, former US official and president of the Institute for Voices of Liberty. And we just lost Ahmed Reza Gholamzadeh, director of Diplo House. Thank you to all of you. Interesting times ahead. Let's see where it leads us. Thanks for being on Counterpoints. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews. There are plenty there on the Al Arabiya English YouTube channel, and of course follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabriz Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days, during which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program. The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شعیب گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests, in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, whether the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years. So
from the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. President Trump warns Iranian ships will be eliminated as the US blockade on the Strait of Hormuz begins. Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban loses the country's election after 16 years in power. And golfer Rory McIlroy makes an historic win at the US Masters competition in Augusta. The US blockade of Iranian ports has now begun, with US Central Command warning ships that break it will face being intercepted or captured. Shortly after it began, President Trump posted on Truth Social. He said Iran's navy is laying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated 158 ships. What we have not hit are the small number of fast attack ships because we did not consider them much of a threat. If any of these ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kirouz, who's right here in the studio with me, and broadcaster Jono Hayes, who joins us from Dubai. Always a pleasure to have you both on the show, Wissam and Jono. But Wissam, I'm going to start with you, because right now we're in the situation where the blockade has now come into effect, according to Donald Trump's timeline. But what prompted this blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, and what is the intention of it? And some people are a little bit bemused by this blockade because there's effectively a blockade by Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. Now there's effectively a blockade by President Donald Trump. So there's a double blockade.
Well, let's say that Iranians and Americans arrived to that table in Islamabad with a completely different evaluation of the situation on the ground. What is the equilibrium of power? And Americans did believe, honestly, that they will be able to make the Iranians give the concessions they need because the equilibrium of power is very clear after 40 days or so of bombardments. Now, it hasn't been the case. Iran did not have the same view of how weak or strong it is. They saw that they can still clinch to what they want. So Trump came into phase two. Phase one was about strengths facing patience in the realms of military. Phase two is about patience facing patience, but in the realms of economics. Let's remember that this strait is equal to $430 or $40 million for Iran every day. And let's remember also that Iran has been able to make money out of this war through selling more. I mean, it was the only party who can really export its oil with a higher price and making money. So now America believes that this patience game can be the real deal for making Iran finally understand that there is a new reality in the region. And also Trump, he wants everything. He said it. It's not about concessions. It's not about making arrangements. It's about giving everything, which is no enrichment, not keeping any kilogram of the enriched uranium, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and a new regional treaty where Iran gives up the fact of, funding the proxies.
And Jono, let's just bring you into the conversation because Donald Trump is still insisting that Iran wants to make a deal. We know Pakistan is also insisting that negotiations are happening behind the scenes as this US 2-week ceasefire is holding, but it's fragile. Now we know the US blockade in the Strait of Hormuz has come into effect. Wissam mentioned there it's economic warfare now. There's been a shift of gears when it comes to President Donald Trump. But we know the US military will face a lot of complications in the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump's talked about the Iranian attack vessels, the small boats that they haven't taken out yet. And of course, Iran has laid mines in the Strait of Hormuz, according to them.
Not just that as well, Leigh Ann, but I suppose we have to take into consideration that you're now within throwing distance of any missiles that Iran can get at you. They will. And we've heard today echoes of Karg Island and that to potentially have troops on there as well. And you got to look at this as home turf from an Iranian point of view. And so if Donald Trump is going to go in there with this blockade, which is kind of as you said, a double blockade. You're blockading it now, we're blockading you. He's taken a huge risk here because we know that there's plenty of missiles that can reach, of course, anything that they have in that strait. And not just that as well, but it's within drone fire, cruise missiles. There's a lot of variables that are in there as well. So he's taking a big risk on going in there and doing this. Now, again, we're waiting to see what the updates are. Have there any ships that have yet found out what happens if you go past that red line that has been fictionally drawn through the strait right now? So we don't know what actually are going to be the ramifications. I don't know if anyone's brave enough to go and take the risk on that as well. But I would say dangerous territory. But again, that is the only bargaining chip, and we've said that before. The Strait of Hormuz is the biggest bargaining chip that they have from Iran's point of view right now. And I think what Donald Trump is trying to do here is to play a really risky game of getting them to as close as possible to being on their knees when it comes to what they can receive into the country, because without any ports open, that becomes far more challenging to try and get it just to the line so that they will turn around and say, OK, we're willing to come back to the negotiating table. We still have another 10 days left and more, 12 days left, sorry, less. We've 7 days left to go, I think, until the
7
ceasefire
days,
is
1
done.
week, yeah.
So 1 week from today. So I think what he'll be trying to do is get them to come back to the negotiating table again if he kneecaps them. But he's doing it in a very, very pivotal and also dangerous territory from their point of view.
Basically, they are dancing on the brink of war. I mean, it's we can only see it like this. And this fire sparkle can come from anywhere. It can even come from Israel, This is a very dangerous territory. But, in the same time, we have to hear those voices coming from Pakistan, insisting again and again that path to negotiation is still open. And we heard from Trump himself. So basically, yes, it's very tense, it's very dangerous, but also the possibilities of a deal are still open.
And also, what's really interesting is the fact that NATO allies, including Britain and France, said they will not be drawn into this blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, which leaves Donald Trump having to do it himself for the US, which I also think is another interesting angle, Jono, when we have a look at the Strait of Hormuz, because the US essentially has its own gas and can essentially be protected from this. It's Europe that is really going to struggle.
Yeah, and we're hearing in the last 2 days even, Leigh Ann, as well, and I'm sure you've covered this off, but the US is now outproducing Russia and the Middle East in terms of its daily output. So they are seemingly self-sufficient. The real brunt of this war is not going to be felt on the footsteps of Washington. It's going to be felt across Europe, and we're seeing that right now. It's going to be felt across the wider Middle East region, and it's going to be felt in Asia.
Mostly in Asia.
Mostly in Asia. We're hearing reports, and you probably have heard this in the last couple of days with Sam, of flights getting cancelled internally in countries in Asia, Thailand and Vietnam and Cambodia, whereby there is no fuel on the ground. Not just that, but in Europe, which you would say, OK, Europe surely has got a little bit of something that it can hold itself off on for a while. There are blockades on the streets in Ireland right now, and there is no diesel available for cars, and there's no petrol available for cars in cities across Ireland due to the fact that this war has had a lasting implication across Europe as well. And those are far more reaching than anything that's going to happen on US soil, that's for sure. And it does seem like Donald Trump has done something whereby it's part of the MAGA movement, isn't it? Make America Great Again. He's now outproducing Russia in terms of daily oil barrels. He's doing kind of what he said he would do at the very start of this election campaign. I don't think he envisaged that this was how he was going to go about it.
Not at all, Jonah. I don't believe at all he have seen this. And to say even more, he had maybe accidentally made a conflict about, facing Iran into something much more big. It's about now preserving the idea that America is feared and has a military that can impose whatever it wants. Well, this is a big thing. I mean, for MAGA, they don't want war. I mean, America first, they don't believe in war, but they believe that America should be able to show the whole world their might so that no one will ever dare to challenge them. And right now we are at that very moment where it's not happening. There is a sense that America is not being able to impose what it wants. And this is very dangerous. And not to forget, there are people watching from far or less far, like China, like Russia. So this is very important, and this is why I do believe firmly that America, the winner takes it all. This is very important for them. Maybe you can mask it with some, some beautification, but they need to have what they want. Otherwise, America is in trouble.
And it's been so interesting because we talk about this war with Iran, and Iran has an asymmetric war going on. They're not militarily anywhere as powerful as the US, but they have managed to actually show their strength in very different ways. Of course,
or maybe to show the limits of America's strength. And this is what it is all about now. This is why it's very important for Trump, who has built all his aura about telling the whole world no one can, stand a chance in front of us.
And what's really interesting, oil prices jump back over $100 a barrel. China will have a really difficult time if this blockade by the US
or
is
maybe
effective.
China can interfere somehow. Maybe this is what Trump wants. He wants the Chinese to come and weigh in and tell the Iranians, look, this is getting big. This is getting about my economy, about my, my people, about my 10% or 7% needed croissants every year. So this is what it is about now.
It's going to be absolutely fascinating to see if China eventually does come to the table. But, Jono, I want to talk to you about an AI image that Donald Trump shared today of himself as Jesus Christ. And that came after those attacks on the Pope, of course, Pope Leo. This has not gone down well, has it?
No. Donald J. Trump is for Jesus. Huh?
Donald J. Trump is for Jesus, Wissam says.
I think this was a bad play. It's been deleted, like you said, but it's gone down very badly. Not just in political circles as well, and not just with critics. this has gone across a big audience because it goes into something that is always dangerous territory. It touches on religion. It's criticised the Pope, that's one thing. The AI image is the second thing, portraying himself as Jesus. That's into territory that many people would find offensive. That's not just a political statement right now. That backlash, as I said, is even the moderate conservatives, even the MAGA faithfuls. They've said, look, I don't know that this is distracting at a time when global tensions are very, very, very high. So what it does, I think from the US's point of view, first of all, that diplomatically weakens their position because it's that impression that it's unpredictability. And we've seen that a lot, and we're no stranger to Donald Trump having a bit of unpredictability on social media. But it's that lack of respect towards Pope Leo, and he's a major religious figure, obviously. Now, in saying this, the papacy in itself, that doesn't normally get political. And we've seen this Pope break away from tradition in the fact that he's not done what he should do, and which is stay away from politics. It's a church. It wants to be viewed as such. They are not a political player, or at least they shouldn't be. Of course, they have influence with their, over 1 billion people in the globe subscribe to Roman Catholicism. So this attack on the head of the Catholic Church is a bit of a lead balloon for the Trump administration. It's not the policy focus. It's not the blockades. It's taken it away, and it's shifted the conversation towards Trump's behaviour. And I think that in itself kind of undermines his own messaging, and that's where it becomes quite risky. And as I said, Pope Leo has also broken tradition, because we've just seen it come from Pope Francis, who was quite conservative and also a peacekeeper and seen as such, and Pope Benedict, who was a bit more of a right-wing pope as well. So for the papacy itself to get involved in politics is also unusual, and he's been quite vocal in the last couple of days and weeks in relation to the war as well. So there's two elements to this, but both are unprecedented. The Pope doesn't normally get political, and the politics doesn't normally take stabs at the church.
And Jono, don't forget, Pope Leo is American. And
yes,
this
he's American,
weighs a lot in this. And of course, as an American person who has been involved with America till very recently, he's a guy from Chicago, he has interest in his country. I mean, it's personal. And I can cite an article in The Atlantic where they said that this war has shown a completely new face of the new pontiff. Let's not forget, this is a very new pope. He has been for less than a year in charge. And he has been showing a very political, outgoing person. And mostly because he is American also, he cares. And I think Trump is also irritated because Pope Leo is American. I mean, there is a certain supremacy in the realm of, who is the icon of this country, and I think Trump cannot, take anything next to him.
Yeah, I think Sam's right. I think there's a bit of jealousy going on there as well. I think what we might be seeing is that, I mean, who knows? He put himself forward for the Venezuela presidency. Maybe perhaps he's going to put himself forward for the papacy next. And
Catholicism is now first religion in America, which wasn't the case. I mean, people always think America is a deeply Protestant evangelical country, but the first denomination in America now is Catholicism, thanks to immigration from South America, which has been a lot in the spectrum of what Trump despises mostly.
It's absolutely fascinating when we talk about Donald Trump, his AI image as Jesus, and then, of course, deleted. Many people think that that was an emotional post, and you're right, it could have possibly be driven by jealousy by Donald Trump. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there now as we move on to another story. And Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban has lost the country's election after 16 years in power. Orban, who's a close ally of President Donald Trump and also Vladimir Putin, lost to Peter Magyar, one of his former loyalists. Jono, I must say something. This must feel like a little bit of a blow. What do you make of this news? And what does it mean for Hungary and also Europe's future right now?
So I've just recently become versed in Hungarian politics. Up until 2 days ago, I was very unversed, but now a little bit more. This is massive, though. This, in terms of political movement for Hungary, and also for Europe as well, for wider Europe, this is probably one of the biggest things we've seen in recent years. And there's a few reasons behind that. Viktor Orban, who you said there, he built a very, very, very strong system. And over the last 16 years, that had become quite centralised. It also had been criticised as well, because it was a bit of an autocracy more than anything else. That's been overturned. And it's been decisively overturned as well. So that shows a few things. The first thing is it's a bit of an appetite for change among the voters. Like, this is not a protest vote. This was a let's get out there in our large margin. That suggests that this is not a narrow vote at all. and Peter Miar, who's won this. It's a clear rejection of the direction the country was going into now. So there's a few things that come into play. First of all, for Hungary, it's actually good news because this is an alignment. This brings it more into line with what the EU has got. I mean, how many times have we had conversations where we spoke about Ukraine and Russia, and then the one stumbling block that they fell upon was Hungary at the last second, because Hungary has always been very clearly aligned with Russia. And there's always been that stumbling block that's there. So it's good news. There's other things that are at play as well that we don't know a stack about, but political reforms around media freedom that are in place in Hungary as well, they'll likely now come into the picture with this. There's independence in terms of the judiciary that's at play there as well. And it just needed a reset for foreign policy more than anything else. So for Europe, this is good because it means that even those populist governments, they're not untouchable. That's what this essentially means. So when economic pressures and geopolitical tensions are this high and they start to bite a little bit on the heels of whoever's in power, the good news is the people can be seen to make a change, which is exactly what we're seeing in terms of this election as well. So it might be good from other governments in the region. They might take note that voters are actually willing to take a bit of a shift if they feel things are not going in the right direction for them. And we've seen this mood music in European countries for a little while that kind of questions democracy. Even in Ireland, the last general election saw a massive sway to the right. Now, fair enough, not enough to form a government, but marginally not enough to form a government. So people got exactly the same policy for another 7 years and the same government in play there. But that's not to say that a general election couldn't be called in any European country and see a government who people see as not working or not what they want toppling. And I think that's the key messaging to take away from these Hungarian elections, is the bigger picture that's at play in terms of other European countries who feel like their voice doesn't matter.
And Wissam, I think Jono reflects a conversation we've been having in Europe, well, I've definitely been having with many people throughout my career about populism in Europe and the rise of populism. And it's just absolutely fascinating because when it came to this election in Hungary, you must remember the person who won the election is still right. He was aligned with Orban's party. He's just not as right as Orban is. Yeah. And that's an interesting thing to also analyse. But the fact that we saw Marco Rubio in Hungary, we saw Donald Trump also endorsing Viktor Orban, then we saw J.D. Vance in Hungary, and Viktor Orban still lost the election. This got to be a blow for MAGA and, of course, for Russia.
Leigh, I'll take a very difficult challenge. I'll take the challenge of trying to defend Viktor Orban a little bit. Okay, I know it's not it's not the taste of the moment, but I believe this fact that Viktor Orban lost, it is one argument down that this breed of national right is autocratic and will never lose once it's in power. Second, I mean, this is a small country, maybe some would say marginal within the bigger picture of Europe, but this is
still influential
very
when it comes to the EU and vetoing situations when it
has been the veto power inside Europe for the last years. And Viktor Orban has left a very stable country, a very safe country. You know, these are things that resonates within the psychology of people in Europe. I mean, when people look at this country, they look at a nice country that represents European so-called values, European scenery, social scenery, and mostly a safe place. And this is also attributed to this man, who is a right-wing. Now, having said this, Viktor Orban has been there in power for 16 years, and so you can only expect some kind of change. And as you mentioned, the person who came instead of him is also a right-winger. But let's say this is the one night that was equally bad for Trump and Putin, and this is the one night where at the end of the night people were chanting against Putin, not against Viktor Orban. So what we take from it in this continent, the beautiful old European continent that I personally love, that is searching for its way forward in a world without America, in a world where it is not anymore considered as a power within emerging China and, very, powerful America. This continent is trying to find itself. What I would suspect is that the ultra-right parties who are growing everywhere, in France, they might be winning very soon. In Germany, they might be, some kind of win. I believe those will be more inclined into being less aligned with Russia and more into, their national rhetoric that they believe they can win. Because Orban mostly lost on his geopolitical alignment, not on his internal achievements.
And also, if we want to defend Viktor Orban, 16 years in power is a long time.
It's enough.
And it's enough. And we saw that in the UK when the Conservatives lost power. They had held the country for a long time. They had ultimate power over them. So we do often see a switch when it comes to diplomacy and people's power takes over. But it's a really interesting conversation. And of course, when it comes to Russia, they've lost another ally. They've lost Syria, they've lost Venezuela. The list is endless. So we'll see what happens with that. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And Australia have announced that a woman will lead its army for the first time in history as they reshuffle the country's military leadership. Lieutenant General Susan Coyle will become the chief of the army in July as the government looks to boost the number of female officers. This is quite a fascinating story, actually. What do you make of this news? And do you think we should have more women in these high-powered military positions like Australia is doing?
Well, Australians have always been pioneers. They are pioneers in every sense of the term.
Some people would say woke.
Or woke. Yeah, I mean, let's not say that putting women in key places is not only woke. I mean, this is something that the world has been, discovering. So it's not only symbolic, I would say. I think it reflects a certain structural shift in the way the world sees the place of the woman in leadership. And I believe that the whole idea about making war, about how armies operate, it is much less about muscle and masculinity than about smartness and leadership and taking the right decisions. And you cannot see it except from this, in my opinion. I mean, the whole idea about what is to be a soldier is shifting. So being a soldier is more about, taking the right decision, using the right tools, and for the right cause. And this lady in particular has a great record, if you see her record, and she fits very well. And it's going to be the new normal everywhere, I believe, very soon.
And I also believe that if more women were in power, there would be a lot less wars, but that is definitely
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think it's equally. I mean, women have been in charge and they have been horrible or great, just like men. I mean, it doesn't make women look any better if you say they are, they do less wars. I mean, they do wars. They can.
But we talk.
I still think if you take into consideration, especially in the last couple of days with those peace talks that we were having and how quick they were with JD Vance in and out, I think if you'd put women in there as well, they would have something that men tend to lack a little bit, which is rationale. And they're rational people and they're rational thinkers. And they'll find a compromise more than anything else. And if you're to look, and even if you sign up for the army and you take one of those pamphlets that says, what does it take to be a good soldier? They say things like discipline, resilience, teamwork, adaptability, and integrity. 5 qualities that I think men might lack that women do not. And I think that that's maybe why women might be better in a position like that. Because it's like Wissam said, it's not about strength. Certain roles within the army are about strength. Navy SEALs or
Delta Force
command operations. Absolutely. That requires a certain level of prowess that may be more suitable to men. But I think when it comes to women, they're rational thinkers, and I think they would probably make better decisions than a lot of the guys. Now, taken aside, as Wissam
so they
said,
can lead the muscular, strong man in that case.
Yeah, they can tell them what's the best way to go about it without making a show of themselves. I think that's probably the best qualities.
I find it absolutely fascinating because I come from an army background. I come from an army family. I would have loved to have been in the Marines, but in my day, that would have never happened so many years ago when you went in to do the army entrance days. We had a very different level, so it's quite nice for me to see that the army is changing and more women would be accepted in it, because I probably would have gone to the army now had more opportunities been opened up. And let's talk a little bit about this, actually, because we're speaking now of who could serve. There have been several debates over the weekend about US and UK conscription, which could come in later this year. We always get debates about conscription every now and again, especially in the UK. But I actually think it's not a bad idea.
Well, there's been a bit of a shift in this. So, as you said, over the weekend, Leigh Ann, it's been talked about a bit more openly. I mean, every decade or so, every time there's a little bit of trouble, we kind of have this conversation about conscription again. No matter who's in the war, who the players are in the game, the conversation remains the same. You're on the brink of a panic and you wonder, is it time to bring it back? I mean, we're a long way away from it being implemented in either the US or the UK right now, but like, draft hasn't been used since 1973, in the US at least. And men can still register for that select service, but if you actually want to activate it, that's very difficult because it's got huge political and social steps that go along with it as well. Now, in the UK, there's not even a system in place, actually, right now. So that's going to require legislation. It's going to require the public, a debate on that publicly to be held as well. So the government, I think what they're trying to do is to prepare the population psychologically, and that's quite important for the possibility of something larger that could happen, you know, a large-scale conflict if it was to happen at some stage. But when you raise the idea publicly like this, it signals that defence planning is moving into this serious territory. Realistically, it's going to be a worst-case scenario. It's if voluntary recruitment doesn't meet the military needs, and I think, you know, there is that sense, and certainly a lot of people who I've spoken to in the last couple of weeks, certainly in the GCC countries, people who are not from the region, who've said, you know, if you were requested to stand up and to represent the country that you call home, would you do it? And more people than I care to count have said that they would. So I would like to think that the UK still has some shred of that in there, and the US has a lot of that in there, that patriotism, that pride in your country, that if you were called upon to voluntarily stand up for the forces, that you would do that. And I think it would be a very last-ditch solution where you would be forcing conscription. In saying that, I do think there is some merit in sending people to the army for, you know, a number of years post-education if they haven't gone on to third-level education, because that quality seems to have been lost on the younger generation.
Yeah. I would say that there has been a certain demilitarization of the general psyche in the West in the last 30 years, especially after World War II. And now there is obviously and clearly a remilitarization of the general common psyche, especially after Ukraine war. So the West feels much more that the imagined song of John Lennon will have to remain in the world of imagination. War is reality for man, women, young people, and all people. Unfortunately, humankind do wars, and we are still not over from that very bad old habit.
And what you said was really interesting, because right now, if you do conscription and you could possibly enter war, it doesn't mean you have to be on the front line. It means that you could have to work when it comes to cybersecurity. You could have to work in so many different fields, intelligence, because as you said, warfare, as we know it, has completely changed since those...
The best case scenario, it's if it is a bloodless war. I mean, how we can imagine the wars of the future. But the worst case scenario is someone, you know, feeling the touch of what blood is. It is causing blood somewhere, but people who are causing it are just not, you know, feeling it. They are behind the computer. And this is what we are facing just right now.
Well, the good news is we're too old for conscription, so good luck.
Not in Ukraine. People who were 50 and 55 were taken to army. I mean, this is one of, you know, the phenomenons of this war, where people, you know, had to go to fight, even if they are 45, if they are 50, they are 55.
I'll keep going to the gym. Anyway, stay right there as we move on to another story now. And the golfer, Rory McIlroy, has celebrated a historic win at the US Masters in Augusta. The Northern Irish golfer has taken the title for a second year in a row after finishing one stroke clear of the world #1, Scottie Scheffler. Jono, what an amazing moment. What did you make of McIlroy's second Masters win? All I can say is he didn't put us through that nerve-wracking playoff that he did last year.
No. And I think, you know what, it's weird, is it's not that I didn't have faith in him. I thought he was going to do tremendous, but I saw him after his winner's dinner, which he did with all of the previous Masters winners the other day, and he was looking a bit worse for wear, and I thought, I don't know, and he said his family are with him this year, and he doesn't know if they're a good omen or a bad omen, because they hadn't been able to make it last year, and he felt that that was the reason that he had won. But he's gone out there and he's proven that that's not the case. It was a really powerful moment. You could feel that emotion behind it as well. I mean, look at how happy he is as well. Last year it was all about finally getting that green jacket, and I think what McIlroy has done now, he completed the Grand Slam then, so that was a decade of trying as well. And remember how young this guy came in, out of nowhere, and just kind of took the golfing world by storm and took over from where Tiger Woods had left off. This felt different. This felt like a confirmation, and you're like, this is the greatest golfer, arguably, of our time. And it's wonderful that he's Irish. Now, it's a full circle kind of a moment for him. I think personally he felt that his family being there was such a big deal. And like you said, winning back-to-back on the Masters, that's incredibly rare. The fourth player only to ever do it in history. So that's him in all-time greats. Of all time ever, when you say he becomes the sport, it's like Cristiano Ronaldo and football. You know, the two things go together. Now it will be Rory McIlroy and golfing. He is the new Tiger Woods in my eyes. It's interesting. It's a mindset shift because he's not chasing that one elusive title. He has it in the bag. He already had it. He's playing with freedom, which is a really nice place to be, and it must be amazing for him as a golfer. Historically, athletes go on to do amazing dominant runs when they're no longer playing for something, as in he's got that freedom now. He's got everything done. He's got everything in the bag. It's a perk more than anything else. And this could be the start of a new phase for him. I really think this is going to be the start of Rory McIlroy adding even more majors and a stack of other achievements in there as well. I think he's playing with difference now, and that's what's impressive about this golfer. He is phenomenal.
And he's been amazing to watch throughout the years. Rory McIlroy has been on tour for a long time, and that guy has grinded. You know, he came in with all this potential. Wissam never really lived up to it, you know, got a lot of criticism. Now, as Jono says, we see him coming into his own. 6 majors now, 2 green jackets, on par with, of course, Nick Faldo, the amazing golfer from the UK. He's a Sir now. But McIlroy becomes just the 4th golfer in history to win back-to-back Masters. I don't even like to ask this question, could he retire? Because I don't think McIlroy is going to retire. I think he's going to go on to win a few more majors.
I think he has been dealing for a long time with this idea of being overhyped and underachieving. Yeah. And he has finally the occasion to say, I am the greatest, as
he's the GOAT.
He's the GOAT. Or some would say he is the greatest of all time. You know, he has been number 2 for consistently too long. And when you are number 2 for that long, you are eventually the real number 1. Second, he is now, you know, in an incontestable way, the face of golf in the world. And he is, for a lot of people, a very, you know, charming, attractive, and inspiring person. I have no doubt he's not leaving anytime soon. He's going to cling to the summit for a while, I guess.
I think so, too. And I remember I watched him play golf in Dubai a couple of times, and the crowds follow him, the kids love him. He's such an honest guy, and I think a lot of people just like the fact that he wears his heart on his sleeve. He's Irish like Jono, and everyone loves the Irish. Now, it's that time of the show where Wissam and Jono have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. Let's talk about yours, because yours is about a UFO hotel that's opened in Wales. Tell us more.
It's in Wales. Well, you know, there is a lot of stories coming from Wales, but this is a story about a hotel which apparently you can book on Airbnb, but it is officially in a secret location. Well, we know where it is exactly, but you can take, if someone has kids and he wants to make a great weekend for the kids and just take them to a place that absolutely look like you are, you know, very far from Earth, you are in outer space, you are in a pod of aliens, and it's a hotel, you can book it, it's so nice. You have 4 pods at least, and I want to have a little, you know, thought about the name of the place. It is called Sputnik, which obviously plays on the Sputnik satellite, which was the first Russian satellite. And it reminds me also of a little story in the sitcom Friends, which I like a lot, where Ross, he has this, you know, he is Sputnik, and he wears a potato for Halloween, I believe.
And a colander on his head.
So that's the third take on the very name, which is Sputnik. Sputnik, and now we have Sputnik, and it's a hotel.
I just want to say one thing. I don't know what Jono thinks. We saw pictures there. I didn't realise a UFO hotel had a jacuzzi. Yeah. Blow up aliens on the bed, also has a kitchen. I mean, I'm not quite sure, Jono. What do you think? They went all out on the budget?
I mean, I like my Airbnb or my accommodation to be 5-star with a swimming pool. I don't necessarily know if a pod in the middle of a field with a load of blow-up aliens seems like an ideal week out for me, to be honest.
Outer space moment, but it's a great story. Thank you, Wissam. And also, Jono, tell us the worst everyday annoyances, because apparently there's a list.
There is, and I feel like this is one of those times when they've gone out and spent cash on doing a survey that didn't really need to be done. But it's still interesting to see what the big problems in live are for people these days. The number one annoyance every single day that causes people to basically flip the lid is something that we encounter, and we never really, it taps into something that's that sense of fairness that we kind of feel like someone got away with something and we're not happy about it. And that is queue jumpers. It can be anywhere. It can be at the petrol station. It can be in front of you in a shop. It can be anyone. If they're jumping a queue, these are the things that are winding people up beyond control that you have to deal with constantly, but you're never entirely sure. Day-to-day events don't have to be major to cause you annoyance, and these ones chip away at your patience. Inside the list as well were people chewing loudly when they eat, or as I like to refer to it as people who map when they eat. That's people who go... I don't know why they have to exist.
Drives me mad.
People who play videos out loud without their headphones in a public space. What's wrong with you?
But I don't know about you, but I actually don't mind that because, you know, I'm so out of touch with the youth. Sometimes when they walk around and play videos, I think, oh, I haven't heard that before. Like, brings me slightly up to date. Like, I want to know what the kids are doing on the street. You know, I've lost touch.
But I believe that, you know, most of the people who play videos out loud are not the young people, generally. They are older people. This is what
Yeah. Also in the list was people who walk very slowly in front of you. So you're on an escalator and they just won't move. Those people as well, there's a special place reserved for them. People who leave the toilet seat up, I do honestly believe that should be an offence that's punishable by jail time, I would hope. And cryptic social media posts, those friends that you have that you probably went to school with who post a picture of them with potentially IV drip in or an oxygen mask hanging out of their face, just saying another rough night. Along with that is the one that's the top of mind for getting my goat, people who refuse to load the dishwasher correctly.
I must admit something. I don't get annoyed about the dishwasher. What annoys you in this list? Have you had a look at them? Is there anything particularly that would drive you crazy?
Well, I think the most universal thing is stubbing your toe.
Oh,
yes. This is what makes us all humans. I mean, even in the countries where you don't have public transport, you are still annoyed by stubbing your toe. And people chewing loudly when they eat is also a
really annoying.
Worst thing.
Yeah.
But this is a list that, you know, very reflective. Thank you, Jono. I'm going to use it somehow.
You're welcome. I will say, however, if you're not loading your dishwasher correctly, there has to be some level of a course you can take, online or otherwise. There's no excuse for that in modern times. No excuse.
I must admit something. The dishwasher doesn't annoy me. I don't know why. I think I just chuck everything in there and hope it all gets washed. And if it doesn't get washed properly, I just put it on a second time. Johnny, you could never live with me. I'll drive you absolutely mad. I must admit something. One thing that does really annoy me is cryptic social media posts. Like, just tell us the truth. We don't need to read into your post and text you, are you okay?
Hope you're okay, hon. Hope you're okay, hon. That's
are you okay, hon? No one needs that. But also, there's a lot of things on here that I think sometimes you have to give some people grace in life, don't you? We all have weird habits and we can't just expect everyone to fall in line with us.
Yeah, and I think we do try to put a lot of rules and codes of how the shared space between us should be.
Yeah.
And sometimes as a person, you really want to break every rule and don't care about any of those rules if you are not hurting someone else, of course. And, you know, people have to accept that we are not all the same.
Yeah.
And it's happening more and more.
Be a rule breaker, people. Go and pack Jono's dishwasher. Wrong. But anyway, thanks to our guest, Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kiruz, who was right here in the studio with me, and of course the broadcaster Jono Hayes, who joined us from Dubai. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on the programme today, US President Donald Trump orders a US naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. We ask, will this mean the automatic end of the ceasefire? As the death toll from Israel's operations in Lebanon tops 2,000, we look ahead to the diplomatic efforts in Washington that are taking place later on this week. Voters in Hungary decisively end Viktor Orban's 16-year rule as Peter Magyar emerges as the clear winner of Sunday's election. All of that to come. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with breaking developments with regards to the situation in Iran. The war now in its 44th day. Well, tensions are still running high. The United States military says it is preparing to enforce a blockade on all ships entering and leaving Iranian ports through the Strait of Hormuz. Well, that's a move with global consequences. Markets are reacting, with oil prices surging past the $100 a barrel mark once again. Well, Iran has pushed back. One senior advisor to the supreme leader says that any US blockade of the strait will fail. And he's warning that America is heading towards what he calls a historic defeat. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to McIlroy, who is a former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East, who served under President Trump during his first term. He joins us now from Montana. Mick, great to have you back with us here on Al Arabiya English. I'd like to start by talking to you about this idea of a US military blockade on all Iranian ports, which the President has announced. I just want to ask you what the goal of that is and what it actually involves.
So, Tom, the intent, of course, from President Trump's perspective, is to cut off the regime of its primary funding source. So they get most of their money that they run their government on from the sale of their energy, so oil and gas. And that is what the U.S. military is going to focus on. It takes a pretty substantial military effort to do this. Obviously, if these ships simply don't come out of port, that is the best case scenario. If they do, and they will not pull into another port when hailed by the U.S. Navy, that means the U.S. Navy is going to have to board these ships, take control of them, and then steer them to the closest port, and then deal with them when they get there. So this is a big issue, but the U.S. Navy can do it. But again, the intent is to cut off the regime from their major funding supply. But it will have an impact, of course, on the world economy because it's going to drive up, likely, energy costs even further.
And Mick, just listening to what you're saying and bearing in mind the reports that the Strait of Hormuz is heavily mined, how complex an operation is it going to be for the United States to blockade that waterway?
So, Tom, it's going to be very complex. So on the issue of the naval mines, the U.S. is going to likely have to clear that in the event that this actually ends in a resolution that allows the free flow of traffic. That's going to be complex. It depends on how many mines are there. It could take weeks or longer. On the actual blockade, that's going to be very complex. We do have a lot of naval assets in the region, but it's still a very large waterway. And if these ships simply will not stop, that's going to require a forced boarding by a boarding party. And that's going to be quite extensive. It might be somewhat obstructed. I can't imagine they're going to actually try to force this boarding party off, but it's a potential that Iran puts armed personnel on the ships. and therefore it would be an opposed boarding, which is an entirely different operation. So it is very complex. It won't be easy, but if it does have the desired effect on the regime, the intent, I think, from the U.S. perspective, is to force them back to the negotiation table once their primary resource is cut off. But this will affect, of course, the rest of the world, as the less energy that's available, the higher the cost is.
Right. And, you know, we've been told that the Iranian Navy has been reduced to more or less non-existent status. And yet Iran is saying that they will trap any enemy who try to challenge them, presumably talking about enemy vessels that enter the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, what might the Iranians have in mind here?
So about 160 of their naval vessels have been sunk, according to the U.S. military, but they have thousands of small boats. And those small boats, some of them, of course, are manned, and they have the ability to launch missiles from them. Some of them are unmanned and are essentially suicide drone boats. So they have the capacity to cause havoc in this very, narrow waterway, 21 miles, which is, of course, very small. And they can also target ships, as they have been doing, from the coast and up on high mountain areas that look down on this actual waterway. So they have the capacity to close the strait. And that, I didn't include all the remaining sea mines, which can cause havoc against ships. And we've got to have to remember, these ships are commercial, and they don't have the capacity to deal with any of these potential threats, and nor would the insurance company feel confident sending them through there until it's been completely cleared of mines. And right now, the Iranian government is saying they don't even know where all the mines they put out are. So there is a very challenging situation here for the international shipping community. The U.S. obviously is going to try this blockade. It could backfire. It could spark the Houthis to try to obstruct the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb, which would only compound all the issues that we've been discussing since this war began.
Mick, one thing I wanted to clarify with you is that, obviously some oil has been passing through the Strait of Hormuz, and there's been these rumored toll payments that have been made by some countries' ships to the Iranian leadership. But President Trump seems to be taking aim at vessels paying that rumored toll as well. Does that mean that even less than the little we've seen coming through the Strait of Hormuz by way of oil exports will be reduced to absolutely zero now?
That's the intent. I mean, that's essentially what President Trump said. It was clarified because CENTCOM came out and said there will be no ships going in or out that are going to Iranian ports, which is important. But of course, Iran's not going to let the other ships out. So this is going to be a complete blockade if it's done correctly by, from their perspective, the U.S. military and the Iranian IRGC Navy. There'll be no ships going in or out, which means 21% of the world's energy supplies will be effectively stopped. And then, of course, if, again, the Houthis obstruct the Bab el-Mandeb, that will even be more, because some of these countries in the region have tried to bypass the strait, which they have the capacity to do, but they won't be able to if the Bab is closed. So there's a potential for this to escalate almost immediately.
Yeah, I mean, just listening to the sort of language being used by President Trump, he's sounding combative. We've heard him speaking in the last couple of hours. And one of the things he said, I could take out Iran in one day. I could have their entire energy, everything, every one of their plants, their electric generating plants, which is a big deal. Knowing the psychology of both sides here, Mick, I mean, does that sort of language work and have the desired effect with Iran? Or does it make them, do you think, perhaps more defiant and even less likely to want to compromise?
So President Trump thinks that because of his language talking about destroying a civilization is why the Iranians agreed to the meeting in Islamabad. That, of course, taking out civilization, attacking civilian infrastructure is clearly, to most, against international law. So it's unclear that the U.S. military would even carry out those orders. If it has a clear nexus to the Iranian military, then they can make the argument and the lawyers will decide. But if it's purely a civilian power generating plant, then that's against international law. And I don't see U.S. military carrying out those orders. And certainly they're not going to carry out an order to destroy a civilization, which includes, of course, everyone, including, young children up to the elderly. So psychologically, does it have an impact on the Iranians? If they believe the U.S. would actually do it, then I would imagine so. If they believe it's just bluster that won't be carried out because it's against our laws and the United States doesn't violate, the international law of armed conflict, then I don't think it will have an effect.
President Trump says that other countries will be involved in this blockade. He didn't say which ones, but we are just hearing now, in fact, from the EU Foreign Policy Chief, Kaja Kallas, who says that what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz warrants a strong international coalition on maritime security. I mean, reading through the lines, does that sound like the EU is getting ready to come on board with this?
Well, it certainly isn't, the opposite. It's not a rejection of President Trump's proclamation that some other countries are going to join. And of course, we had many coalitions that the U.S. has led to keep these waterways free. So this, of course, is the opposite. It's a blockade. But the intent is so that Iran will force Iran to allow the strait to be open and open for international trade. It certainly is in the interest of all countries around the world, because it does impact them. Even the United States, we don't get as much energy as other countries from the region, but that's largely irrelevant because if the strait is closed, it drives up costs for everyone. So perhaps countries in Europe right now are considering joining this for the limited purpose of forcing the Iranian regime to open the straits. It's unclear whether that'll work, but that's the intent, and perhaps that's why they're leaving the door open, I would say, from that comment, of potentially some countries joining.
Right. I mean, NATO allies haven't sounded remotely enthusiastic about getting involved. We even heard from the Spanish defense minister saying that the blockade makes, quote, no sense at all. Is there this continued feeling in the United States, in Washington, that NATO has somehow let America down? And is that sense justified?
So I don't think there is a sense, but obviously there is from President Trump. But in my opinion, it's not justified because NATO is a defensive alliance. We elected to start the war in Iran, even if you support it. That's clearly the case. NATO comes to the defense of a country. So NATO didn't fight with the French in Algiers. NATO didn't fight with the U.S. in Vietnam or the UK in the Falkland Islands because those are wars that we chose to fight. So the idea that NATO as an organization would join the United States in a war of choice is simply, it shows a non-understanding of what NATO is actually about. Now, the countries in NATO can join the United States as allies. That's their choice. But the organization itself was never designed to join any country in the partnership, and I just referenced others, just because they decided to go to war. Even if that war was justified, even if they supported it, the NATO alliance itself is to come to the defense of a country, like they did for the United States after September 11th, 2001.
Mick, we're 6 weeks into this war. Does it look to you, after this ceasefire is over, and it looks like it may come to an end fairly soon, like we're going to see things intensifying to a point, that was more intense than before the ceasefire started?
If the ceasefire comes to an end without a resolution of the strait, then I think this is going to escalate substantially. I think that's why the U.S. is continually sending more forces to the region, and that's to give the president, the commander-in-chief, the option to militarily force it open.
Okay. Well, we're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. McIlroy, thank you so much.
Thanks, Tom. Good to be with you.
Well, despite mounting tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, the US President Donald Trump says that the ceasefire, which is 2 weeks old, between the United States and Iran is, quote, holding well. Well, he says this even though marathon talks in Pakistan during the course of the weekend did not produce a breakthrough. Well, let's get more now on the political implications and Pakistan's role in the peace process. And we can cross to Islamabad and speak to Senator Sherry Rahman, who became the first female leader of the opposition in Pakistan's Senate back in 2018. Senator, thank you for joining us once again on this programme. Those talks in Islamabad at the weekend carried on for 21 hours, we're told. They didn't produce a deal, but do you get the impression they got close to producing one?
So thank you very much. Thank you for having me. First of all, I've had a very clear position in the Senate, where I am currently parliamentary leader on the Treasury benches. We've done a great deal. Pakistan has brought two combatants straight from a hot war to the negotiating table via a ceasefire that was fragile and, as you can see, was instrumentally being violated at the very beginning by Israel. And now we had a situation where these were the Islamabad talks, as they were hosted Iran and United States at the highest level. My clear expectation and public, clarity on this whole business was that it is excellent that it's taking place. There is absolutely no other way forward other than talks, because the alternative is catastrophic, and then next step would be really unthinkable. So what we are looking at is a process. I saw it as an icebreaker, really, because this is the first time they've engaged, and I believe there was a face-to-face engagement as well. And in that situation, you really, in all of my years spent in diplomacy and working on it, I served as ambassador to the United States as well. And in any of our formulations, even if you look at the nuclear deal signed between the Obama administration and Tehran, it took 20 months, not 20 hours of deliberations, of team meetings, of back and forths, checking with principals, crossing the T's and dotting the I's. So it really signaled to us that both parties had the political will or had mustered the political will to bring the conflict to at least a strategic pause, where the space of a ceasefire could be used, a cessation of hostilities, active hostilities, could be used to chalk out some path forward in seeking, middle ground between what seemed to be irreconcilable differences. But I think so I think in that Pakistan certainly succeeded. It brought the combatants to the table. It kick-started a ceasefire. And we are in a place where at least the two capitals could be looking at the papers exchanged and be able to discuss with their principals what their priorities could be and what give and take we could see in the future. Because nothing is done until it's done, yeah.
You make a really good point there. This is the highest level meeting between the two sides since 1979, which a lot of people would say was a result in itself. Do I detect from you the expectation that there will be another meeting between the two sides, and perhaps one that will be hosted again by Pakistan?
That's probably the weight of my own cognitive bent towards reason and rationality really triumphing over a call to a rush to arms and to catastrophic war. So that's probably what you're detecting, my own bent towards trying to bend history in an arc towards peace and some sort of settlement. I'm not suggesting that anyone should become good friends. That's not necessary, but to live sustainably in a world that is fast being challenged by many other, structural issues, including climate stress.
Sure. I mean, one of the things we've heard from President Trump since the talks took place in Islamabad, he said he doesn't really care if a deal is reached or not, which is curious. I'm just wondering whether it looked to you and it looked to the hosts there in Islamabad that both sides were indeed sincere about at least trying to reach a deal?
I think both sides were at least up to the task of rolling up their sleeves and hearing each other out as opposed to talking at each other. So they were listening to each other, which is the first important step in any negotiation, in any agreement, which ultimately leads to some kind of an accord. At this point, I would just say I think the world loaded it with too many expectations. It was high symmetry, but it was symmetry in the middle of literally from two combatants coming out of a long narrative, media, and actual combat conflict. So to expect them to sort of finalize a golden deal that was win-win for everyone or optimal solutions that all stakeholders were found acceptable would be very difficult. So, I mean, we certainly work to make the near impossible possible in Pakistan, but miracles are not born on negotiating tables immediately. It takes time.
One individual who has really become increasingly visible internationally is Pakistan's Army Chief Field Marshal Asim Munir. And President Trump has called him, quote, my favorite field marshal. One analyst described him as a soldier, a statesman, and a diplomat. And we saw him there greeting both delegations, looking extremely skillful. And I wondered how much praise he's getting domestically there in Pakistan.
Oh, he's getting all the praise and probably not enough. That is his due, because this has been a team effort for Pakistan, which is the Field Marshal, of course. Field Marshal Asim Munir has been working the phones, his defense and security capital. The Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has been fully committed and losing sleep over trying to get all stakeholders in one strategic page at the very least, because there were many other wheels that were turning in the region, and he kept people on board. Then you had the foreign minister, Mr. Dar, who ran around with a broken shoulder to make sure nothing was interrupted. And President Zardari, who is part of the coalition and provided political unity and support to a government which could go ahead untrammeled, knowing that it has the country's political unity and weight behind it. So yes, it took an entire team effort. It took a lot of work. And of course, down the line, there were people who were working the phones and their time and their energy. But I think the stamina paid off, the commitment paid off from all those at the top, especially. And it worked like magic that Islamabad actually delivered two very serious rivals to the negotiating table. I mean, very few people believed that it could happen, but it did. And I, for one, did not link it to an outcome. To me, this in itself is the beginning of a process. It's not a black swan event or an unexpected episode that you expect to sew up in one meeting, even if it's 20 hours or 2 hours. No, it doesn't work like that. No diplomatic outcome that is sustainable ever gets sewn up in one meeting.
Right.
That's just the breaking of the ice or the clearing of the throat.
Sure.
If you see, even for countries that are not poised on the brink of war, peace talks bring out all the hawks as well as the doves in the room, don't forget.
Yeah, and it's significant, isn't it, that Pakistan should have been trusted by both sides and agreed upon by both sides to host these talks, to mediate the discussion. And we've been talking about some figures that we're seeing more and more of internationally, and you mentioned there, of course, the Pakistani foreign minister as well, Ishaq Dar. Do you think we're looking at a more assertive and more internationally present Pakistan emerging here?
I think so. I think Pakistan has done spectacularly well at a point where no one was able to connect these dots or square this wheel. I think Pakistan's been able to, and it demonstrates a high degree of confidence in the physical and strategic and diplomatic space that Pakistan was able to provide and generate. So while the combatants didn't have trust in each other, they had enough trust and confidence in Pakistan, which they did not have in any other country or body or entity, that they chose Islamabad for the venue of their ice-breaking talks. Now, if they did go south, according to certainly Vice President J.D. Vance, and then, of course, the Iranians also had things to say, but which is natural. But I think they both had brought some level of commitment to the table to talk to each other and not at each other. And I think that's what's needed in the future.
OK, we'll have to see what happens next. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Senator Sherry Rahman, former Pakistani ambassador to the United States. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Meanwhile, talks between Israeli and Lebanese diplomats are expected to take place this week. Israel's ambassador to the United States held a rare first phone call with his Lebanese counterpart during the course of the weekend, despite no formal relations between the two countries. Well, on the ground, Israeli strikes on Hezbollah positions continued overnight, with further casualties reported. Well, the Israeli military says its troops have fully surrounded Bint Jbeil, which is in southern Lebanon. This comes as international pressure grows on Israel to end its campaign in Lebanon, where more than 2,000 people have been killed and more than 1 million others have been displaced. Well, we can speak now to our next guest, Ghassan Hasbani, who is the former Deputy Prime Minister of Lebanon. He was in office from 2016 to 2020, and he joins us now from Beirut. Mr. Hasbani, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We're being told that Israeli and Lebanese officials are going to be holding these talks in Washington. And I wonder what you think these talks could realistically pave the way for.
Well, it's a good start because the mechanism for any future talks would start being determined in these initial talks. At least there's a direct link now between Lebanese officials and Israeli officials at ambassador level, with the sponsorship of the United States, particularly the U.S. ambassador in Lebanon being part of that. Now, how far can these talks go at this stage is still yet to be determined. But nevertheless, it's a good start to establish the framework, to establish a mechanism through which this discussion can actually happen, whether it materializes in something permanent right now or it begins towards that, it would be beneficial and positive.
Right, you sound optimistic about the talks and the fact that they're taking place. But if they fail, what happens then? What do you foresee? Escalation?
Look, these initial talks, we're putting some hope on them. We're optimistic because a big portion of the Lebanese people has been demanding this to reach a positive conclusion. It would depend on the expectations of both parties. It would depend on the ability of the Lebanese government to actually fulfill any commitments that it can commit to in these talks. At the same time, a commitment from Israel to also take positive steps towards assisting and facilitating the role of the Lebanese government in being able to control the situation in Lebanon. Let's not forget, these are not final. This is the beginning of the road. It might not succeed from the first shot, but it could very well be a move in the right direction. However, if this first step fails, it doesn't mean the entire process has failed. There could be, more and more steps going forward. But this may mean further escalation on the ground and more destruction in Lebanon. Again, let's not forget that Hezbollah is the one causing the Lebanese government not to be able to fulfill its commitments. It's the one effectively rebelling against Lebanese government decisions to refrain from using Lebanese territory to launch any attacks. Therefore, the situation is still volatile until the Lebanese government can actually control it fully under its own sovereign decision.
Right. I mean, just talking about the expectations surrounding those talks for a moment longer, and then we'll talk about some of the other things you mentioned there. I mean, listening to what the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said about the talks, he says he wants a peace deal that will, quote, last for generations, but without Hezbollah, he said. And I'm just wondering whether that's at all realistic, or does it sound to you, and does it sound like to other people, that he's merely trying to set up Lebanon's leadership for failure?
Well, I wouldn't say this is fully realistic in the first round or the first step or initial step in those talks. A peace deal is something that's much, much bigger than the scope of the starting point. It might become the scope later on, but effectively today, the first step is to secure stability, to be able or enable the Lebanese government to deal with Hezbollah, if possible, to control the weapons of Hezbollah, and effectively being, as the government and the Lebanese armed forces, the exclusive carriers and users of violence and force on Lebanese territory. And this will require a lot of work. And at the same time, talking about at least a first step towards stability, towards cessation of hostilities, an armistice of some kind, going back to what Lebanon was with Israel back in 1949, to that level of agreement as a first step, to move forward then towards something more permanent and more final. But this will require a step-by-step approach eventually. How far can the Lebanese government take it now is a big question, because over the last 15 months, they were not able to completely control the arms of Hezbollah, let alone dismantle its infrastructure. The Lebanese armed forces will require a lot of support in that area.
Yeah, I want to ask you exactly about that point now, because these last 15 months, the government there in Beirut was supposed to disarm Hezbollah, and they said, well, they gave reason to believe that they had managed to do that, at least in the territory south of the Litani River. And yet here we are talking about the town of Bint Jbeil, and I've been looking on a map, and that is indeed south of the Litani River. Turns out that was a stronghold for Hezbollah. So does it sound to you like the Lebanese government perhaps held back and perhaps they didn't do as much as they could have done? And if so, why didn't they?
Okay, the Lebanese government did as much as they could do in terms of issuing the directives and orders to the Lebanese armed forces. The field decision was left with the Lebanese armed forces leadership to judge what can be done by when, and there was a direct engagement with the mechanism that included U.S. representatives as well as UN representatives and Israeli representatives in addition to the Lebanese side, which was supposed to also support the Lebanese armed forces in finding the weapons caches, in being able to dismantle the infrastructure, in training and in intelligence support, etc. And given all these efforts, including the mechanism and the Lebanese armed forces, everyone was led to believe that more than 85% of the capabilities were destroyed and dismantled. To discover that just at the outbreak of the Israeli-US Iranian war, the Hezbollah capabilities became very clear that in south of Litani, they still had capabilities to launch attacks and rockets. So they were able to hide quite well. They were not cooperating well enough with the Lebanese armed forces as they portrayed it to be. And at the same time, there may have been some gaps in the execution that the Lebanese government should be able to investigate and fully understand and hold people accountable accordingly. So it's all of the above, basically, not just the Lebanese government that was not able to fulfill its part, but also the entire structure that was put around this ceasefire deal was insufficient to dismantle the capabilities of Hezbollah as was envisaged.
Okay, and I'm imagining that there is also some skepticism and some cynicism about what Israel's intentions are here. I mean, homes and infrastructure across the south of Lebanon have been flattened in whole swathes of territory. I mean, even 10% of Lebanon's territory looks like it could be within the sights of Israel. I mean, does it look like, to you, Israel intends to seize and keep that territory south of Litani?
Well, the Israeli side has declared very clearly, and the political elites of Israel have actually declared that the intention is to secure that entire area by themselves until the Lebanese government or anyone part of the Lebanese government control, with the support of the international community perhaps, is able to secure it and prevent any attacks from being launched from it. This is the Israeli side. On the Lebanese side, we were always hoping that Hezbollah would not do that, would not attack, would not use the Lebanese south to launch attacks, so it would not create the reaction that we are seeing today from Israel, which is effectively a ground invasion going or moving upwards, northwards, to reach almost 10% of Lebanese territory. So, unfortunately, this is kind of a situation that was created by Hezbollah and by the concerns from Israel about who is controlling this territory and who can put them under an immediate danger of attacks from Lebanese territory. So all of this needs to be part of the long-term discussions, how to secure this area under the Lebanese sovereignty, how to get the withdrawal of these troops from the south of Lebanon once that is established, and under international guarantees and international support and sponsorship. So this is not something that can be dealt with in a very short round of negotiations or in the first step towards direct negotiations. But to think of it positively, this is the first time that Lebanon enters at such a level with direct negotiations on this particular topic for many years.
I mean, I was reaching for some history books the other day and reading about how Ben-Gurion, David Ben-Gurion, who's regarded as being the father of modern-day Israel, it talked about extending Israel's border up to Litani. Now, this was 110 years ago. And just listening to what you're saying, I'm wondering whether there must be people in Lebanon who think that what Hezbollah has done is give Israel the pretext to do what it's been planning to do for more than 100 years. Does that ring true?
I cannot generalize if Ben-Gurion said this at some point in history, that this is still a specific objective of the current Israeli political system or government or administration, or if it's still valid in recent years. Whether it's valid or not, yes, Hezbollah did actually use, in fact, Iran, using Hezbollah as one of its arms, used Lebanese territory to launch attacks on Israel, which created a pretext for Israel to launch this ground and air offensive on Lebanon to secure its northern borders. Whether this was an intention ahead of time or it was created after these attacks, the result is the same. The pretext was given and the events happened. Now we need to dismantle the pretext and get the international community to be aligned around getting the Lebanese sovereignty back over all of these territories. So there will be hardliners from both sides. There will be hard stories from both sides, conspiracy theories, the widespread geopolitical interests, etc. But reality is that today we have attacks being launched from Lebanon from outside the control of the Lebanese government, and we have a counteroffensive by the Israelis using these attacks as a pretext to occupy Lebanese territory for any reasons that are being placed by Israel. What we need to do is dismantle both pretexts and at the same time not allow Iran or any other country to use Lebanon as a launch pad for attacks on anyone.
Right, and as you say, you know, a real tightrope here for the Lebanese government. On the one hand, they've got to criticize Hezbollah. They've also got to condemn Israel for killing some 2,000 of your country people. I think that means we're out of time, and we have to leave it there, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Ghassan Hasbani, former Deputy Prime Minister of Lebanon. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, on the humanitarian front in Lebanon, there have been continued attacks on healthcare facilities across the country following the renewed escalation of Israeli strikes last month. Well, more than 50 healthcare workers have been killed and around 150 others have been injured. Well, the attacks are being described as violations of medical neutrality and international humanitarian law. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Dr. Firas Abiad, who is the former health minister for Lebanon. He's currently a surgeon working at the American University of Beirut Medical Center, and he joins us now from the Lebanese capital. Dr. Abiad, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. The ceasefire that we've been talking about in the programme up until now doesn't cover Lebanon, does it? And more than 2,055 people have been killed in Lebanon since the 2nd of March. That includes children. It also includes healthcare workers. I wondered if you could just paint a picture for us of what the situation has been like on the ground there these last 24 hours.
Well, here in Beirut, the situation, we're still recovering from the vicious and indiscriminate attacks that we saw on Wednesday, where more than 350 people have been killed and more than 1,200 injured. At the American University, we're still receiving some complex cases being transferred from other hospitals that require more advanced care. But in general, we haven't seen the attacks that we saw last week. Now, this is here in Beirut, but elsewhere in the southern Lebanon, we see that the attacks are ongoing. Around 50 people are being killed almost on a daily basis, including, unfortunately, a number of first responders and healthcare workers. Yesterday, a member of the Lebanese Red Cross was killed and his colleague was injured by a direct raid on their ambulance by Israel. And the latest numbers that were reported by the Ministry of Public Health is that 87 first responders or healthcare workers have been killed up till now since the start of the aggression on Lebanon.
Right. I'm assuming you're referring to the case there of Hassan Badawi, who worked for the Lebanese Red Cross. And I just wonder whether you think that there is any indication that these attacks that result in the deaths of people like Hassan Badawi were somehow deliberate.
Of course, there's no doubt about that. And they are very worrisome, especially the latest attacks. The reason for that is that, from my experience at the ministry with the first responders, the Lebanese Red Cross are extremely careful. They usually don't initiate any movement, especially in the south, especially when raids are ongoing, before coordinating that with UN agencies, making sure that everybody is informed of their activities. They are in very well marked cars, and furthermore, they very well know they don't have any political affiliation to mention that sometimes has been used in the past, allegedly by Israel for attacks. So the fact that, despite this particular mission, which was well coordinated, was directly attacked, means, in my mind at least, that this was deliberate.
And do you think, therefore, Dr. Abiad, there'll ever be justice for people like Hassan?
Well, to be honest, I think it's not just people like Hassan. We need to understand what is behind these attacks. And, if you look at, particularly in southern Lebanon, where there has been direct attacks on healthcare facilities, ambulances, and healthcare workforce, the vast majority of the people who have been killed working in healthcare have been in southern Lebanon. Now, we need to understand that those ambulances in the south, they don't only transport casualties or patients, they also deliver for the country to hospitals. They deliver medications, they deliver food, they deliver sometimes. So they are the lifeline. And in my opinion, what is happening there is a scorched earth approach to healthcare institutions, making sure that those areas are devoid of any basic services. And this is directly targeting to people who hold on. They want to stay in their houses in an effort to cleanse them, to drive them off the south and make sure that the south, is not inhibited.
But Dr. Abiyad, according to Israel, and I know this is only in the case of one or two healthcare facilities, but if you take, for example, a hospital in Bint Jbeil, the Israelis argue that those healthcare facilities there have been used by Hezbollah for conducting military operations. Have you seen any evidence or heard any evidence that sounds credible like that?
Well, the two very well international organizations have looked into that. That include Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, and they have not found any evidence of these facilities or ambulances being used for such activities that the Israelis allege. In addition to that, this is a story we've heard before. This is a story we've heard before concerning every health facility in Gaza or ambulance. And this is something also that has been debunked by the international community and shows that all of these claims were baseless when we heard about bunkers in the Shifa hospital and others that were used to hold weapons. Last year, I remember when I was in the ministry, Israel claimed that in Sahel hospital, there was a bunker filled with money and weapons for Hezbollah. And we took the international press and we did a tour in the same place where, with those claims were, and we found nothing. So I think that, and if you go back to the international humanitarian law, a Geneva Convention, it's not enough for Israel to claim. There has to be substantiated proof, which up till now, none has seen.
Yeah, and just sort of moving away very slightly for a moment from the world of medical workers, first responders, there are also reports at the weekend that the Israeli military rammed the vehicles of UNIFIL peacekeepers. And that, again, is a violation of international law, if indeed the events occurred as described. What makes you think Israel feels like it can violate international law and perhaps not face any consequences for it?
Because it has been doing it for many, many years with impunity. Unfortunately, the international community has been loath to take any action when Israel has been doing that, whether in Gaza, whether in the West Bank, whether in Lebanon or any other place. And unfortunately, we see now, even when we hear about claims or intentions to do civilization wipe out and so on. All of these things are against the international humanitarian law, are against the international order that the laws that everybody should respect. I think that as these actions go unchecked and as these countries are giving impunity, this allows them to go on. And unfortunately, eventually it will encourage other countries to do the same.
Dr. Abiyad, even before this war began, Lebanon's finances were in a critical situation. The healthcare sector was in some parts described as being chronically underfunded. And I'm wondering how the healthcare system is coping under this renewed pressure of what I'm assuming is multiple mass casualty events.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm amazed. Last year, from the vantage point of being in the ministry, where I was looking through a balcony view, if you want, at the system and putting plans and so on. And now, this year, when I am, as a surgeon, with my colleagues in the emergency room, from the floor view, if you want, looking at their sacrifices, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how the health sector, maintains its resilience in Lebanon. You're absolutely right about that it is underfunded, under-resourced. Remember that Lebanon imports its medications, medical supplies. Now on top of the economic crisis in Lebanon, now we have a global economic crisis because of the rise in the price of oil. And that means that everything, the prices have gone up by at least 20 to 30%, which we are already starting to see in Lebanon. And I am very worried that should this war continue, we don't know for how long, that indeed, the health system in Lebanon, which has been like a cat with 9 lives, might find itself that it's ran out of, an additional life that it needs.
Are you suggesting, Dr. Abiad, that the healthcare system in Lebanon is approaching the point at which it could collapse?
Well, we have been saying that the healthcare system in Lebanon is approaching that point since 6 years when the financial crisis, started. And as I said, the system continues amazingly to be able to perform, on Wednesday, when the hospitals in Lebanon, in Beirut, not only dealing with the regular patients, we're dealing with 500,000 displaced that show up to the emergency room sometimes without any resources. And on top of that, we're able to take in a matter of hour or a bit more, 70 patients with major injuries and still be able to provide services for them. This is, as I said, this is something that is amazing. But at the end of the day, these are human beings, and this is a system that requires resources. And I believe that we are on the brink. Yes, I can say that.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Firas Abiad, former Lebanese health minister and a surgeon working at the AUB Medical Center. Thank you very much indeed. We wish you and your colleagues at AUB all the very best.
Thank you.
And now to some other global news. In Hungary, there were celebrations on the streets of Budapest well into the night. This after Peter Magyar's election victory, which has been described as a political earthquake. Well, tens of thousands of people gathered, marking what they say was a new beginning for their country, with hopes that it will make Hungary freer, happier, and more closely aligned with other European nations. Well, the result is seen as a setback for Moscow because the outgoing Prime Minister Viktor Orban had close ties to Russia. Well, attention now shifts to the incoming leader, Peter Magyar, who is a pro-European opposition figure and a reformer who has promised a major shift in Hungary's political direction. Well, let's get some more analysis. We can speak now to Michael Binyon, who is a former foreign and diplomatic correspondent for the Times of London. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Really appreciate you being with us, Michael. Peter Magyar appears to have won really resoundingly there in Hungary. Looks like he's got a 2/3 parliamentary majority. Were you surprised at the apparent ease at which he cruised to victory?
Well, I wasn't surprised that he won because it was quite clear that Hungarians had been itching for a change and had been more and more angry and fed up with the corruption and the dominance of the Prime Minister Viktor Orban. But I was surprised by the scale of his victory. It was quite unexpected that he would win such a huge majority, an absolute landslide. And I was also surprised at the record turnout of almost 80% of all voters, which is a pretty big turnout by any European standards.
Yeah, we've been hearing a bit more from the Prime Minister-elect in the last couple of hours. He's been saying all sorts of things, words to the effect that Europe needs to be able to defend itself. He's also talking about Hungary's interest in joining the euro. He's made a lot of promises, hasn't he? Can he deliver, do you think?
Well, he's got to unpick a lot of the things that had been left by the previous Prime Minister, where he had more or less skewed the system to favour his cronies and his appointments at various key posts in the Hungarian administration. The new Prime Minister does have enough parliamentary majority to be able to make the changes which had been built in by Viktor Orban. So when he's made those changes, then he can get on and deliver some of the promises that he's made. Certainly being more cooperative towards the EU, that's not difficult to do. And it's simply a question of Hungary are now agreeing to many of the things that they had resisted in the past. But there's plenty else to do. And as you suggest, there's a rather long list of promises that he's made.
Indeed, and it's going to be quite an adjustment, isn't it, for Moscow and Washington? Both President Trump and President Putin seem to have rather close ties with Viktor Orban, and President Trump and people in his team seem to be championing him in these elections. I wonder what they particularly liked about him.
Well, they liked the fact that he was an authoritarian right-winger who was very opposed to anything that conceded or seemed like sort of liberalism. In fact, he boasted of having an illiberal democracy, and that chimes in very much with the kind of ideology that Trump and his MAGA movement in America have always favored. Putin, for different reasons, of course, was very pleased that Orban maintained pretty warm and close relations with Russia, even though the Ukraine war was still raging, and that Orban had actually vetoed the $95 billion or euros, aid package to Ukraine. Both of them had separate interests in keeping Orban in power, and both of them, I think, will be mightily disappointed.
Yes, indeed, because we saw, for example, the US Vice President J.D. Vance on the stage campaigning more or less on Viktor Orban's behalf. And it looks like they didn't manage to shift the needle at all. I mean, the opposite might be argued, perhaps. I wonder what you think of the fact that there on the stage next to Viktor Orban was someone from an administration behind an unpopular war in Iran. Do you think perhaps their presence and the Trump brand ultimately counted against Viktor Orban?
I think it certainly did, yes, and I think many people have realized that. And I think the Trump administration will be both angered and somewhat sobered by the fact that his appeal in Europe is more or less like a lead weight. In fact, anything to do with the Trump administration is now pretty toxic in European politics. And that was abundantly clear in Hungary. The feeling is that he was trying to bully the Hungarians into their own making a decision which should have been theirs, that the idea of interfering in another country's elections as blatantly and openly as the Trump administration has done was most unpopular, and I think other nations would find the same. So I think the more Trump campaigned and the more openly partisan he was, the more counterproductive it turned out to be.
Do you think that a fifth term for Viktor Orban would have seen him trying to lead Hungary out of the European Union? Do you think that was something that was on the agenda?
Well, I think it's either he would have led them out or the European Union would have become so fed up they would have expelled Hungary. And that is a pretty difficult step. They haven't ever expelled anyone before, but they were coming quite close to it. They were coming, considering ways of trying to get round his veto on various resolutions that the EU had drawn up, particularly, obviously, as I mentioned, the money for Ukraine. But he could have taken them out of the European Union. He might have taken them out of NATO even. I think that would have been quite a big step and a difficult one for him, even given all his levers of control that he had.
Right. So I'm getting the impression from talking to you that there are going to be some sighs of relief in different parts of Europe, particularly in Brussels, particularly in Kyiv. Where do you think the sighs of relief will be loudest?
Oh, in Brussels, almost certainly. They have made a very pointed statement saying that they're very grateful that European democracy has been invigorated, and they've more or less openly said, we're back to a workable relationship again with Hungary. And it's absolutely clear that the European Commission feels that Hungary is no longer going to block key decisions and that it's no longer going to be a thorn in the side of the rest of the EU in making political decisions and in particular in integrating further the sort of cohesive measures that the EU still wants to take.
We've heard from the Slovak Prime Minister, Robert Fico, who is, of course, a close ally of Viktor Orban and who also enjoys warm ties with Moscow. I'm wondering whether you think this club of rather more authoritarian Moscow-friendly nations is likely to disappear altogether with just one member now in the form of Slovakia, or do you think there will be plans by Moscow to try to grow it?
Well, it's very difficult for Moscow to actually influence other countries in the way that they were able to with Orban, because Orban himself was a willing door for them. I mean, he held the door open for Moscow. I don't think other countries are nearly as receptive, even though, as you say, Slovakia is still pretty friendly towards Russia, but not to the degree that Orban was, and they don't have the weight or the long-standing relationship. I think the Russians will be sort of biding their time for a moment now to see how it goes. But what I think they will realize, as other commentators have realized, is that perhaps the high watermark of right-wing populism has already now passed, and that there is less of a wish for this kind of nationalistic, populistic, simplistic, almost Christian-based ideology, which seems to have been so popular certainly in much of Eastern Europe. I think perhaps that now is waning, because we've already seen that the populist party in Poland was thrown out a couple of years ago, and that it's now only Slovakia that seems to be embracing this kind of ideology.
Right, and I just wanted to ask you, I mean, I was watching the results coming in last night, and it wasn't long after voting wrapped up that we got that concession from the outgoing Prime Minister, Viktor Orban. I mean, it could have all gone very differently, couldn't it? Do you think there was a degree of nervousness that he perhaps wouldn't concede?
Oh, certainly. I mean, I'm actually quite surprised that he conceded so early, and I'm quite surprised that he sent a congratulatory telegram and, openly embraced the result. I would have thought that he would have said it's rigged and it's false and that this is all a sham and that I'm going to rerun the election, and would have cancelled the result, or, tried to cheat, because I'm afraid that kind of behavior is not unknown in some right-wing circles. It's to his credit that he actually recognized the overwhelming rejection of him and of his policies and stood aside. Now, whether his supporters, though dwindling in number, whether they will try to mount a counteroffensive now, I doubt it. There are too few, too openly rejected. So I think that's the last we've seen of Viktor Orban.
Okay, I mean, I'm wondering what the United States does next, because after making it fairly clear who they wanted to emerge as the winner from this election, and having not got their own way, I mean, they're unlikely to be embraced in quite the same way by Budapest as they would have been if Viktor Orban had won. I mean, how do you think that's going to sit with the Hungarian people? Do you think they're going to sort of turn their backs on the United States and become increasingly embracing of Brussels?
Well, I think the other thing is that the United States will turn its back on Hungary first. They'll probably be denounced. I mean, Trump is not above calling people losers that he feels have betrayed him. They'll be branded as liberals who've, been subverted by Brussels and European propaganda. And I think he will denounce them roundly and then simply pay no attention to Hungary whatsoever. And that's probably his tactic, that he'll just say, well, that's it. I'm not going to care about them. I don't care. America has no interest in this tiny little European country. It's of no concern to us. So he'll try to distance himself in order not to lose face, and in order not to be associated with a loser, which, of course, he wouldn't like at all. Yes, I think the Hungarians will be more openly pro-Brussels, though I have to say that Peter Magyar is himself no kind of pushover liberal. He is a fairly nationalistic man. He was himself part of the Fidesz party, the Viktor Orban's party, and it's more to do with disillusion and anger at corruption rather than a huge wave of enthusiasm for liberal ideas or for the European Union that has actually pushed him away from Orban, or that it made him split. So I don't think we're going to see a great rush of sort of immediate pro-EU or openly liberal measures coming along, particularly on questions of immigration, which is a pretty difficult subject for most European countries.
Yeah, just listening to what you're saying there and thinking about how, the United States really championed the future prime minister, well, the incumbent prime minister of Hungary, a small country, as you say, 10 million people, and yet it didn't work. People went in entirely the opposite direction. I mean, have we ever seen the US get so firmly behind the leader of a European country with a view to influencing the result like this?
Not that I can immediately recall, no. The US has usually been fairly respectful of European democratic patterns and of the votes that go to make up governments in Europe. I mean, they had their differences, obviously, with quite a number of European nations in the past. I mean, one thinks of the Greek colonels, who were a pretty right-wing group who took power in Greece, in the late 60s. I think that was something that the United States didn't like at all. But they didn't openly try to change the result. They didn't sort of intervene in election politics. And I think it's pretty unusual for them to have been so openly interventionist by sending the vice president to campaign on behalf of one party. I can't ever recall that kind of thing before.
OK, and as we've been saying, it didn't work. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much. We're out of time. Thank you so much. Michael Binion, former foreign and diplomatic correspondent for The Times newspaper. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Rory is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean on the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade.
You keeping that coat on?
Yeah, why?
Oh, there's a little going fishing.
One of the Liverpool fans calls in, he goes, look, he can win the Champions League, I still want him off.
I got called a Bulgarian lizard once.
Bulgarian lizard?
That should be the name of this podcast.
Yeah, it should be the Muppet Show.
Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast. We're here a day late, chaps, because of bank holiday, and we've had a really, really relaxing one.
Yeah.
Thanks to this man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to...
It wasn't relaxing me getting there, though. I was rushing.
Do you want to explain to the listeners where we was yesterday?
Oh, mate,
Taking
do you want me to take it?
I think take the ball by the horns.
I'll say it. Yeah, we went for a bit of hot yoga. And, yeah, it was quite interesting. So, obviously, when you go to these type of places, like, I didn't know what to expect, but I know you have to go there relaxed.
Yeah.
And open to the elements, open to what can be.
Yeah.
So I've gone in. I'm obviously late, as I always am.
That
so
was the most stressful part. I know one of them's
yeah.
going to be late, and they lock the doors.
Yeah. Somehow you got the doors.
They started
open.
late for you.
All the women of Cobham waiting for Colton Cole.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I got there, and it was very inviting.
Yeah.
Got in there, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't have my towel. That was the main thing for me, because I don't like sweating without having a towel to dab my face at least. So that was really uncomfortable. But when I got in there, everyone was very nice, isn't it?
Yeah. Did you find
calm.
it tough?
It was calm.
Yeah.
She messaged me the night before,
right?
and said, "Oh, shall I make it tough?" And I
Why
went,
would you
yeah,
do?
Why not?
See what I'm saying? Like,
First time.
I've never done yoga before, and I'm doing hot yoga, so we're doing extreme sports right now.
At one point, I looked over and you looked like you was a pretzel. The way that your body was, like your arm was like, and I was like,
Hey, do you know
the
what?
strain in your face.
I wasn't far off it, mate. I was straining, man. I don't know. They done this. What was the downward dog?
Downward dog, yeah.
Yeah. Then there was what's
Back
the
the
other
baby.
word?
There was the warrior pose.
The warrior pose. What
Warrior
was that?
two.
The warrior two.
Yeah.
What was the other one when you're like in a plank?
Yeah, that's I've forgotten the
And
name.
then you got
now.
to lift up your leg.
You go down. Oh, I've forgotten the name of it.
And then there's the other one when you got to roll your body up from
Yeah.
your chin upwards. Yeah.
And you get dizzy, so you got to breathe out on the way up.
He was
Mate,
breathing,
I
holding on for dear life.
You were breathing heavily, to be fair.
I thought there was a buffalo next to you. Breathing. Yeah.
Oh no, but we had a great time. We had a great time.
The best
and,
bit's Shavasta at the end, innit?
Oh, yeah.
Lay down and nice music playing.
It's hard work, innit?
I told you.
What about this geezer though? Like to be Wayne Bridge in Cobham, people calling him a legend at 9:30 in the morning. He had his, just to give people the view. We went for a coffee afterwards, and we bumped into Enzo Maresca, and he's seen us three sweating, and he's like, oh, where have you gone? Paddle? We've got hot yoga, and he looks at us like.
He was like, that must be a sight.
Man, like one big black guy and two white guys, and I can see he was looking at me. He's like, "Have you lot influenced this guy here?" I said, "I'm open to try new things, man. This is not my style, but I'm having a little go."
It's good. You feel good afterwards, though, don't
you do feel good, mate. And we will recommend it to anyone listening if you get a chance.
Yeah. But you've done yoga before.
I've done yoga before. But if anyone listeners get a chance, go and do hot yoga and write us in and tell us about your experience.
You do feel good after.
You do, man.
What I would advise is to start just doing yoga first. Don't just go into hot yoga, because I didn't know I was getting into. Yeah, it's good, but you need that, because I didn't know what I was doing. And you made it strong. You made it strong for me. It's bang out of order what you done.
No, it's all right.
Mate, you loved it. That's why you kept on laughing at me. Like, was doing the plank, and then he just kept on looking at me laughing.
I couldn't help myself.
I was cursing in my head. I was actually cursing. I didn't want to say certain things, but you got to be calm in that situation.
Yeah.
But we had a great time in there.
That was good.
But we saw Enzo Maresca.
Yeah.
And then me and you, we thought, they actually look similar, didn't they?
Oh, exactly. So we've got a photo of them together.
We've got a photo. We'll put it in there.
Yeah, we'll have to get it.
He
looked cool, by the way.
Yeah. He looks like what you're supposed to look like.
He had like these loose-fitting light blue jeans on,
Gucci t-shirt.
Oversized t-shirt.
That's what you're supposed to look like.
All right, I want to be Enzo Maresca when I grow up. Right, okay.
He's
a nice guy.
He's a nice guy.
He's a good guy.
I thought he was hard done by.
Should we talk about football? People think they're on a yoga podcast here. Right, okay. Right, Arsenal, Bridgie. You was at the game.
Yeah,
the Grim Reaper for Arsenal turning up again on the sideline.
You see this guy, he had his big cloak on the side of the pitch. Looked like he was dictating what was going on the pitch.
You were the Southampton mob, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but
a good time.
My dad obviously buzzing, just sat in the director's box, had best mate Luke and Aaron come.
And your dad looked amazing, by the way.
Oh, he dressed up, waistcoat. He's actually lost loads of weight, and he ended up wearing a suit he ain't wore for about 15 years.
Is it?
Yeah, and then he had
an old and
then he had my old Saints tie on.
Oh, wicked.
Little top hat, walking stick.
Oh,
mate, he was buzzing.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And then to trot into the director's box as well with all the big dogs.
Yeah, the atmosphere was brilliant, by the way.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah,
it's been
the build
a bit
up to
quiet
the game was wicked.
Really?
Because
I was surprised how it felt.
50 years to the
50
year since they last won the cup.
And 50 minutes in between both their goals.
Yeah.
So 35 and 85 minutes.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It's written in the stars for the minute.
My mate Luke's obviously fuming because you pulled City out the bag.
I know. He's not happy. He's already told me.
He's not happy about that. But you've got to beat them to win it.
Yeah.
So.
We're going to talk about Arsenal because, listen, it's the theme of the last 3 months. Are they every time they lose a game, lose a couple of games, are they bottling it? The quadruple's gone. They're now out of 2 competitions. They play Sporting Lisbon tonight because we're recording this on a Tuesday. Do we think we're at the stage now where it's league or bust? Are they? What do you make of what's going on?
Saints played well, by the way. They played really well.
They did play really well. They did play really well.
You know where Arsenal struggled with a long ball?
Yeah.
Struggled massively.
You were saying that,
yeah. Like the
Just a
first
direct
few long
ball.
balls, they were in all the time.
Really?
Just getting in all the time.
Yeah.
Sorry, my
But going back to Arsenal, Gabriel limped off, right? They've got a lot of injuries at the moment. They're coming into the most crucial part of the season. We've been in that position, Bridgie, like where you're. What was the crucial things do you think that we had that this Arsenal team haven't quite got yet that they need to show in these next few games? Because the pressure's on.
I think the squad, whoever came in, slotted in all right. No matter how many changes there were.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you could change 4 or 5 players,
yeah,
and it affects everything. But I always felt like at Chelsea, no matter who you changed, everyone just slotted in all right.
Well, there was a lot of changes.
System. Is that because of the system, or is it?
Yeah, but Arteta's very systematic. But it seems to me when he makes changes, there is a drop off. Like you're saying, like Ben White coming in found it difficult.
Is that the quality, or is it the understanding of the system for the player that's coming in to replace the player that was already in there?
I don't think it's the understanding, because I think Arteta's been saying for 6 years since he's been there, trust the process. And I think you watch them and they're quite rigid the way that they play. I just think when you take certain players, like Declan didn't play at the weekend, I just think he's so influential for what they do. Yeah. Like, so still, like any great team with a great system, and you can have 20 players at all levels, but there's always 1 or 2 or 3 players scattered within that. That's just the soul of the team. And I think Declan Rice is one of them players. Do you know what I mean? At Chelsea, we were blessed with quality. Like centre-halves, we had Gallas, Terry, Carvalho. So one of them was injured. That was, you didn't really miss the other one that much. Although they was all fit. The one player I thought with us that we couldn't quite replace because he was so unique was... No, I think Lamps was... What about was Drogba? Because he was so like. I remember when we had to play, it was Drogba or Ida, so we had to make a conscious effort to change the way that we played.
The approach to the game.
Do you know what I mean? There was no like for like, and I think Arsenal with Declan, there's no like for like in the midfield where he could, because he does so much good work where he gets it deep and he drives through the lines, he breaks the play. I don't know. I'm trying to think of reasons why they drop off.
I think Zubamendi's not been at it as well, and he's been brilliant for them the whole season, I'd say.
Yeah.
And look, takes a bit of pressure off Declan Rice as well when Zubamendi's at it. But I'd say the last 5 games, maybe Arsenal fans might disagree, but I think Zubamendi's not been at his peak form. And that midfield area, they really need that to tick.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Then you've got Odegaard that goes in there as well.
He played deeper in that game, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, if they're not at it, at the level that they should be, they can't replace Rice.
Yeah.
Because Rice is at least... And I saw something the other day as well about how influential he is, but there was something saying that he's a bit too emotional as well, Rice.
You're right, okay.
Because when it's not going his way or going the team's way, he'll get too emotionally involved rather than keep his head. And I think there's a thing in that as well where they need to do it. He has to omit calmness. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but he can't be something he's not, Coley.
Well, he's not been a winner yet. That's what I'm trying to say. So that is what they're depending on. But he doesn't know how to navigate that just yet. That's why they need to get silverware over the line so they know how to navigate for the future. They've just missed 2 big opportunities to get silverware.
Yeah.
I know they're still in the running for the 2.
Yeah.
But for their experience sake, they need to get some type of silverware over the line. Yeah. Because that will create positivity when it comes to the squeaky bum time. They'll know how to navigate when the going gets tough. But they haven't been there yet. They've not gone to those trenches yet.
It's almost like a trauma thing, isn't it? Like every year for the last 3 years, they've got to this stage. All of the media's on them, and saying they haven't got it.
I think they listen to media as well too much.
All right, so here's my next question: What if you're Mikel Arteta and you're coming? How do you approach these next few games? What in terms of forget the tactics, or forget. What are you saying on Monday morning? How are you setting the tone with your coaching staff with everything? Because do you remember the cup final we went to and Mikel Arteta made the Arsenal players stay and watch Man City the whole way? Like it was a very performative. Do you know what I mean? Like because he's thinking to himself, this is going to be a thing. Like we'll look back in 3 months, we'll win the league and go, Remember when we watched them up, that one motivated him. So he's obviously thinking of things, Mikel Arteta. But what would you do, Bridgie, in that situation as a manager?
I think you've just got to try and get them mentally right, playing relaxed, and like Arsenal fans, right?
Right.
They're going to do the quadruple,
right?
Now they're out of that. Some
treble.
of them stressing.
Yeah.
Now they might bottle the league.
Right.
So the players could be thinking the same. So as a manager, one, you've just got to get back to winning ways. You just got to get them mentally right, training right.
Yeah.
And if you play with any kind of fear or worry, it just affects your game.
Do you think his face look? I look at Arteta. I look at managers. I think he looks concerned, worried. Like he's like, he looks gaunt at the moment. Do you know what I mean? Like, and you look at, and when you've seen players like,
I think managers.
That's managers, mate. That's managers. If I was a manager, oh my god, I look old enough as it is.
the only one manager, and he's the governor, and it's what he just Don Carlo. Carlo.
Yeah, with the cigar.
Just tuning.
And I've got to go.
He never looks stressed.
I've got to say, to some extent, Vince Kompany.
Yeah.
He looks unstressed. But going back to what you're saying, Arteta, he's the one that's he's steering the ship.
Yeah.
Right? So he's the one. The buck stops with him. He's the one that's got to give his players the confidence to like have that belief. Say, Dad, all right, we've lost that game. Now it's time to draw in. And I think there's some training session they was doing yesterday. Did you see it?
No.
It was online. No. There was they put it out there as well. Like, I think it was in the Daily Mail or something like that. Yeah, but there was holding a ball on their heads between 5 players around the ball. Like, I'm thinking, what kind of activities are this? Like, it's cringy, man.
Are we SEALs? Are we?
I don't know. They had the ball, and all their heads are on the ball. About 5 of them around it, and I don't know what kind of game they were playing. But why would you even film that and put it out there? Do that in the sports hall when there's no.
You're right. If you won the last 2 games, not after losing 2 games.
Do you know what it reminds me of? Respect the ball. How did that turn out? Like, they're trying to get the edges every type of way, and they're trying to get that team bond and on the pitch as well. So I know what they're doing, but just leave that. Stop doing it for the media. Do it for yourselves.
I can't see him losing the league.
I can't see him losing.
I can't
see him losing.
I can't see it, but mate, if it is, I've never been so wrong.
I've upset him a couple of times.
You've said this,
I said it.
Yeah. Bournemouth for
a few times. So it's a tough game.
Yeah.
If they win it, I'll probably say it's done.
Yeah, I still think they win the league.
I do as well.
Just a quick one before we wrap up on Arsenal. Southampton winning, your old club, Bridgie. Does that you said it was a great atmosphere. Does it feel like the magic of the cup was back there?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. It was brilliant, especially the 50 years since they last won it.
Where did you go afterwards when you was with all the boys and your dad playing darts?
Oh yeah, we were singing songs to you, weren't we, down the phone? You could hear my dad the most, couldn't you?
Yeah.
We ended up back at my sister's house. Right. The husband's got little pool table and dartboard and that, so we were up for a few hours.
The governor of Winchester.
Weren't we?
Yeah. The Southampton fans are happy. Then the FA Cup's back.
Buzzing. They've been on fire as well. They haven't lost in
Have you got the keys to the city over there?
No, Matt Letizia. Me. Matt Letizia.
You should have, mate.
You promote that place properly, mate. But yeah, Southampton are massively thinking they can go all the way here. They have to come up to Manchester City. They have to go. Is it away to Manchester City?
That's
Wembley.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Wembley?
Yeah.
So okay.
We'll get
so one day out.
Yeah, so it's a one-off game.
Yeah.
So you never know,
Yeah.
That's what you do. Never know.
Mickey have his suit on. Anyway, we're going to move on.
Going?
I don't know yet. Maybe.
It's on both your teams.
He'd be working. I'm working on getting him a job.
Oh, get me a ticket then.
He actually made a phone call yesterday trying to get me
to
a
the
job.
bosses at
Is it?
I haven't told him I want to do it.
Man City versus Southampton.
Yeah, that
played
makes
for
sense.
both clubs.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, bringing him in. Yeah. Tells after his commission. I said, no, I'll take that.
I'll set this up.
Right, here we go. Right, moving on. We got Liverpool now. It was a drubbing. When you consider they were the 2 teams at the top for so long, they looked like a gulf apart. With Man City fans were singing "You're getting sacked in the morning," with Xabi Alonso available. And which I found interesting. The murmurings from the Liverpool fans are like, let's get him in now and all that. Liverpool fans, I feel, always stick with their managers through thick and thin, and they're quite loyal like that. But I think the lure of Xabi Alonso being available is making them. What do you think on Slot?
It's a hard one, isn't it? Because he's won the league with them, but that's on the back of a Klopp team, and he's ridden that wave because they was in that wave. And I always go back to that. They go in the summer.
Yeah.
They go on holiday, come back to bad news on
tragedy. Tragedy, yeah.
Diogo Jota, one of their teammates, one of their highly respected teammates in the dressing room as well. That trauma can carry on for, you don't know.
Yeah,
and there's nobody out there that can say how to deal with that as a team. And I always say, and then on top of that, I don't think they went into the season prepared with the style of play that he wanted to employ, because you got to understand Isak's fiasco as well. That was a painstaking, wasn't it? It was like, is he coming? Is he not? And that's going to be your main striker, and that's left till the last part of the window until the deal got done.
Yeah.
Then you had Ekatike that had come in and he was doing well, so that was papering over the cracks. But really and truly, when you look at the whole scenario, it's just not a great start to a season. And plus, they didn't address the defending positions.
Yeah.
You know, there was Mark Gahey, they was trying to get him, couldn't get him. And then it just went too long. That they didn't cover the positions that they needed to cover. Plus, they haven't even dealt with the Mo Salah situation as well.
Yeah.
So there's just so much stuff going on. And then on top of that, Slot has to... I've heard rumours, not rumours, but people say amongst the fans as well that he doesn't know what he's doing tactically. So some of the substitutions that he's making, some of the tactical elements of his formations when he wants to try and tweak things, he's not doing the right things.
Yeah.
And you know how Liverpool fans are. They know that they can suss out a fraud quick. You know what I mean? So I think that all of that culminating to one, it's just a mess for this season. It might, and the signings hasn't set the world alight as well. Some of the top signings, they ain't done nothing really of note. So, and I do like Wirtz, by the way, but I think he's got more to come. But Ekatike's done well as well, so give him that. But there's a few of them that haven't. And and even the other players as well.
Yeah, there's you know, you've got
been underperforming.
Yeah, you know, like players like he's been the best player. Kirke's coming into the side from that Bournemouth side where he looked phenomenal. He hasn't hit the ground running. When you break it down like that, it's like you're in real time. You're doing an appraisal on why it's gone wrong. You can see it all, right? So.
So I agree with everything you said. Liverpool fans don't want to hear that.
But I agree with everything you said. It's the reason.
You summed it up nicely, to be fair.
As to why it's gone wrong. The balance in the midfield, he's trying to get Wirtz in as well. I wouldn't put anything on top of that other than, I just think Liverpool as a football club and the way that they operate, and I think, don't bite the bullet on Arne Slot yet. Give him an opportunity for start of next season. Even though Xabi Alonso's there, let him go. Out of his hand, the Diogo Jota tragedy's out of his hands.
Yeah, didn't even think about that.
Yeah,
what impact that might have on players.
Well, exactly. I mean, nothing like that ever happened to us, thankfully enough. But you can't think for yourself as one of your mates because you're so close as a bond when you're a team.
Yeah.
It's like I don't understand. Everyone goes to work and they have work colleagues, and obviously they have close friendships and that. But when you're a team and you're being a football team, I think it's more than a family because you depend on each other. You're going to war for each other every 3-4 days. You feel like the whole world's against you.
It's an unbreakable bond.
It's like a bond you got at the time, and then for one day one of your mates not to be there. Like
traumatic.
that,
it's traumatic.
And then it's sort of because like football, we all know how important football is, right? But in the scheme of things, it really is not, is it? Right? When life and death and things like that are happening, but to be able to go to war and put your body on the line, you as a group have to think that you're the center of the universe and you are you're going to go to war, and we've seen players get injured. We see players get injured, and you go through things, right? So, but then when something actual, real happens, like it's very difficult then to have the same. Come on, because you need to push yourself to
that extra 10%.
So I feel that's been if that's the one thing above all the other things that you listed, the Jota thing. I think they need to grieve and.
They haven't had time.
I think people have
They've
not
just
really
been going to work like normal.
People say it, but they don't really think it through for what it is, and that's exactly what it is. So I think.
But fans, this is why I was going back to the fans now. The fans, they got time for that.
Yeah.
Fans, it moves on quickly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The people that's effective, they can't forget about it. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
And I said all the other stuff as well. On top of that, it's just piled the pressure on. And Slot, he'll probably never ever have to deal with something like this ever again. And there's other managers out there that has never dealt with it. And who tells someone like that how to navigate and be around a big football club like that and still trying to please the fans, try and make sure that his players are happy.
Yeah.
It's a hard task.
It's definitely a confidence thing.
Top of that,
definitely.
There's this thing that I always look at, like with managers, like great managers. When a great manager leaves a football club, the next manager that comes in, it's hard.
It's
a hard job. Like you've got to be something else, like to live up to people's expectations. Because you're not Klopp, you're Slot. Do you know what I mean? And they're always going to have that against you.
It's true. It's true. Like you look at David Moyes, who's a great manager, going in after Fergie never worked. Unai Emery, did he go straight in after Wenger? And Unai Emery's clearly a great manager.
It's so hard. Because everyone's such used to a certain way. Do you know what I mean? And then that happens, and then you ain't going to ever live up to him.
Imagine you're at a great concert, right? And the support act is just blowing the doors off, and everyone's buzzing, and then the main acts go, "Oh God." Drop it down a gear, warrior. I'm going to come in. You're already at a 10. I've got to find an 11.
You've got to find a different level.
That was like when we watched Streets and Kasabian. Mate, the Streets were good.
But Kasabian
were really good as well. They were good.
I was worried because when we went to Streets and Kasabian, I was thinking, we love the Streets. You love the Streets. A week don't go by without you in the background playing, right? And I'm thinking, we were so buzzing at the Streets. I think, God, Sergio's got his work cut out here, but then he come out and smashed it out of the park. So big him up.
Was it the pit?
Was it the mosh pit?
The mosh pit. I was in there.
Only on this podcast can you go from serious talk to mosh pit in 2 sentences. Quick question though, Arne Slot, do you stick with him or do you go and get Xabi Alonso?
Stick or twist?
I don't. Do you know what? I don't know. Part of me's like, it's got to come down to players, and he's got to be able to give them the confidence and a boost. I feel like the confidence affects players a lot when they're playing. I think they need a few good results. I don't know, mate, honestly.
I feel bad.
A new manager coming in might give them a new lease of life. Do you know what I mean? It's harsh, isn't it? But that's the world you live in with football now.
I think it's harsh on him. But it's business. I think it's harsh. But it's business because
you could get Alonso when they could be flying, mate.
I think the players need a change. I think the players need a change because obviously this traumatic event what we're talking about, I think they just need a new scenery. Let's start again next season.
Can I say I want to throw my 2p worth in it. I think go to the end of the season and then sit down and I would probably do it if he's available. Not now. Let Arne Slot try and win the Champions League because he deserves that.
So.
Not now.
That's a question in its own, right? Coley.
Go on.
If he wins the Champions League,
he's got to stay.
He stays.
Of course he has.
All right.
Of course he has, right?
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. I was on the radio the other day. One of the Liverpool fans calls in. He goes, "Look, he can win the Champions League. I still want him off." I said, "Mate, there would have been 2 trophies, 2 major trophies in 2 years.
Yeah.
You got Premier League and you got Champions League. What else do you want?" He'll be like, "Nah, I don't like him.
Really?
Gotta go."
Mate,
it's because they watch the football week in, week out, though.
It's because they've got people like him winding them up on the airwaves.
I'm not winding them up.
Yeah,
he's like,
you know what? You got to take your hat off to fans, honestly. Like, I'll go and watch my kids play football, and when they lose, it ruins my weekend. I'm like, these are paying money to go and watch every weekend. Imagine them paying to go home miserable.
He made the. Listen,
how many fans have you made feel like that?
Do you know what? You said something right. And this is when I say you've got this weird way of looking at things.
Yeah,
I can't argue with you, right? Yeah. He said, I can't remember who it was. I think it was at the final when you went, I hope nobody. It's going to be horrible. Someone's going to lose. We was in the box, and
because we're in the box with both fans.
Yeah, and he was like, "What?" He said, "Why would you bother going to football?" Right? He said, "Why would you just not go to a gig or a rave or something? At least you know when you pay your 50 quid, you're going to have a good time. Football, you could pay your 50 quid and go home miserable."
But I guess the times are really good when they are good.
Yeah. It's like playing bingo, isn't it? It's like playing the lottery.
I'll tell you it wasn't good for the other day on TV. Danny Dyer.
Oh, yeah.
What happened?
Where it kept panning to him every time with the West Ham.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then they scored, and then they hadn't scored. Mate, he went for a lot of pain.
We will get onto that. So, listen, anyway, Liverpool, I'll bring Alonso in, and I'll tell you why. I think Alonso tends to play with that sort of 3-4-3 system. Yeah. I think Frimpong and Kirkes, Wirtz in behind Isak and Ekitike, Szoboszlai and McAllister, maybe as a 2 in there.
He ain't turned up this season, McAllister, either.
He hasn't. He's but yeah. But anyway, I would do that. Moving on, Chelsea now. Mm-hmm. Listen, lots going on, Coley. They dispatched Port Vale 7-0.
That was lovely, by the way.
Lovely dispatch, but it's off the back of a bad run.
Yeah.
But the news coming out is Enzo Fernandez has been dropped by Chelsea for 2 games after comments he made about his future are deemed to have crossed the line, according to the manager Rosina. Now, when Rosina come out and spoke to the press, he said it was a club decision to give him the 2 games ban. He's under contract until 2032. And he wants to leave, right? It seems like he wants to leave.
That's funny in itself.
It's madness, isn't it?
Right.
While he was talking, I was thinking his contract's up at the end of the season.
Yeah. Right.
2032.
So it's on us, right, as ex-footballers to like try and give the fans a perspective, the listeners to give a perspective of did he cross the line? Is his punishment fair? What are Chelsea thinking? So first of all, I think Enzo Fernandez is a great footballer. He's a great footballer, and when he's on the pitch, Chelsea are a better team. And he's clearly, when he signed for the club, he would have been clearly sold this dream. We're going to go back to the top. It's Chelsea Football Club. It's global. He's thinking to himself, fantastic, 100 million player from Benfica. I'm at the big league. And he's been there 2.5 years now. He's probably looking around and he's playing with young players, not really competing with your Arsenals, your Man Cities. And he's probably thinking, he signed this 8-year contract of what he signed, which Chelsea, and he's probably thinking, this ain't happening for me. And it's a short career as a footballer. So I think between him and his agent, they've decided they want to get out. Now they have to, these agents probably encouraging him to say these things in the press. Because what it does, it destabilises the club. But like you said, when you've got a year or 2 years left, you'll hold the power in the contract because you are a valuable asset. So the club's perspective is, right, we've given all these players these long-term contracts. We've had some where we've given it to Mikhailo Mudryk, who's had the drugs thing, can't get him off the books, paying him a lot of money. So that's a negative for giving him a long-term contract. Your Cole Palmers, your Enzos, you give them a long-term contract and it secures the value on the asset. But now you come to where the rubber hits the road, where, Enzo, you got him for another 4 or 5 years, so he's secured, but you're going to have an unhappy player for 4 or 5 years. So this is where I think the ownership group, they don't have anyone in that group who's been a top player, who understands the mindset, understands all the intricacies. You can say it.
Intricacies.
Yeah, and so but when they've come to this place, they've all sat around and probably gone, right, how do we deal with this? Mm-hmm. Because this can't go well. He can't be saying he wants to leave every 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. So they've gone, right, we're going to ban him for 2 games, and one of the games is the Man City game, right? So, I mean, if there's someone in the room, you need to preempt this type of stuff because you can't just be banning players for talking about
surely
their
they would have
opinions.
had
If he wants to leave,
surely they would have had a chat with each other before they decided to ban him for 2 games.
they said it was a club decision. So for that means it's the owners, maybe the board, maybe the directors of football.
So how's his one such a big deal and Cucurella's one not?
Good point. I think with the Cucurella point, I think Enzo's done it before. I think there's been some something like
misdemeanors previous.
He's got previous.
This guy, every time he goes away on international outfit.
Yeah. But the thing is, you have a little breather. You have a breather. I don't know, man. I think it's pretty much. Listen, you're not. If you're sitting there going, I'd like to go and live in Real Madrid.
No, Madrid. Mate, it could be Rayo Vallecano. By the way, it don't have to be Real Madrid. It could be Getafe. That's in Madrid.
Yeah.
So it could be these other teams. He might not just say, I want to go to Real. It could be Atletico. You know what I mean?
It ain't Chelsea. You know that. You know what I mean? Chelsea ain't in Madrid.
That's true.
That's
true.
Right? So
far from it.
Right? So the question's here: did he cross the line?
You just shouldn't come out and do it, should you? Really?
You shouldn't come out and do it. But if you're thinking,
I wouldn't mind to live in Madrid, but he's saying it was. He was saying it was innocent. Like says, the weather reminds me of home.
Yeah, but that's just
that's the lyrics. That's the lyrics he's coming out with.
You know what you're saying. Well, if that's the case, then I would say, listen, Enzo, you need to come out. If my dealings with it would have been, first of all, I think you made a rod for your own back with these long-term contracts because I think they sound good in essence, but they haven't thought about what happens when you get a player, a top player who wants to go, and how that affects.
They must have had a chat with him before banning him, surely.
Well, it's an easy one. You say, listen, Enzo, why are you saying this? And he'd go, sorry, I didn't mean it. Go, all right, then no problem. What about this statement saying you're committed to Chelsea for the next 4 or 5 years and you're not interested in leaving no matter where, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you go, all right, but that would have been the first move. Then if he says no, then you know he's not said it accidentally. And you go, all right, this is where we're at. And then it becomes a thing, well, then listen, I just think I could have said this was coming down the line 2 years ago with his long-term contracts. 100%.
That's how they're going to try and get out of it.
Of course, players are going to try and navigate. If we see Isak in the summer,
if you're going to do it, fine him.
Yeah,
don't ban him for 2 games if he's a player that's going to play.
You're hurting yourself
and still
really.
give you everything.
Because
no matter what, whenever you go on the pitch, you're still going to give everything. You're never not going to go out there and not give everything, are you?
We would think that. I'm assuming Enzo is that type of character. But
we have seen some wrong uns.
We have seen some wrong uns. But would you forcing yourself out of a club is it's so ugly, isn't it? It's so ugly, hardcore, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, because the only people that pay the price are the fans. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
If they're not happy, you've seen what Chelsea do.
Exactly.
Doesn't matter how good you are, what kind of background you've got, or what kind of reputation you've come with.
Yeah,
you get put in the reserves.
They've gone hardline Chelsea on all of these type of issues. They've gone any of the players that they've give long-term contracts out, and they won't leave because the players can't get the money that they're on at Chelsea and whatnot. They go, right, you're going to Siberia, the bomb squad. You're going out there. You're going to train with the kids. You're going to make your life difficult, which is completely wrong. Yeah, because every one of them players were bought in good faith, and it hasn't worked. And it's not just the player's fault. If a player's not worked at a club, the player has to take the most of the blame, but it can be the manager, it can be just the situation, it can be no one's fault, right? Mm-hmm. But you can't go, right, we wanted you, go and get over there and do that. I've been vocal, but I don't think that's... You've been in that situation. So just talk me through that. What was it like?
What bomb squad?
He's been at...
It was a bomb squad of 6 months.
So was I.
Shay Given, Adebayo.
I was in bomb squad in Indonesia, though.
That's a proper bomb squad.
Proper bomb squad.
Oh my God.
Mate, they put me in bomb squad in Indonesia. I didn't do nothing wrong. It's crazy. Imagine being in Indonesia segregated.
I could have dealt with it differently when I look back, maybe, but not like loads differently.
Go on.
But I could have been a bit more positive. But when I was with them, there was Craig Bellamy, Shay Given, Adebayo. There was like a group
some big
of
dogs
us.
in there.
We were coming back for pre-season. Just got a phone call saying he don't want you at the training ground.
It's just from who?
I can't remember.
We don't want you at the training ground.
So it wasn't the manager?
No, management
Weasel.
Called me. He'd never call me.
That's a proper weasel move. Who was it?
Mancini.
Oh, come
but
on.
like, so I end up coming back 10 days later.
Yeah.
But when he called me, I was just when I got that, I was like, I thought I was going on holiday again.
Yeah.
I went on holiday for another week, but I come back and I'm still training with
it must
the
have
kids.
hurt. It must have hurt.
Oh
you,
yeah,
you know
because
what I mean?
then you like know you're kind of done. Like there's no way of changing his mind. He's gone, no, I'm just done with you.
Yeah.
So then you train with the kids, but like obviously, like you say, you're on big money. So then it's like, well, who's gonna come and get you? And I think a couple of lads might have got out in time, but then you're training with the kids every day. But I never cause a problem.
Yeah, of course
I go in and still train, work hard, but you're just I lost a little bit of love for football. So I'm like, what's next? Like, am I just seeing this out?
Yeah.
And I remember it got to Christmas time and he called me over because I thought I had 2 weeks off at Christmas.
Right.
Because obviously the kids get a bit of a break.
Yeah.
Oh, you're training with us now? I was like, oh, come on, mate.
So he's just done a spiteful one as well.
Oh, yeah, I just thought, come on.
So hold on, so you've been out.
I've been out all the way from summer to
the youngsters get 2 weeks off at Christmas.
Yeah.
But he's gone, no, you come and train with us now just to be spiteful.
Yeah, and I was just like, oh, come on, mate. Like,
what are you doing?
Taking the piss. I ain't caused you no problems. I was literally just going to go home for Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh, that's your problem. You just want money. You don't want to play football.
Oh,
so,
wow.
no, but you're not going to play me. You're just keeping me here for the sake of it. You haven't all of a sudden just changed your mind. You don't want to play me.
Yeah.
So don't blame me.
Spiteful.
So then, anyway, I've got to get past that bit. And I think I went in January, and then ended up going to. I went to Brighton in the end.
Yeah.
For less money, I took a little bit of a cut to be able to go because I thought I need to get out of here.
I just think his behaviour there is atrocious.
It's diabolical.
Yeah.
And you haven't done anything to him.
No, and I'm like, I can understand if you're a player that's causing disruptions in the first team.
You're gone.
But you're still going to want to train. You still want to be
you're
fit.
a model professional,
and you're playing with people that you get on with. Exactly. Like, I get it if there's a bad egg.
I
get if there's bad egg, but I was never a bad egg. But
that's interesting because what is Enzo's teammates thinking? No.
Yeah. That's exactly it, Coley.
We'll
probably go to you and go, mate, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I would go to Enzo and go, come on, geez, what you like? And come on, you're with us, right? And that's problem solved.
Yeah.
But the club's Liam should be able to go to the top boys at the group, get hold of him, sort him out. Do you know what I mean?
Do you reckon Liam's got that in him?
No.
He
needs to know who his leaders are, and that's the whole point of having an experienced pro.
Exactly what I've been saying.
So
having an experienced manager should be dealing with that situation, not people up above.
But that's not
how they work it. They work the situation with the manager. It filters through the manager, but it's not. Do you know what I mean? Whereas we're used to a system where the manager is the be all and end all. Yeah. So Mancini, he would obviously have to tell the directors he's doing that to you, but that's him. Do you know what I mean? There's no one going, I'll tell you what, geez, let's nose up Reggie's Christmas. Let's make him come. There's no one there. He just that's all him being a donut.
Yeah.
Vindictive, yeah. But what I'm saying is, this problem was always coming down the line, and Chelsea have just got to it and gone, right, let's go hard line on him, and then the teammates go, oh, if they're going to do that to him, they can do that to us at any moment.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? If we say the wrong format, I just think it's a mess. I really do. And
I just think if he
and I feel for Liam because I know Liam. If he was left down to his own devices, he wouldn't have handled. I don't think he would have handled it like this. I really don't. I mean, I might be wrong. I don't know.
Well, we don't know.
We don't know, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
As a manager, you've got to try and keep him on side.
Right, just for the record, before we move on, Enzo has said that no talks have taken with Real Madrid or Getafe or anyone in that region. Yeah. and Liam Rosini has come out and said that him and Enzo are in a good place.
Oh, that's all right then.
So that should have happened before a 2-match ban.
Nip it in the bud now, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it had to be talked about.
We're going to go over to West Ham in a minute. I did the game. It was a brilliant game. But before that, we're going to go with England. We've done our England 11s last week. And there's some comments from people.
Here we go.
We posted.
I've been on there debating.
Yeah, I love the fact Coley's engaging with the people.
Yeah, I like it.
It's
good.
They're
sticking up for us.
No, it's not even about sticking up. It's just like, everyone's got a view. Yeah. As long as you look, I got to say this now, right? Yeah. So I'm looking deep into the camera's eyes, lens, whatever you want to call it. Yeah? Listen, when you come onto our comments section, right, you don't have to be rude first to start a conversation. Don't come and say, look at these Muppets, and then go on to say what your point is. If you want to get my attention that way, then I won't engage with you in the way you want me to engage, but I will engage with you if, you come with a little bit of respect. Do you know what I mean? Or else I'll call you a Muppet back. How about that?
Muppets.
The Muppets.
That should be the name of the podcast.
Yeah, it should be the Muppet Show.
The Muppet Show.
Yeah, that's our new podcast name, the Muppet Show.
Oh, here we go. Right, so listen, most people like Bridges' team. So 90% Coley, you was at the back.
Yeah,
I've got 35%.
And that's the team that will win, you know.
Okay.
Right?
We'll never know because it won't happen.
It's tactically, it's a spiritual team, that is. It's in the unseen world.
All right, I do pick my teams on
What did you get?
spirituality.
Was you second?
No, I was second with 35%, but Bridgie smashed it, 46%.
Is it?
Now, Colton,
Yeah.
you had Madueke in your team.
Yeah.
Craig said starting with him was mad. Like, defend your thing with Madueke.
Look, man.
Or just admit you got it wrong.
No. Look, it could have been a toss up between Madueke and Bowen for me.
Yeah.
But Madueke is in my reasoning for going with Madueke is because he's in a title challenging position, so he should be on a high, right?
Yeah.
And I'd have loved to put Bowen in there. I was not going to put Saka because I think Saka closes the space.
Yeah.
For Key to operate.
Right.
Where I think, and Bellingham, where I think we need runners on the outside that can take on players on the outside and in the inside. A little bit of unpredictability.
Yeah.
That's why I've gone for Noni Madueke. And he's a willing runner to go the other way because Harry Kane comes to feet quite a lot. So my choices are actually tactical. It's not that he's my favourite player. I just thought what player is going to complement the best player on the pitch, which is Harry Kane.
Yeah. Okay, it's fair. It's a fair point.
Yeah.
And on the other side, I've gone with Rashford. He's a willing runner. I see him again.
Scored at the weekend
for Barcelona, playing really well. He's going to get a lot of football from now to the end of the season because Rafinha's injured. So I looked at that. I thought, listen, man, there's a spiritual guidance to my selection.
Yeah.
You might just see it on paper and think, maybe not.
Yeah.
And I put Garner in there as well.
Yeah.
It's all spirituality, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why I'm a manager, in my head, and you're not.
Fair. It's well said. I think Craig's even put Madueke in his team now. This is from iBeatles said, how are people picking stones? He's played 18 games in 2 years. I must say, that's a fair point.
Yeah.
That's a fair point.
But I just think he's got the experience to navigate.
Me too. I think what people don't underestimate is in these tournaments and these situations, having somebody who knows what they're doing at the back. You know, next Mark Gurhey is the number one centre half, but he's not played in a tournament, right?
But
not regular.
Not the
level main guy.
That,
like looking around, he's always had Stones with him or Maguire.
Even club level.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Club level, Stones has been there, done it, tried it, tested, won things as well.
And they would have trained together.
Yeah,
consistently for 6 months. So all these things come. We don't just throw these things. People, we come with receipts. Right. This is from Chris. This isn't necessarily. It's about Bridgie, but it's not necessarily.
What is it?
Bridgie is so anti-Arsenal. It seems like a fair comment to me. What is it with Arsenal, mate?
It's quite a fair comment, isn't it? Do you know what it is? I've met quite a lot of Arsenal fans over the last few years.
And their bells.
No. The actual, these ones are all right. It's just, when, you've played against them a few times, you get abused a lot. And then just all of a sudden, you don't like some of the players you play against. And all of a sudden, you just like, do you know what?
Name names.
Like, just when that Chelsea Arsenal rivalry, he's actually right at Boué, but he used to do my head. He used to do my head in to play against. It's like Gary Neville. I like Gary Neville. He used to do my head in to play against.
Okay, so it's left a bit of sour taste in your mouth.
It's you know what I mean? I don't really hate.
I reckon you'd like a Boué on a night out. I reckon you would.
I don't really
hate
hate him. I kind of just dislike them a little bit, and I like it when they lose.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So you don't like them then?
Mate, they're good.
You're happy when they're miserable.
Yeah, but it's just certain things in your life, and you just, but like, there's like, if they went and won the league, I'd actually be happy for the people that I like.
That we love.
Support Arsenal,
the people we love would be happy.
But everyone else, I won't be happy for.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
We've got a guy that follows us, and he's quite vocal. I didn't know Marlon King was an Arsenal fan.
Really?
Ex-Watford striker.
Okay.
James Puentes as well. He follows us religiously. But he's an Arsenal fan. But they're reasonable Arsenal fans.
Right, okay.
We've got Simon Swifty.
Right, okay.
Simon James, my mate, Arsenal fan. Very unreasonable fan. So this is why I do it, for fans like him, and get under his skin.
And I don't think it's a hate thing either. Do you know what there's something about them? They always celebrate, and they're always texting. And it's their season, they're going to win this.
Digitally active.
So early.
Yeah, they're digitally.
So early than any other team I can think of.
They go.
So like, then I'm just like, I'm just going to see you eat these words. You know what I mean?
Listen, they got to win something.
Banter is funny.
They got to win something.
They're going to win the league.
Time will tell.
So what else have we got on there?
Time will tell. No, that's pretty much it. Like, so like, well, we're gonna.
You was getting the Cristiano Ronaldo one last week.
This is weird to me, right? I don't even remember. I said something about Cristiano Ronaldo. But you said there's if you say something bad about Cristiano Ronaldo,
mate, there's a
he's
tribe
got all
that
these
come
little
after you.
minions that bounce on and do
Yeah.
all that.
You said something about him, and someone came for me about it.
Yeah, that's true.
You're
just dropping bombs, and you don't even read it. That's the worst thing.
Yeah,
he don't read it. Yeah, so stop coming on our page. Look it for him because he doesn't care.
Carlton reads it all the time. Go for Carlton.
Yeah, come for me. Like, I don't mind bouncing back and forth with you. Lot.
Yeah, I just found it weird. Like, anyway, Cristiano. You know, I don't mind him. He's all right. Leave me alone.
I think a lot of these people as well sometimes, you know, like they see it and they think of a reply straight away rather than slow it down and think.
Yeah.
That's what about it.
Just
chill out a bit.
Chill out.
And then write something if you really want to.
Really?
They've just gone boom, straight in two-footed.
Didn't see it, anyone.
Yeah, don't even see it. So
there you go.
I'm hurting.
Coley's my guy.
Yeah.
I'm going to start sending them all to you.
Okay. Thanks, mate. No, my mates do that. Like, I got, they do. Like, I got called a Bulgarian lizard once. My mate thought it was brilliant. Yeah. I said something about Liverpool on telly they didn't like. And this geezer, it was quite funny actually. He went, look at him, he looks like a Bulgarian lizard. You don't even know what a Bulgarian lizard looks like. But there you go, we're moving on.
We do now.
Yeah. Right, moving on. West Ham, I was there. Can I say, Colton, what a game. Like,
it was a good view. It was,
do you know
it was
what?
a good view for the mutual.
Yeah, before I go on, right, you know, I don't know if it's my old age what it was, but I get really when I go to West Ham and a big night like when the crowd they were singing Bubbles, I get really emotional. I was like, because you know, like I remember that song when you're there and you're a kid and it's all new and it's all fresh, and it was the fans were so up for it. Yeah. They were so up for it for the game, and as we come down from where we was watching the game, God knows why they do this. They put us like right between the Leeds fans and the West Ham fans, and we got to stand there for 10 minutes and just watching them scream abuse at each other. The passion, the
from the top of their lungs,
running from the top. I saw one geezer. He must have been about 65, limp. And I saw him running down like it took him ages to get down, just to blow out some nonsense. Yeah. And then there's all these other West Ham fans, and I was watching it. It was brilliant.
Was there stress relief in it?
Yeah, I thought it was brilliant. Like, and I'm like, listen, you're right. It's a stress relief, and that's what they come to football for.
That's the whole point.
But
that's what they're paying for.
Yeah,
that's what
they're paying for at the end for West Ham, where you see the Leeds fans going absolutely mental.
What about the West Ham fans that left 2-0 down?
Yeah.
When was that, half time?
No, it was 2-0 down. Just like there was 10 minutes to go, and you know, then they're all creeping out, and then if anyone knows the Olympic Stadium, it's a long way out.
Yeah,
right. So
it's a little bit
there was a portion of them that went out, and then they tried to get back in. The stewards give them you ain't coming in tonight.
Oh,
and then the ones that come back come back with their
head held
with a towel between their legs.
Yeah.
Like, I was just going to the toilet.
Just going to the toilet. That was
Fletch and Ali on commentary, like because we're finding these people all coming back into the stadium, and they were going, "Don't leave!
Where are you going?"
It was brilliant. It was absolutely.
So
brilliant.
I would have thought a different way there because I went to the toilet when Saints got their second goal.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I missed it. So then I just thought, well, we'll just stay here.
What in the toilet?
I stayed out. I stayed in the toilet. I left the toilet, but I thought I'm not going back into the stadium because I've gone to the toilet. That's why they scored. So
Right.
I'll just stay out here. Because if I go back out there, ask them what they scored. So last few minutes,
maybe that's what some of the fans are thinking.
That's what they should have done. Stayed out. And maybe
that's what they were thinking. They said, you know what? Well, I'm out here now. We've caught up, so I might as well stay out here. Not try and get back in and just.
The only thing is trying to get back in and seeing them lose. That's even. It's just.
I know.
Tops it off, isn't it?
But one thing, I was convinced West Ham were going to win as it went into extra time.
And
the young goalie here, let's just give him Finley Herrick,
like a character, by the way.
20 years old.
Yeah, he looks like a character who was chatting to every penalty taker.
Yeah.
I thought he's got a bit about him.
He has definitely got a bit about him.
Do you know him?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I rung Coley because I'm at the game and I'm like, this kid, he was the anomaly on the bench. Like, because we have all our notes and it'll be like, certain players, and I don't know nothing about this kid.
Yeah, Josh Ajala on the bench as well. We had a few
so all the youngsters, I ring him up straight away, and he goes, he was on loan to Boreham Wood for at least only
for a short one.
For 11 games, 20. He's been at the club since he was 6 years old, and I'm just thinking, you're talking about spirituality, and I'm thinking, it's written. It's written. This he's sitting there. He's been at the club since he's 6. Imagine all them nights he would have been dreaming of his debut for West Ham. But it would have been, I'm coming on with 5 minutes to go and I'm going to win the penalty shootout in a big FA Cup tie. So I think it has to be done. And then I thought the crowd give him a massive, like they always do at West Ham. They give him the big up and he'd come on. And what he done very smartly, because there was 5 minutes to go. He couldn't get into the game. So he took the goal kick, took his time. Yeah, took his time, but I could, and then a sort of pass back come to him, and he just calmed. He looked calm, calmed himself down, and then the shenanigans started in the penalty shootout. I thought this kid's having himself. I like it, and he saved the first one, and I thought this is going to be one.
A few others as well.
Yeah, fingertips of the others.
Just one that he probably felt a bit bad that he couldn't deal with, but he done it. Yeah, I thought he was brilliant.
Yeah, I did. The only thing I would criticise with Nuno is. And it's hard because I don't know the situation with Wan-Bissaka, Mavropanos. Maybe you know Coley and Somerville. Was Somerville ready? I think he picked the team. It looked like a team that was slightly edging towards the Premier League, and I just think he underestimated. I think he would have sat there when the atmosphere was kicking off at the start and thought how up for it the West Ham fans were, how important the FA Cup was. I think he could have picked the stronger side. From the start,
it was a day out in Wembley. People forget that.
You know what I mean? I think he underestimated that, and I think it's a broad financial decision.
It's hard as a manager if you think
it's to weigh up that one. Yeah. Where do you find a biting point for your strongest team, and saving your legs as well for the charge that's ready to stay up in the league as well?
You'd rather stay in the league,
of course,
than win a cup, right?
Of course.
Would you?
Would you? Would you rather go down and win an FA Cup?
Too much. No, Coley, it's too much money.
Nah, you got
Where's the love? Where's the love?
No, I know what you're saying, but
where's the spirit, mate? Them boys might not win anything ever again.
I know, no, for the boys.
For the FA Cup.
Listen, I get it.
I'm not. It comes from my soul, not from my bank balance.
I get it for the purist. That is the dream.
As a manager, be honest. As a manager, would you rather win the FA Cup and go down or stay up?
No, but you don't know what your remit was at the start of the season.
I'd prefer to win the FA Cup and go down. I'll bring them back up.
Listen to this.
But I'm a romantic.
No, but winning the FA Cup, when you were signed and you were trying to save us, trying to save us. It wasn't.
We should put this out there.
But your remit wasn't.
Ask people what they
your remit to
come win the FA Cup and go down. No, stay up.
Your remit was to keep us up. That's it. Not go win the FA Cup. That weren't on the forms. That weren't on the forms, mate. When you're signing that contract, the owner was saying you better keep us up. And then we'll give you a nice. It's not to win the FA Cup and go down.
Corporate greed.
No, but you have to. He's doing his job.
No. I'm not having it.
No, you're not having it.
I'm not having it.
He's doing his job, mate.
I'm not having it. Listen, I'm not
Mate,
having it, mate.
The FA Cup would have been a bonus. It would have been a bonus.
It's no bonus. All right.
Well,
Okay.
I think you'd rather stay up, I reckon.
Okay.
You're just saying it.
No, I'm not. 100%.
Mate, I'm not having it.
Well, we can ask the people.
Stay up.
Because
Your
if West
money
Ham
goes...
go down, they'll come straight back up. Money comes and goes, Colin.
I like what you're saying there. I'm going to remind you about this.
Listen, I'm the romantic. These capitalist people next to me. But listen, it's one for the viewers, other viewers, listeners. We're going to do a poll. Would you like to go down and win the FA Cup, or stay up and not win the FA Cup? I think it's a no-brainer. There you go. But before that, before we move on, Friday night, Coley.
Yeah.
Is this the biggest game of the season for West Ham? Wolves at home.
The biggest game of the season
so
is
far.
every game. It's every game. It's been the biggest game. I think what you'll see for this game, it's a big. Win. It's not. It is a must win. Really. Every game's a must win, but we got to go and put a good performance up. That's all I care about, because we got to keep that momentum, and then hopefully Lady Luck's on our side. But what it does, if we do win this game, it puts a lot of pressure on the teams around us to win theirs. So the likes of Spurs, for instance, they're going to have 2 days to mull over it until their game. And then that's going to put a load of pressure. And De Zerbi, he's come in, obviously, but I think fans are probably going to look at that as thinking, that's going to be our boost, that's going to be our bounce. If they don't bounce and it's a flat ball, then and we go and win.
Yeah.
I think psychologically we win, and we stay in the Premier League.
You think it's that big, yeah?
I think it's that big.
Oh, wow, that's massive. What about you, Bridgie?
It's a must-win game, isn't it? But who else they got to play? They've got to play.
They've got a reasonable run in. I think it's Crystal Palace away.
They've got Leeds.
They've got Leeds. There's winnable games for West Ham.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it. They're all much of a much. Because you know what, these games, when people and punters, West Ham fans, Spurs fans, Forest fans, and even Leeds fans will be looking at it going, oh, that's a winnable game, that's a winnable game, that's a winnable game. But when you come to the end of the season, 2 to 3 games at the end of the season, pressure comes on. But also, say, for instance, if Leeds win the next 3 games and they're completely out of it, then West Ham played them at the last game of the season, you'd like to think they're going to be on holiday. So it changes. So you just got to win the next game.
Needs win it. They've got to win it.
Moving away from football, we all love our golf. It's the Masters dinner. Rory McIlroy will be choosing the meal this year. I'm just thinking, if we had a Champions dinner for our teammates, what would yours, starters, mains, and desserts be? What's your thing?
A prawn cocktail.
Prawn cocktail? Yeah. I was not expecting that.
Never expecting that either.
What's
like chicken wings or something.
What chicken wings? Why are you stereotyping me, bro?
I'm not. You like chicken. You like chicken.
You want a prawn cocktail, bro?
No chance, mate. You're not having a prawn cocktail.
You didn't put me in a chicken wing box. What, black people just like chicken, yeah?
No.
Oh, that's what we're doing now.
I'd have chicken wings.
I'm having prawn cocktail.
Oh, chicken wings.
I'm having a cocktail.
I'd have a burrata.
A burrata?
Oh, my God.
This guy, man.
I think you're so foreign.
No, mate, you're from, where are you? Canning Town? Where are you from?
Kentish Town.
Kentish Town, yeah. Like,
do you not like burrata?
Yeah, I do like it.
Yeah, but what? Why?
I thought I said caviar, so it's a bit of cheese. Anyway, right, it's poor from you.
Some bit of cheese, some posh cheese, that is, isn't it? How's it cured?
I don't know how to do it. Right, mains.
I'd either have some fried chicken, proper fried.
No, he's doubling down on the chicken now. Who does this guy think he is? I swear down, this guy.
No, I like fried chicken.
Fried chicken?
Yeah, like proper fried chicken.
Yeah, but he's and mains.
Mine was cornbread and fried chicken. Just Popeyes. You might as well just go Popeyes.
I like chicken.
Just say he just wants KFC.
No, not KFC. Proper fried chicken.
All right, okay.
Proper homemade fried chicken.
I'm going mains. A bit of steak.
Yeah.
And fritters.
Yeah. Okay.
Fritters.
Steak and chips.
Medium rare.
Medium.
Yeah.
Where you going?
I am gonna go with fish and chips, but a good one. Yeah, like not
haddock or.
I like
place.
cod. I like cod. Fish chips and mushy peas.
Coley. There's a fish called coley. Do you know that?
Is there?
Yeah, there's actually. Mate, we need to go and sample that.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I've never heard of a coley.
There's a coley fish. Yeah.
There's not a coley fish.
You can get battered coley fish. I swear down.
Really?
You think I'm joking?
True.
Go and search it up. Go search it up.
He's deleting
I'm a man of knowledge. I'm a man of knowledge, man. There's Coley
I've
fish.
never heard of him. I've never
C-O-L-E-Y.
been to Sainsbury's and seen salmon, trout, Coley. I've never seen.
It's not in them type of. It's not in Sainsbury's.
Are rare? Are we rare?
It might be in Waitrose.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
This has gone sideways. This
No, it's
way.
not. It's not.
Okay.
So what? You want a bit of so haddock, battered haddock,
Cod.
cod.
Mate, yeah.
I like cod. I like cod. Yeah, and but a really good one. There's a great little one in it's one in called the Seashell. I used to go as a kid. So it's in Lesson Green, Edgware Road, just down there by Church Street where I used to live. And I used to go there every Friday night as a kid. So like, you know what I mean? That's my thing. Anyway, dessert, Bridgie.
I think I'll be full up with all chicken.
You're gonna get chicken for dessert as well. Oh, what chicken do you want on this plate, bro?
Oh, I don't know, dessert. I'm not really like a dessert man. Like
Chicken
maybe
strippers.
like a little
Chicken
chocolate
strippers.
eclair or something. You know, the profiterole towers.
Profiterole towers.
Yeah,
okay.
maybe one of them or something.
When you eat, right?
When I eat, I eat. Yeah, when I eat, I eat.
Yeah.
But most things I do, innit?
He eats
When
like
I'm doing
he's
it,
bulking.
when I'm doing it, I do it.
Yeah,
type
exactly.
thing.
He eats
Yeah.
like he's bulking.
Yeah.
Training for something. I'm gonna go old school. Was it old school cake with custard?
Yeah. Okay.
So the school. Remember the school?
Yeah, school cakes.
School
Yes.
cakes. Yeah. The old school sponge cake kind of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
With the sprinkle on top.
Yes.
Go with that.
Love that, mate.
I don't mind cheese board, to be fair.
Cheese,
okay.
what is good? Until the chicken is consumed. Until the chicken is consumed, he wants a cheese board.
Chicken and cheese, Bridgie's sweet as enough. Right, okay. All right. I'd have apple.
What drink?
Apple crumble.
Apple crumble. Yeah.
Apple crumble. What drink? All right. All right. Okay. This ain't even on the notes, but I'm enjoying this. What drink would you have?
Oh, I don't know. I'd struggle to stick with one drink.
I'll go for Peroni.
You know what I'm into
I'll probably
at the moment.
one beer.
Tequila.
Mezcal.
Mezcal and
Not
ginger
mezcal,
ale.
don't like.
It's the only drink.
Smoky,
I love
smoky
it.
tequila.
Smoky tequila. For anyone out, it's just beautiful, beautiful. Well, that was fun. Right, next week, Carlton's away in
Bangkok.
Yes, okay. Going to be looking for some train stations out there.
Carlton's away days in Bangkok.
Will be a bit different to Braintree, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So, but we got another Premier League great. One of our friends, Ida Good Johnson, the Iceman. So, if you've got any questions for Ida, email them in to the usual things. A reminder, we drop every Tuesday apart from this week, and you can watch us on YouTube and listen to us wherever you get your podcasts. Please follow us on socials. We'll be back next week, so please like, review, and subscribe. I'm on absolute flames today.
See you later.
Flowing.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, on the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade.
Welcome to the Metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. The largest city and the capital of Finland, Helsinki. The city is conveniently located between Tallinn, Stockholm, and St. Petersburg, and on the north coast of the Gulf of Finland. It has slowly become the country's hub for business, research, education, culture, and government. Helsinki boasts of a vibrant seaside city, coupled with greenery, parks, and open spaces. There are also fine architecture and more than 300 islands interconnected by a maze of bridges. The city is in fact considered an ideal summertime retreat and great for weekend getaways. Here's why. First, there's the bustling street of Aleksanterinkaatu. It is considered the central commercial street of Helsinki, lined with cafes, shops, restaurants, and of course, the Stockmann department store. All these convenient in one spot, Aleksanterinkaatu Street has become known as one of the famous shopping streets in the city. For fresh produce and great souvenir buys, head to the market square. It is one of the famous tourist attractions in the city and a well-known market destination too. It's an open-air marketplace with fresh local produce and craftsman souvenirs. Now, for a dose of Helsinki's culture, visit the Athenaeum Art Museum. It is also known as the National Museum of Art and is home to the most loved classic works of Finnish art. In fact, it houses the most extensive fine art collections in the country with more than 20,000 works on display. You'll see a mix of paintings, graphic art, drawings, and sculptures that date back up to the 17th to the 19th centuries. The city is also known for its church and chapels. These are considered architectural sites in Finland. One example is the Temppeli Aukio Church, built in 1969, which is the most known architectural masterpiece in the country. Meanwhile, you can sit back, relax, and enjoy one of Helsinki's many beaches. The most popular beach in the city is the Hietaniemi. Enjoy the sun, the calm waters, and the open space for lounging, playing volleyball, or simply enjoying the view. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.